Section 11 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells, The High Cross Preparatory School, Part 3. From the first, Mr. Mainwaring had been prepared for Peter's antagonism. He had been warned by Mr. Grimes that Peter might prove a little difficult. The letter to Aunt Phyllis confirmed this impression he had already formed of a fund of stiff resistance in his new pupil. "I shall have to talk to that young man," he said. The occasion was not long in coming. It came next morning in the general scripture lesson. The boys were reading the Gospel of St. Matthew verse by verse, and in order to check inattention, Mr. Mainwaring, instead of allowing the boys to read in rotation, was dodging the next verse irregularly from boy to boy. "Now, Pycroft," he would say. "Now, Rivers." He was always ready to pick up a nickname and improve upon it for the general amusement. "Now, Simonides," he said. No answer. "Simonides." Peter, with his New Testament open before him, was studying the map of Africa on the end wall. That was Egypt and that was the Nile, and down that you went to Uganda, where all the people dressed in white, and Nobby walked fearlessly among lions. Peter became aware of a loud shout of "Simonides." It was apparently being addressed to him by Mr. Mainwaring. He returned at a jump to Europe and High Cross School. "Wool gathering again," said Mr. Mainwaring. "Thinking of the dear old Agapemone, eh? We can't have that here, young man. We can't allow that here. We must quicken that proud but sluggish spirit of yours with the usual stimulus. Come out, sir." He moved towards the cane, which hung from a nail beside the high desk. Obliging schoolfellows explained to Peter. "He spoke to you 3 times. He's going to swish you. You'll get it." Peter went very white and sat very tight. "Now, young man," said Mr. Mainwaring, flicking the cane. "Step out, please." "Come out here, sir." No answer from Peter. "Stubland!" roared Mr. Mainwaring. "Come out at once." There came a break in the traditions of High Cross School. Peter rose to his feet. It seemed he was going to obey, and then he said in a voice, faint and small but perfectly clear, "I ain't going to be caned. No." There was a great pause. There was as it were silence in heaven, and then, his footsteps echoing through that immensity of awe, Mr. Mainwaring advanced upon Peter. Peter, with a loud, undignified cry, fled along the wall under the map of Palestine towards the door. "Stop him there, Ames!" cried Mr. Mainwaring. Ames was slow to understand. Mr. Mainwaring put the cane on the mantel-shelf and became very active. He leapt a desk clumsily, upset an inkpot, and collided with Ames at the door a moment after Peter had vanished. On the landing outside, Peter hesitated, and then doubled downstairs to the boot-hole. For a moment Mr. Mainwaring was at fault. "Hell!" he said. All the classroom heard him say, "Hell!" All the school treasured that cry in its heart for future use. "Young," said Mr. Mainwaring. It was long a matter for secret disputation in the school what particularly choice sort of young thing Mr. Mainwaring had called Peter. Then he heard a crash in the boot-hole and was downstairs in a moment. Peter was out in the area, up the area steps as quick as a scared gray mouse, and then he made his mistake. He struck out across the open in front of the house. In a dozen strides, Mr. Mainwaring had him. "I'll thrash you, sir," said Mr. Mainwaring, swinging the little body by the collar and shaking him as a dog might shake a rat. "I'll thrash you. I'll thrash you before the whole school." But 2 people had their blood up now. "I'll tell my Uncle Nobby," yelled Peter. "I'll tell my Uncle Nobby. He's a soldier." Thus disputing, they presently reappeared in the lower classroom. Peter was tremendously disheveled and still kicking, and Mr. Mainwaring was holding him by the general slack of his garments. "Silence, sir, while I thrash you," said Mr. Mainwaring, and he was red and moist. "My uncle, he's a soldier. He's a V.C. You thrash me and he'll kill you. He'll kill you. He'll kill you." "Give me my cane, someone," said Mr. Mainwaring. "He'll kill you." Nobody got the cane. "Probine," cried Mr. Mainwaring. "Give me my cane." Probine hesitated, and then said to young Newton, "You get it." Young Newton had been standing up, half offering himself for this service. He handed the cane to Mr. Mainwaring. "You touch me," threatened Peter. "You touch me. He'll kill you." And taking advantage of the moment when Mr. Mainwaring's hand was extended for the cane, he scored a sound kick on the master's knee. Then by an inspired wiggle he sought to involve himself in Mr. Mainwaring's gown in such a manner as to protect his more vulnerable area. But now Mr. Mainwaring was in a position to score. He stuck his cane between his teeth in an impressive and terrible manner, and then got his gown loose and altered his grip on the small victim. Now for it. The school hung breathless. Cut. Peter became as lively as an eel. Cut. There were tears in his voice, but his voice was full and clear. He'll kill you. He'll come here and kill you. I'll burn down the school. You will you? Cut. A kick. Cut. Silent wriggles. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, counted Mr. Mainwaring and stopped, and let go his hold with a shove. Now go to your place, he said. He was secretly grateful to Peter that he went. Peter had a way at times of looking a very small boy, and he did so now. He was tearful, red, and amazingly disheveled, but still not broken down to technical blubbing. His face was streaked with emotion. It was only too manifest that the routines of High Cross had reduced his private ablutions to a minimum. He glanced over his shoulder to see if he was still pursued. He could still sob, "My uncle." But Mr. Mainwaring did not mean this to be the close of the encounter. He had thought out the problems of discipline according to his lights. A boy must give in. Peter had still to give in. "And now, Stubland," he proclaimed, "stay in after afternoon school, stay in all tomorrow, and write me out 500 times. I must not sulk. I must obey. 500 times, sir." Something muffled was audible from Peter, something suggestive of a refusal. "Bring them to me on Wednesday evening at latest. That will keep you busy, and no time to spare. You hear me, sir? I must not sulk, and I must obey. And if they are not ready, sir, 12 strokes, good and full. And every morning until they are ready, 12 strokes. That's how we do things here. No shirking. Play the fool with me and you pay for it, up to the hilt. This, at any rate, is a school where discipline is respected. Whatever socialist agapemone you may have frequented before. And now I've taken you in hand, young man. I mean to go through with you. If you have 100 uncles knobchick armed to the teeth, if you have 1,000 uncles knobchick, they won't help you. If you air your stubborn temper at High Cross School." Perhaps Peter would have written the lines, but young Newton, in the company of 2 friends, came up to him in the playground before dinner. "Going to write those lines, Simon Peter?" asked young Newton. What could a chap do but say, "No fear." "You'll write 'em all right," said Newton, and turned scornfully. So Peter sat in the stuffy schoolroom during detention time, and drew pictures of soldiers and battles and adventures, and mused and made his plans. He was going to run away. He was going to run right out this disgusting place into the world. He would run away tomorrow after the midday meal. It would be the Wednesday half-holiday, and to go off then gave him his very best chance of a start. He might not be missed by anyone in particular throughout the afternoon. The gap of time until tea-time seemed to him to be a limitless gap. "Abscond," said Peter, a beautiful newly acquired word. Just exactly whither he wanted to go, he did not know. Vaguely, he supposed he would have to go to his Limpsfield aunt's, but what he wanted to think he was doing was running away to sea. He was going to run away to sea and meet Nobby very soon. He was going to run against Nobby by the happiest chance, Nobby alone, or perhaps even, this was still dreamier, Daddy and Mummy. Then they would go on explorations together, and he and Nobby would sleep side by side at campfires amidst the howling of lions. Somewhere upon that expedition he would come upon Mainwaring and Probine and Newton, captive perhaps in the hands of savages. What would he and Nobby and Mummy and Daddy and Bungo Peter and Joan do to such miscreants? This kept Peter thinking a long time, because it was beyond the limits of Peter's generosity just now to spare Mr. Mainwaring. Probine, perhaps. Probine, pedant to the pitch of tears, might be reduced to the status of a humble fag. Even Newton might go on living in some very menial capacity. There could be a dog with the party of which Newton would always go in fear, but Mr. Mainwaring had exceeded the limits of mercy. A man like that was capable of any treason. Peter had it, a beautiful scene. Mr. Mainwaring detected in a hideous conspiracy with a sinister Arab traitor to murder the entire expedition, would be captured red-handed by Peter, armed with a revolver and a cutlass, and brought before Nobby and Bungo Peter. "The man must die," Nobby would say, "and quickly." Bungo Peter would echo, "Seeing how perilous is our present situation." Then Peter would step forward. Mr. Mainwaring, in a state of abject terror, would fling himself down before him, clinging to his knees, pray for forgiveness, pray Peter to intercede. Yes, on the whole, yes, Peter would intercede. Peter began to see the scene as a very beautiful one indeed, but Nobby would be made of sterner stuff. You are too noble, Peter. In such a country as this, we cannot be cumbered with trade or carrion. We have killed the Arab. Is it just to spare this 1,000 times more perjured wretch, this blot upon the fair name of Englishmen? Mainwaring, if such indeed be your true name, down on your knees and make your peace with God. At this moment the reverie was interrupted by Mr. Mainwaring in cricketing flannels traversing the schoolroom. He was going to have a whack before tea. He just stood at the wickets and made the bigger boys bow to him. Little he knew. Peter affected to write industriously. After the midday meal on Wednesday, Peter loafed for a little time in the playground. "Coming to play cricket, Simon Peter?" said Probine. "Got to stay in the schoolroom," said Peter. "He's going to write his 500 lines," said young Newton. "I said he would." Young Newton would know better later. Peter went back unobtrusively to the schoolroom. In his desk were 2 slices of bread and butter secreted from the breakfast table and wrapped in clean pages from an exercise book. These were his simple provisions. With these, a pencil, and a good serviceable catapult, he proposed to set out into the wide, wide world. He had no money. He scouted Mr. Mainwaring into his study, marked that he shut his door, and heard him pull down the blind. The armchair creaked as the schoolmaster sat down for the afternoon's repose. That would make a retreat from the front door of the schoolhouse possible. The back of the house meant a risk of being seen by the servants. The playground door of the cricket field might attract the attention of some sneak. From the front door to the road and the shelter of the playground wall was but 10 seconds' dash. Still Peter, from the moment he crept out of the main classroom into the passage to the moment when he was out of sight of the windows, was as tightly strung as a fiddle string. Never before in all his little life had he lived at such a pitch of nervous intensity. Once in the road he ran, and continued to run until he turned into the road to Clewer. Then he dropped into a good, smart walk. The world was all before him. The world was a warm October afternoon, and a straight road, poplars and red roofs ahead. Whither the road ran he had no idea, but in the back of his mind, obscured by no means hidden by a cloud of dreams, was the necessity of getting to Inglenook. After he had walked perhaps half a mile upon the road to Clewer, it occurred to Peter that he would ask his way. The first person he asked was a nice little old lady with a kind face, and she did not know where the road went nor whence it came. "That way it goes to Peskin Street," she said. "If you take the right turning, and that way it goes past the racecourse. But you have to turn off, you know. That's Clewer Church." No, she didn't know which way was the way to Limpsfield. Perhaps if Peter asked the postman, he'd know. No postman was visible. The next person Peter asked was as excessive as the old lady was deficient. He was a large, smiling, self-satisfied man, with a hearty laugh. "Where does the road go, my boy?" he repeated. "Why, it goes to Maidenhead and Cookham." "Cookham? Have you heard the story? This is the way the man told the waiter to take the underdone potatoes. Because it's the way to Cookham, see? Good, eh? But not so good as telling him to take peas, that was. Through Windsor, you know, because it's the way to Turnham Green. Ha ha! How far is Maidenhead? Oh, a tidy bit. A tidy bit. Say 4 miles. Put it at 4 miles. When Peter asked for Limpsfield, the large man at once jumped to the conclusion he meant Winchfield. "That's a bit on your left," he said. "Just a bit on your left. How far? Oh, a tidy bit. Say 5 miles. 5 miles and an 'arf, say." When he had gone on a little way, the genial man shouted back to Peter. "Might be 6 miles, perhaps," he said. "Not more." Which was comforting news. So Peter went on his way with his back to Limpsfield, which was a good 30 miles and more away from him, and a pleasant illusion that Aunt Phyllis and Phoebe were quite conveniently just round the corner. About 4 o'clock he had discovered Maidenhead Bridge, and thereafter the river held him to the end. He had never had a good look at a river before. It was a glowing October afternoon, and the river life was enjoying its Indian summer. Highcross School was an infinite distance away, and all its shadows were dismissed from his mind. Both are wonderful things to a small boy who has lived among hills. He wandered slowly along the towpath, and watched several boats and barges through the loch. In each boat he hoped to see Uncle Nobby, but it just happened that Uncle Nobby wasn't there. Near the loch some people were feeding 2 swans. When they had gone through the loch, Peter went close down to the swans. They came to him in a manner so friendly that he gave them the better part of his provisions. After that he watched the operations of a man repairing a Canadian canoe beside a boat landing place. Then he became interested in the shoaling fish in the shallows. After that he walked for a time, on past some little islands. At last he was now a little footsore. He sat down on the bank in the lush grass above some clumps of sweet rush. He was just opposite the autumnal fires of the Clevedon woods, amidst which he could catch glimpses of Italian balustrading. The water was a dark mirror over which hung a bloom of mist. Now and then an infrequent boat would glide noiselessly or with the measured beat of rowlocks through the brown water. Afar off was a swan. Presently he would go on to Inglenook, but not just yet. When his feet and legs were a little rested, he would go on. He would ask first for Limpsfield and then for Inglenook. It would be 3 or 4 miles. He would get there in time for supper. He was struck by a thought that should have enlightened him. He wondered no one had ever brought him before from Inglenook to this beautiful place. It was funny they did not know of it. Above that balustrading among the trees over there must be a palace, and in that palace lived a beautiful princess who loved Peter. It seemed at the first blush the most delightful accident in the world that the man with the ample face should ask Peter to mind his boat. He rode up to the wooden steps close by where Peter was sitting. He seemed to argue a little with the lady who was steering and had to back away again, but at last he got the steps and shipped his oars and held on with the boat hook and got out. He helped the lady to land. "Here, Tommy," he shouted, tying up the boat to the rail of the steps. "Just look after this boat a bit. We're going to have some tea." "We shall have to walk miles," said the lady. "Damn," said the man. Something seemed to tell Peter that the man was cross. Peter doubted whether he was properly Tommy. Then he saw that there was something attractive in looking after a boat. "Don't let anyone steal it," said the man with the ample face with an unreal geniality, "and I'll give you a tanner." Peter arose and came to the steps. The lady and the gentleman stood for a time on the top of the bank, disputing fiercely. She wanted to go one way and he another, and finally disappeared, still disputing in the lady's direction. Or rather, the lady made off in the direction of Cookham, and the gentleman followed, protesting. "Anyway, it's miles," she said. Slowly the afternoon quiet healed again. Peter was left in solitude with the boat, the silvery river, the overhanging woods, the distant swan. At first he just sat and looked at the boat. It had crimson cushions in it, and the lady had left a Japanese sunshade. The name of the boat was the Princess May. The lining wood of the boat was pale, and the outer wood and the wood of the rowlocks darker with just one exquisite gold line. The oars were very wonderful, but the boat hook with its paddle was much more wonderful. It would be lovely to touch that boat hook. It was a thing you could paddle with, or you could catch hold with the hook or poke with a spike. In a minute or so the call of the boat hook had become irresistible, and Peter had got it out of the boat. He held it up like a spear. He waved it about. He poked the boat out with it and tried to paddle with it in the water between the boat and the bank, but the boat swung back too soon. Presently he got into the boat very carefully, so as to paddle with the boat hook in the water beyond the boat. In wielding the paddle he almost knocked off his hat, so he took it off and laid it in the bottom of the boat. Then he became deeply interested in his paddling. When he paddled in a certain way, the whole boat, he found, began to swing out and round, and when he stopped paddling it went back against the bank. But it could not go completely round because of the tight way in which the ample-faced man had tied it to the rail of the steps. If the rope were tied quite at its end, the boat would be paddled completely round. It would be beautiful to paddle it completely round with a waggling rudder upstream instead of down. That thought did not lead to immediate action, but within 2 minutes Peter was untying the boat and retying it in accordance with his ambitions. In those days, the Boy Scout movement was already in existence, but it had still to disseminate sound views about knot tying among the rising generation. Peter's knot was not so much a knot as a knot-like gesture. How bad it was he only discovered when he was back in the boat and had paddled it nearly halfway round. Then he saw that the end of the rope was slipping off the rail to which he had tied it as a wary snake might slink off into the grass. The stem of the boat was perhaps a yard from the shore. Peter acted with promptitude. He dropped his paddle, ran to the bows, and jumped. Except for his left leg he landed safely. His left leg he recovered from the water, but there was no catching the rope. It trailed submerged after the boat, and the boat with an exasperating leisureliness, with a movement that was barely perceptible, widened its distance from the bank. For a time Peter's mind wrestled with this problem. Should he try and find a stick that would reach the boat? Should he throw stones so as to bring it back on shore? Or perhaps if he told someone that the boat was adrift? He went up the steps to the towing path. There was no one who looked at all helpful within sight. He watched the boat drift slowly for a time towards the middle of the stream. Then it seemed to be struck with an idea of going down to Maidenhead. He watched it recede and followed it slowly. When he saw some people afar off, he tried to look as though he did not belong to the boat. He decided that presently somebody would appear rowing, whom he would ask to catch his boat for him. Then he would tow it back to its old position. Presently, Peter came to the white gate of a bungalow and considered the advisability of telling a busy gardener who was mowing a lawn about the boat, but it was difficult to frame a suitable form of address. Still further on, a pleasant middle-aged woman who was trimming a privet hedge very carefully with garden shears seemed a less terrible person to accost. Peter said to her modestly and self-forgetfully, "I think there's a boat adrift down there." The middle-aged woman peered through her spectacles. "Someone couldn't have tied it up," she said. And having looked at the boat with quiet intelligence for some time, she resumed her clipping. Her behavior did much to dispel Peter's idea of calling an adult to help. When he looked again, the boat had turned round. It had drifted out into the middle of the stream, and it seemed now to be traveling rather faster and to be rocking slightly. It was not going down towards the lock, but away towards where a board said, "Danger." Danger. It was as if a cold hand was laid on Peter's heart. He no longer wanted to find the man with the ample face and tell him that his boat was adrift. The sun had set. The light seemed to have gone out of things, and Peter had a feeling that it was long past tea time. He wished now he had never seen the man with the ample face. Would he have to pay for the boat? Could he say he had never promised to mind it? But if that was so, why had he got into the boat and played about with it? His left shoe and his left trouser leg were very wet and getting cold. A great craving for tea and home comforts generally arose in Peter's wayward mind. Home comforts and forgetfulness. It seemed to him high time that he asked someone the way to Williamsfield. When Noakley and Probine arrived at Maidenhead Bridge in the late afternoon, it seemed to them that they had done all that reasonable searchers could do, and that the best thing now was to take the train back to Windsor. They were tired and they felt futile. And then, when hope was exhausted, they struck the trail of Peter. The policeman at the foot of the bridge had actually noted him. "Overed about the bridge for a bit," said the policeman, and then went along the towing path. "A little grave chap in grey flannel. Funny thing, but I thought you might be a runaway. Something about him." So it was that Noakley and Probine came upon the ample-faced man at the lock, in the full tide of his distress. He was vociferous to get across to the weir. The boat ought to have come down long ago, he was saying, unless it's caught up in something. If he was in the boat, the kid's drowned for certain. Noakley had some difficulty in getting him to explain what kid. It was difficult to secure the attention of the ample-faced man. In fact, before this could be done, he twice pushed back Noakley's face with his hand, as though it was some sort of inanimate obstacle. It was a great and tragic experience for Probine. They both went across by the lock to the island behind the lead of the lock-keeper and the ample-faced man. They came out inside of the weir. The river was still full from the late September rains, and the weir was a frothing cascade, and at the crest of it they saw an upturned boat jammed by the current against the timbers. A Japanese umbrella circulated in a foamy eddy below, stick upward. The sun was down, a chill was in the air, a sense of coming winter. Then, close at hand, caught in some weedy willow stems that dipped in the rushing water, Probine discovered a little sodden straw hat, a little half-submerged hat, bobbing with the swift current, and tangled in the willow stems. It was unmistakable. It bore the white and black ribbon of Highcross School. "Oh my God!" cried Peter at the sight of the hat, and burst into tears. "Poor little Peter! I'd have done anything for him." He sobbed, and as he sobbed he talked. He became so remorseful and so grossly sentimental that even Noakley was surprised. When next morning Mr. Grimes learnt by a long and expensive telegram from Mr. Mainwaring, followed almost immediately by a long explanatory letter, that Peter had run away from school and had been drowned near Bolter's Lock, he was overcome with terror. He had visions of Aunt Phoebe, doubled, for he imagined Aunt Phyllis to be just such another, as an avenger of blood. At the bare thought he became again a storm of vibrations. His clerks in the office outside could hear his nails running along his teeth all morning, like the wind among the reeds. His imagination threw up wild and hasty schemes for a long holiday in some inaccessible place in Norway or Switzerland, but the further he fled from civilization, the more unbridled the vengeance, when it did overtake him, might be. Lady Charlotte was still in England. On the day appointed, and for 2 days after, the Channel Sea was reported stormy. All her plans were shattered, and she had stayed on. She was still staying on. In a spasm of spite, he telegraphed the dire news to her. Then he went down to Windsor, all a-quiver, to see that Mr. Mainwaring did not make a fool of himself, and to help him with the inquest on Peter as soon as the body was recovered. His telegram did have a very considerable effect upon Lady Charlotte, the more so as it arrived within an hour or so of a letter from Mrs. Phoebus containing some very disconcerting news about Joan. At midday came Mr. Mainwaring's story, pitched to a high note of Anglican piety. The body, he said, was still not found, but we must hope for the best. When Mr. Sycamore arrived at Chastlands in the afternoon, he found Lady Charlotte immensely spread out in her drawing-room as an invalid, with Unwin on guard behind her. She lay, a large bundle of ribbon, lace, and distresses, upon a sofa. She had hoisted an enormous beribboned lace cap with black and gold bows. On a table close at hand were a scent bottle, smelling salts, camphor, menthol, and such like aids. There were also a few choice black grapes and a tonic. She meant to make a brave fight for it. Mr. Sycamore was not aware how very dead Peter was at Chastlands and Windsor, seeing that he was now also at the Inglenook in a state of considerable vitality. It was some moments before he realized this localized demise. Indeed, it was upon an entirely different aspect of this war of the Guardians that he was now visiting the enemy camp. At first there was a little difficulty made about admitting him. Cashel explained that Lady Charlotte was much upset, terribly upset. Finally he found himself in a large presence. She gave him no time to speak. "I am ill, Mr. Sycamore. I am in a wretched state. Properly I should be in bed now. I have been unable to travel abroad to rest. I have been totally unable to attend to affairs. And now comes this last blow, terrible, a judgment." "I was not aware, Lady Charlotte, that you knew," Mr. Sycamore began. "Of course I know. Telegrams, letters, no attempt to break it to me, the brutal truth. I cannot tell you how I deplore my supineness that has led to this catastrophe." "Hardly supine," Mr. Sycamore ventured. "Yes, supine. If I had taken up my responsibilities years ago, when these poor children were christened, none of this might have happened. Nothing." Mr. Sycamore perceived that he was in the presence of something more than a mere fuss about Peter's running away. A worried gleam came into his spectacles. "Perhaps, Lady Charlotte, if I could see your telegram," he said. "Give it him, Unwin," she said. "Stole a boat, carried over a weir," he read. "But this is terrible. I had no idea." "Give him the letter. No, not that one. The other." "Body not yet recovered," he read, and commented with confidence. "It will turn up later, I feel sure. Of course, all this is news to me. Boat, weir, everything. Yes." "And I was ill already," said Lady Charlotte. "There is reason to suppose my heart is weak. I use myself too hard. I am too concerned about many things. I cannot live for myself alone. It is not my nature. The doctor had commanded a quiet month here before I even thought of travel. Literally commanded. And then comes this blow. The wretched child could not have chosen a worse time." She gave a gesture of despair. She fell back on her piled pillows with a gesture of furious exhaustion. "In the last 24 hours," she said, "I have eaten 1 egg, Mr. Sycamore, and some of that I left." Mr. Sycamore's note of sympathy was perhaps a little insincere. "Of course," he said, "in taking the children away from their school, where they were least safe and happy, you undertook a considerable responsibility." Lady Charlotte took him up with emphasis. "I admit no responsibility, none whatsoever. Understand, Mr. Sycamore, once and for all, I am not responsible for whatever has happened to this wretched little boy. Sorry for him, yes, but I have nothing to regret. I took him away from undesirable surroundings and sent him to a school, by no means a cheap school, that was recommended very highly indeed, by Mr. Grimes. It was my plain duty to do as much. There my responsibility ends." Mr. Sycamore had drifted quietly into a chair, and was sitting obliquely to her in an attitude more becoming a family doctor than a hostile lawyer. He regarded the cornice in the far corner of the room as she spoke, and replied without looking at her, softly and almost as if in soliloquy, "Legally, no." "I am not responsible," the lady repeated. "If anyone is responsible, it is Mr. Grimes." "I came to ask you to produce your 2 wards," said Mr. Sycamore abruptly, "because Mr. Oswald Sydenham lands at Southampton tonight. He has always been coming. This time he has come. If he had come earlier, all this would not have happened. Has he really come? He is here, in England, that is." Lady Charlotte gasped and lay back. Unwin handed her the bottle of smelling salts. "I have done nothing more than my duty," she said. Mr. Sycamore began more gentle in his manner than ever. "As the person finally responsible, no. Haven't you been just a little careless? Mr. Sycamore, It was this boy who was careless. I am sorry to say it now that I can only hope that at the last, but he was not a good boy, anything but a good boy. He had been altogether demoralized by those mad, violent creatures. He ran away from the school, an excellent school, highly recommended, and you must remember, Mr. Sycamore, that I was paying for it. The abnormal position of the property, the way in which apparently all the income is to be paid over to these women, without consulting me. Well, I won't complain of that now. I was prepared to pay. I paid. But the boy was already thoroughly corrupted. His character was undermined. He ran away. I washed my hands of the consequences. Mr. Sycamore was on the point of saying something, and thought better of it. At any rate, he said, I have to ask you on behalf of Mr. Oswald Sydenham to produce the other child, the girl. She can't be produced, said Lady Charlotte desperately. That really does make things serious. Oh, don't misunderstand me. The child is in excellent hands, but there are neighbors. She was told to keep indoors, carefully told. What must she do but rush out at the first chance? She had had fair warning that there were measles about. She had had measles explained to her carefully, yet she must needs go and make friends with a lot of dirty little wretches, and catch measles. Exactly. That's why, there again, Lady Charlotte, and again with all due respect, haven't you been just a little careless? At that nice airy school in Surrey there was never any contagion, of any sort. There was no proper religious teaching. Was there any where you placed these children? I was led to believe. She left it at that. Mr. Sycamore allowed himself to point the moral. It is a very remarkable thing to me, Lady Charlotte, most remarkable. The Catholic people and the Church of England people, you must forgive me for saying it, and religious bodies generally should be so very anxious and energetic to get control of the education of children, and so careless, indeed they are dreadfully careless, of the tone, the wholesomeness, and the quality of the education they supply, and of the homes they permit. It's almost as if they cared more for getting the children branded than whether they lived or died. The school was an excellent school, said Lady Charlotte, an excellent school. Your remarks are cruel and painful. Mr. Sycamore again restrained some retort. Then he said, I think it would be well for Mr. Oswald Sydenham to have address of the little girl. Lady Charlotte considered. There is nothing to conceal, she said, and gave the address of Mrs. Phoebus, a most trustworthy woman. Mr. Sycamore took it down very carefully in a little notebook that came out of his vest pocket. Then he seemed to consider whether he should become more offensive or not, and to decide upon the former alternative. I suppose, he said reflectively as he replaced the little book, that the demand for religious observances and religious orthodoxy as a first condition in schools is productive of more hypocrisy and rottenness in education than any other single clause. It is a matter of common observation. A school is generally about as inefficient as its religious stripe is marked. I suppose it is because if you put the weight on one thing you cannot put it on another, or perhaps it is because no test is so easy for a thoroughly mean and dishonest person to satisfy as a religious test. Schools which have no claims to any other merit can always pass themselves off as severely religious. Perhaps the truth is that all bad schools profess orthodoxy rather than that orthodoxy makes bad schools. Nowadays, it is religion that is the last refuge of a scoundrel. If you have nothing further to say than this secularist lecturing, said Lady Charlotte with great dignity, I should be obliged if you would find somewhere some hall of science, considering what my feelings must be, scarcely in the mood for blasphemies. Lady Charlotte, said Mr. Sycamore, betraying a note of indignation in his voice, this school into which you flung your little ward was a very badly conducted school indeed. It was nothing of the sort, said Lady Charlotte. How dare you reproach me? Mr. Sycamore went on as though she had not spoken. There was a lot of bullying and nasty behavior among the boys, and the masters inflicted punishments without rhyme or reason. How can you know anything of the sort? On the best authority. The boys. But how could he? He was thrashed absurdly and set an impossible task for not answering to a silly nickname. There was no one to whom he could complain. He ran away. He had an idea of reaching Limpsfield, but when he realized that night was coming on, being really a very sensible little boy, he selected a kindly-looking house, asked to see the lady of the house, and told her he had run away from home and wanted to go back. He gave his aunt's address at the Inglenook, and he was sent home in the morning. He arrived home this morning. Lady Charlotte made a strange noise, but Mr. Sycamore hurried on. How this delusion about a boat and a weir got into the story I don't know. He says nothing about them. Indeed, he says very little about anything. He's a reserved little boy. We have to get what we can out of him." "You mean to say that the boy is still alive?" cried Lady Charlotte. "Happily. In face of these telegrams? I saw him not 2 hours ago." "But how do you account for these telegrams and letters?" Mr. Sycamore positively tittered. "That's for Mr. Grimes to explain." "And he is alive? And unhurt?" "As fresh as paint, and quite happy." "Then if ever a little boy deserved a whipping, a thoroughly good whipping," cried Lady Charlotte, "it is Master Peter Stubland. Safe indeed! It's outrageous! After all I have gone through. Unwin—" Unwin handed the salts. Mr. Sycamore stood up. He still had the essence of his business to communicate, but there was something in the great lady's blue eyes that made him want to stand up, and that little tussock of fair hair on her cheek, in some indescribable way, it had become fierce. "To think," said Lady Charlotte, "that I have been put to all this unutterable worry and distress." She was at a loss for words. Mr. Sycamore appreciated the fact that if he had anything more to say to her, he must communicate it before the storm burst. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, and began to deliver his message with just the faintest quality of hurry in his delivery. "The real business upon which I came to you today, Lady Charlotte, has really nothing to do with this escapade at all. It is something else. Things have arisen that alter the outlook for those children very considerably. There is every reason to suppose that neither you nor the Misses Stubland are properly guardians of Joan and Peter at all. No, one moment more, Lady Charlotte, let me explain. 2 young Germans, it would appear, witnessed the accident to the boat from the top of the Capri headland. They saw Mr. Stubland apparently wrestling with the boatman. Then the boat overset and the 2 men never reappeared. They must have dragged each other down. The witnesses are quite certain about that, but Mrs. Stubland, poor young lady, could be seen swimming for quite a long time. She swam nearly halfway to the land before she gave in, although the water was very choppy indeed. I made enquiries when I was in Naples this spring, and I do not think there would be much trouble in producing those witnesses still. They were part of the, what shall I call it, social circle of that man Krupp, the gunmaker. He lived at Capri. If we accept the story, then, Lady Charlotte, Mrs. Stubland's will holds good, and her husband's does not, and Mr. Oswald Sydenham becomes the sole guardian of the children." He paused. The lady's square face slowly assumed an expression of dignified satisfaction. "So long as those poor children are rescued from those women," said Lady Charlotte, "my task is done. I do not grudge any exertion, any sacrifice I have made, so long as that end is secured. I do not look for thanks, much less repayment. Perhaps some day these children may come to understand." Unwin made a sound like the responses in church. "I would go through it all again," said Lady Charlotte, "willingly. Now that my nephew has returned, I have no more anxiety." She made an elegant, early Georgian movement with the smelling salts. "I am completely justified. I have been slighted, tricked, threatened, insulted, made ill, but I am justified." She resorted again to the salts. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 9th. Oswald Takes Control. Part 1. 1. While Mr. Sycamore was regaling himself with the discomfiture of Lady Charlotte, Oswald Sydenham was already walking about the West End of London. He had come upon a fresh crisis in his life. He was doing his best to accept some thoroughly disagreeable limitations. His London specialist had but confirmed his own conviction. It was no longer possible for him to continue in Africa. He had reached the maximum of blackwater fever permitted to normal men. The next bout, if there was a next bout, would kill him. In addition to this very valid reason for a return, certain small fragments of that Egyptian shell long dormant in his arm had awakened to mischief, and had to be removed under the more favorable conditions to be found in England. He had come back, therefore, to a land where he had now no close friends and no special occupations, and once more he had to begin life afresh. He had returned with extreme reluctance. He could not see anything ahead of him in England that gripped his imagination at all. He was strongly tempted to have his arm patched up and return to Africa for a last spell of work and a last conclusive dose of the fever germ. But in England he might be of use for a longer period, and a kind of godless conscience in him insisted that there must be no deliberate waste in his disposal of his life. For some time he had been distressed by the general ignorance in England of the realities of things African, and by the general coarsening and deterioration, as he held it to be, of the imperial idea. There was much over here that needed looking into, he felt, and when it was looked into, then the indications for further work might appear. Why not, so far as his powers permitted, do something in helping English people to realize all that Africa was and might be? That was work he might do and live. In Africa there was little more for him to do but die. That was all very well in theory. It did not alter his persuasion that he was going to be intolerably lonely if he stayed on in England. Out there were the chief commissioner and Muir and half a dozen other people for whom he had developed a strong affection. He was used to his native servants, and he liked them. He had his round of intensely interesting activities. He was accustomed to the life. Out there, too, there was sunshine, such sunshine as the temperate zone can never reproduce. This English world was a gray, drafty, cloudy, lonely world, and one could not always be working. That sunshine alone meant a vast deprivation. This sort of work he thought of doing, and which seemed the only thing now that he could possibly do, wasn't, he reflected uncomfortably, by any means the work that he could do best. He knew he was bad-tempered. Ill health intensified a natural irritability. He knew his brain was now a very uncertain instrument, sometimes quite good, sometimes a weary fount of half-formed ideas and indecisions. As an advocate of the right way in Africa, he would do some good, no doubt, but he would certainly get into some tiresome squabbles. He would bark his knuckles and bruise his shins. Nevertheless, cheerless though the outlook was, it was, he felt, the work he ought to do. "Pump up enthusiasm," said Oswald. "Begin again. What else can I do?" But what he was pumping up that afternoon in London was really far more like anger. Rage and swearing were the natural secretions of Oswald's mind at every season of perplexity. He became angry when other types would be despondent. Where melancholic men abandon effort, men of the choleric type take to kicking and smashing. Where the former contract, the latter beat about and spread themselves. Oswald, beneath his superficial resignation, was working up for a quarrel with something. His instinct was to convert the distress of his developing physical insufficiencies into hostility to some external antagonist. He knew of, and he was doing his best to control, this black urgency to violent thoughts and conclusions. He wanted to kick, and he knew he must not yet waste energy in kicking. He was not justified in kicking. He must not allow his sense of personal grievance against fate to disturb his mind. He must behave with a studied calm and aloofness. "Damn," said Oswald, no doubt by way of endorsing this decision. Pursuant to these virtuous resolutions, this tall, lean, thwarted man, full of jealous solicitude for the empire he had helped enlarge, this disfigured man whose face was in two halves like those partially treated portraits one sees outside the shops of picture cleaners, was engaged in comporting himself as much as possible like some pleasant, leisurely man of the world, with no obligation or concern but to make himself comfortable and find amusement in things about him. He was doing his best to feel that there was no hurry about anything, and no reason whatever for getting into a state of mind. Just a calm, quiet onlooker he had to be. He was, he told himself, taking a look round London as a preliminary to settling down there. Perhaps he was going to settle down in London, or perhaps in the country somewhere. It did not matter whichever was the most pleasant. It was all very pleasant indeed. A life now of wise lounging and judicious temperate activities it had to be. He must not fuss. He had arrived in England the day before, but as yet, except for a brief note to Mr. Sycamore, he had notified no one of his return. He had put up at the Climax Club in Piccadilly, a proprietary club that was half hotel, where one could get a sitting room as well as a bedroom, and after a visit to his doctor, a visit that confirmed all his worst apprehensions of the need of abandoning Africa forever, he had spent the evening in the club trying to be calm over the newspapers and magazines. But when one is ill and tired, as Oswald was, all that one reads in the newspapers and magazines is wrong and exasperating. It was 1903, the time when Mr. Joseph Chamberlain returned from South Africa to launch his tariff reform agitation, and Oswald was temperamentally a free trader. The whole press, daily, weekly, monthly, was full of the noises of the controversy. It impressed him as a controversy almost intolerably mean. His imperialism was essentially a romantic and generous imagination, a dream of service, of himself serving the empire, and of the empire serving mankind. The tacit assumption underlying this most sordid of political campaigns, that the empire was really nothing of the kind, that it was an adventure of exploitation, a national enterprise in the higher piracy, borrowing a faded picturesqueness from the scoundrelism of the Elizabethan and Jacobean buccaneers, the men who started the British slave trade and the Ulster Trouble, and founded no empire at all, except the plantations of Virginia and Barbados, distressed and perplexed his mind almost unendurably. It was so maddeningly plausible. It was so manifestly the pathway of destruction. After throwing the National Review into a distant armchair, and then, when he met the startled eye of a fellow member, trying to look as though that was his usual way with a magazine, he sought distraction in Southey's Doctor, which happened to be in the club library. After dinner he went out for a stroll in the West End and visited the Alhambra. He found that more soothing than the papers. The old excitement of the human moth at the candles of vice he no longer felt. He wondered why these flitting allurements had ever stirred him. But he liked the stir and the lights, and the pleasant inconsecutive imbecility of the entertainment. He slept fairly well. In the morning, a clerk of Mr. Sycamore's telephoned to say that that gentleman was out of town. He had been called down to see Lady Charlotte Sydenham, but that he would be back, and would probably try to get Oswald about 11 in the evening. He had something important to tell Oswald. The day began cloudy, and repented, and became fine. By midday it was, for London, a golden day. Yet to Oswald it seemed but a weak solution of sunshine. If you stood bareheaded in such sunshine, you would catch a chill. But he made the best of it. "October mild and boon," he quoted. He assured himself that it would be entertaining to stroll about the West End and look at the shops and mark the changes in things. He breakfasted late at one of the windows overlooking the Green Park, visited the club barber, walked along to his tailor, bought 3 new hats and a stout gold-banded cane with an agate top in Bond Street, a pair of boots, gloves, and other sundries. Then he went into his second club, the Plantain in Pall Mall, to read the papers, until he discovered that he was beginning to worry about tariff reform again. He saw no one he knew, and lunched alone. In the afternoon he strolled out into London once more. He was, he found, no longer uncomfortable and self-conscious in the streets of London. His one-sided, blank-sided face did not make him self-conscious now, as it used to do. He had reconciled himself to his disfigurement. If at first he had exaggerated its effect, he now inclined to forget it altogether. He wore hats nowadays with a good broad brim, and cocked them to overshadow the missing eye. His dark moustache had grown and was thick and symmetrical. He had acquired the habit of looking at himself in glasses so as to minimize his defaced half. It seemed to him a natural thing now that the casual passer-by should pull up for the fraction of a second at the sight of his tall figure, or look back at him as if to verify a first impression. Didn't people do that to everybody? He went along Pall Mall, whose high gentility was still in those days untroubled by the Royal Automobile Club, and scarcely ruffled by a discreet shop or so. He turned up through St. James's Street to Piccadilly, with a reminiscent glance by the way down Jermyn Street, where he had had his first experiences of restaurants and such-like dissipations in his early midshipman days. How far away those follies seemed now. The shops of Bond Street drew him northward. The Doré gallery of his childhood, he noted, was still going on. He prowled along Oxford Street as far as the Marble Arch. Gillows was still Gillows in those days, and Selfridge had yet to dawn on the London world, and beat back by way of Seymour Street to Regent Street. He nodded to Very's, where long ago he had lunched in a short plaid frock and white socks, under the auspices of his godmother, old Lady Percival Pelham. It was all very much as he had left it in '97. That fever of rebuilding and rearrangement, which was already wrecking the old Strand and sweeping away Booksellers' Row and the Drury Lane slums and a score of ancient landmarks, had not yet reached the West End. There was the same abundance of smart hansom cabs crawling in the streets or neatly ranked on the stands, the same populous horse omnibuses, the same brightly dressed people, and in Regent Street and Piccadilly, the same too brightly dressed women loiterers, only now most of them were visibly coarse and painted. There were the same mendicants and sandwich men at the pavement edge. Perhaps there were more omnibuses crowding upon one another at Piccadilly and Oxford circuses, and more people everywhere, or perhaps that was only the effect of returning from a less crowded world. Now and then he saw automobiles, queer clumsy carriages without horses they seemed to be, or else low, heavy-looking vehicles with a flavor of battleship about them. Several emitted bluish smoke and trailed an evil smell. In Regent Street outside Liberty's art shop, one of these mechanical novelties was in trouble. Everybody seemed pleased. The passing cabmen were openly derisive. Oswald joined the little group of people at the pavement edge who were watching the heated and bothered driver engaged in some obscure struggle beneath his car. An old gentleman in a white waistcoat stood beside Oswald and presently turned to him. "Silly things," he said. "Noisy, dangerous, stinking things. They ought to be forbidden." "Perhaps they will improve," said Oswald. "How could that thing improve?" asked the old gentleman. "Lot of dirty ironmongery." He turned away with the air of a man for whom a question had been settled. Oswald followed him thoughtfully. He resumed his identifications. Piccadilly Circus, here was the good old Café Monaco, yonder the Criterion, but everything seemed smaller. That was the thing that struck him most forcibly. London revisited, he discovered to be an intense little place. It was extraordinary that this should be the head of the empire. It seemed, when one came back to it, so entirely indifferent to the empire, so entirely self-absorbed. When one was out beyond there, in Uganda, East Africa, Sudan, Egypt, in all those vast regions where the British were doing the best work they had ever done in pacification and civilization, one thought of London as if it were a great head that watched one from afar, that could hear a cry for help, that could send support. Yet here were these people in these narrow, brightly served streets, very busy about their own affairs, almost as busy and self-absorbed as the white-robed crowd in the big marketplace in Mengo, and conspicuously, remarkably, not thinking of Africa, or anything of the sort. He compared Bond Street and its crowded, inconvenient sidewalks with one of the great garden vistas of the Uganda capital, much to the advantage of the latter. He descended by the Duke of York's steps, past the old milk stall with its cow, into the Mall. Buckingham Palace, far away, was much less impressive than the fort at Kampala on its commanding hill. The vegetation of St. James Park and its iron fencing were a poor substitute for the rich patterned reed palisades and the wealth of fronds that bordered the wide prospects of the Uganda capital. All English trees looked stunted to Oswald's eyes. Towards the palace, tree felling was in progress, the felling of trees that could never be replaced, and an ugly hoarding veiled the erection of King Edward's pious memorial to Queen Victoria, the memorial which later her grandson, the Kaiser, was to unveil. He went on into Whitehall. There was no Admiralty Arch in those days, and one came out of the Mall by way of Spring Gardens, round the corner of an obtrusive bank. Oswald paused for a minute to survey the squat buildings and high column of Trafalgar Square, pale amber in the October sunshine, and then strolled down towards Westminster. He became more and more consciously the loitering homecomer. He smiled at the mounted soldiers in their boxes outside the Horse Guards, paused at and approved of the architectural intentions of the new War Office, and nodded to his old friends the Admiralty and the Colonial Office. Here they brewed the destinies of the Old World outside Europe and kept the 7 seas. He played his part with increased self-approval. He made his way to Westminster Bridge and spent some time surveying the downriver prospect. It was, after all, a little ditch of a river. St. Paul's was fairly visible, and the red rusty shed of Charing Cross Station and its brutal iron bridge, fit monument of the clumsy looting by private enterprise that characterized the Victorian age, had never looked uglier. He crossed from one side of the bridge to the other, leant over the parapet, and regarded the Houses of Parliament. The flag was flying, and a number of little groups of silk-hatted men and gaily dressed ladies were having tea on the terrace. "I wonder why we rule our empire from a sham Gothic building," thought Oswald. "If anything, it ought to be Roman." He turned his attention to the traffic and the passers-by. "They don't realize," he said. "Suppose, suddenly, they were to have a mirage here of some of the lands and cities this old Parliament House controls." A little stout man driving a pony-trap caught his attention. It was a smart new pony-trap, and there was a look of new clothes about its driver. He smoked a cigar that stuck upward from the corner of his mouth, and in his buttonhole was a red chrysanthemum. His whole bearing suggested absolute contentment with himself and acquiescence in the universe. He handled his reins and drew his whip across the flanks of his shining cob as delicately as if he was fly-fishing. "What does he think he is up to?" asked Oswald. 1,000 times he had seen that sphinx of perfect self-contentment on passing Negro faces. "The empire doesn't worry him," said Oswald. 2. It was worrying Oswald a lot. Everything was worrying Oswald just then. It is a subtle question to answer of such cases, whether the physical depression shapes the despondent thought, or whether the gnawing doubt prepares the nervous illness. His confidence in his work and the system to which he belonged had vanished by imperceptible degrees. For some years he had gone about his work with very few doubts. He had been too busy. But now ill health had conspired with external circumstances to expose him to questionings about things he had never questioned before. They were very fundamental doubts. They cut at the roots of his life. He was beginning to doubt whether the empire was indeed as good a thing and as great a thing as he had assumed it to be, the empire to which his life had been given. This did not make him any less an imperialist than he had been, but it sharpened his imperialism with a sense of urgency that cut into his mind. Altogether, Oswald had now given nearly 18 years to East and Central Africa. His illness had called a halt in a very busy life. For 2 years and more after his last visit to England, he had been occupied chiefly in operations in and beyond the Lango country against Kabarega and the remnant of the rebel Sudanese. He had assisted in the rounding up of King Mwanga, the rebel king of Uganda, and in setting up the child king and the regency that replaced him. At the end of 1899, his former chief, Sir Harry Johnston, had come up from British Central Africa as Special Commissioner to Uganda, and the work of land settlement, of provisional organization, of railways, and postal development had gone on apace. Next year, indeed, war had come again, but it was the last war in this part of the world for some time. It was caused by the obstinate disposition of the Nandi people to steal the copper wire from the telegraph poles that had been set up in their country. Hitherto their chief use for copper wire had been to make bracelets and anklets for their married women. They were shocked by this endless stretching out of attenuated feminine adornment. They did their best to restore it to what they considered was its proper use. It was a homely misunderstanding rather than a war. Oswald had led that expedition to a successful explanation. Thereafter, the leading fact in the history of Uganda, until the sleeping sickness came, had been the construction of the railway from the coast to Lake Victoria Nyanza. In Uganda, as in Nyasaland, Oswald Sydenham had found himself part of a rapid and busy process of tidying up the world. For some years it had carried him along and determined all his views. The tidying up of Africa during the closing years of the 19th century was indeed one of the most rapid and effective tidyings up in history. In the late 80s, the whole of Africa, from the frontiers of Lower Egypt down to Rhodesia, had been a world of chaotic adventure and misery, a black world of insecure barbarism, invaded by the rifle and the Arab and European adventurers who brought it. There had been no such thing as a school from Nubia to Rhodesia, and everywhere there had been constant aimless bloodshed. Long ages of conflict, arbitrary cruelty, and instinctive fierceness seemed to have reached a culmination of destructive disorder. The increasing light that fell on Africa did but illuminate a scene of collapse. The new forces that were coming into the country appeared at first as hopelessly blind and cruel as the old. The only difference was that they were better armed. The Arab was frankly a slaver. European enterprise was deeply interested in forced labor. The first fruits of Christianity had been civil war, and one of Oswald's earliest experiences of Uganda had been the attack of Mwanga and his Roman Catholic adherents upon the Anglicans in Mengo, who held out in Lugard's little fort and ultimately established the soundness of the Elizabethan compromise by means of a Maxim gun. It was never a confident outlook for many years anywhere between the Zambezi and the Nile cataracts. Probably no honest man ever worked in West and Central Africa between 1880 and 1900 who escaped altogether from phases of absolute despair, who did not face with a sinking heart lust, hatred, cunning and treachery, black intolerance, and ruthless aggression. And behind all the perversities of man worked the wickedness of tropical nature, uncertain in her moods, frightful in her storms, fruitful of strange troubles through weed and parasite, insect and pestilence. Yet civilization had, in the long run, won an astonishing victory. In a score of years, so endless then, so brief in retrospect, roads that had been decaying tracks or non-existent were made safe and open everywhere. The railway and the post and telegraph came to stay. Vast regions of Africa which, since the beginning of things, had known no rule but the whim and arbitrary power of transitory chiefs and kings, awoke to the conception of impartial law. War canoes vanished from the lakes, and robber tribes learnt to tend their own cattle and cultivate their gardens. And now there were schools, there were hospitals. Perhaps 250,000 young people in Uganda alone could read and write. The percentage of literacy in Uganda was rapidly overtaking that in India and Russia. On the face of it, this was enough to set one thinking of the whole world as if it were sweeping forward to universal civilization and happiness. For some years that had been Oswald's habit of mind. It had been his sustaining faith. He had gone from task to task, until this last attack of blackwater fever had arrested his activities, and then these doubts displayed themselves. From South Africa, that land of destiny for Western civilization, had come the first germ of his doubting. Sir Harry Johnston, Oswald's chief, a frank and bitter critic of the new imperialism that had thrust up from the Cape to Nyasaland under the leadership of Cecil Rhodes, helped to shape and point his skepticism. The older tradition of the empire was one of administration regardless of profit, Johnston declared. The new seemed inspired by conceptions of violent and hasty gain. The Rhodes example had set all Africa dancing to the tune of crude exploitation. It had fired the competitive greed of the King of the Belgians and unleashed blood and torture in the Congo Free State. The Congo State had begun as a noble experiment, a real attempt at international compromise. It had been given over to an unworthy trustee and wrecked hideously by his ruthless profit-hunting. All over the empire, honest administrators and colonial politicians, friendly explorers, and the missionaries of civilization were becoming more and more acutely aware of a heavy acquisitive thrust behind the new imperialism. Usually they felt it first in the treatment of the natives. The earlier ill treatment of the native came from the local trader, the local planter, the white rough. Now, as that sort of thing was got in hand, and men could begin to hope for a new and better order, came extensive schemes from Europe for the wholesale detachment of the native from his land, for the wholesale working and sweating of the native population. Had we defeated the little robbers only to clear the way for organized imperial robbery? Such things were already troubling Oswald's mind before the shock of the South African War, but before the war they amounted to criticisms of this administration or that. They were still untouched by any doubts of the general imperial purpose or of the empire as a whole. The South African War laid bare an amazing and terrifying amount of national incompetence. The empire was not only hustled into a war for which there was no occasion, but that war was planned with a lack of intelligent foresight and conducted with a lack of soundness that dismayed every thoughtful Englishman. After a monstrous, wasteful struggle, the national resources dragged it at last to a not very decisive victory. The outstanding fact became evident that the British army tradition was far gone in decay, that the army was feebly organized and equipped, and that a large proportion of its officers were undereducated men, narrow and conventional, inferior in imagination and initiative to the farmers, lawyers, cattle drovers, and such-like leaders against whom their wits were pitted. Behind the rejoicings that hailed the belated peace was a real and unprecedented national humiliation. For the first time the educated British were inquiring whether all was well with the national system, if so small a conquest seemed so great a task. Upon minds thus sensitized came the realization of an ever more vigorous and ever more successful industrial and trade competition from Germany and the United States. Great Britain was losing her metallurgical ascendancy, dropping far behind in the chemical industries, and no longer supreme upon the seas. For the first time a threat was apparent in the methods of Germany. Germany was launching liner after liner to challenge the British mercantile ascendancy, and she was increasing her navy with a passionate vigor. What did it mean? All over the world the British were discovering the German, and the German, it seemed, had got this new imperialism that was in the British mind in a still harsher, still less scrupulous, and still more vulgar form. "Wake up, England," said the Prince of Wales, returning from a visit to Canada, and Oswald heard the phrase reverberating in Uganda, and talked about it and thought it over continually. And Lord Rosebery spoke of efficiency. But now when Oswald sought in the newspapers for signs of this waking up that he desired, he found instead this tremendous reiteration of the ideas of the new imperialism, acquisitive, mercenary, and altogether selfish and national, which he already so profoundly disliked. The awakening he desired was an awakening of the spirit, an awakening to broader ideas and nobler conceptions of the nation's role in the world's affairs. He had hoped to find men talking of great schemes of national education, of new schools of ethnology, of tropical botany and oriental languages that would put the imperial adventure on a broad basis of understanding and competent direction. Instead, he found England full of wild talk about taxing the foreigner. A hasty search for national profit he refused to recognize as an awakening. For him, indeed, it had far more of the quality of a nightmare. 3. It is remarkable how much our deeper convictions are at the mercy of physiological jolts. Before the renewed attacks of fever had lowered his vitality, Oswald had felt doubtful of this and that, but he had never doubted of the ultimate human triumph. He had never even doubted that the great empire he served would survive, achieve its mission triumphantly, and incorporate itself in some way with a unified mankind. He himself might blunder or fail, there might be all sorts of setbacks, but in the end, what he called Anglo-Saxonism would prevail. The tradition of justice and free speech would be justified by victory, and the darkest phase of the martyrdom of man end. But now, the fever had so wrought on his nerves and tissues that he no longer enjoyed this ultimate confidence. He could think that anything might fail. He could even doubt the stability of the Victorian world. One night, during this last illness that had brought him home, he fell thinking of Zimbabwe and the lost cities of Africa, and then presently of the dead cities of Yucatan, and then of all the lost and vanished civilizations of the world, of the long succession of human failures to secure any abiding order and security. With this, he mingled the suggestion of a recent anthropological essay he had read. 2 races of men with big brains and subtle minds, the Neanderthal race and the Cro-Magnon race, it was argued very convincingly, had been entirely exterminated before the beginnings of our present humanity. Our own race, too, might fail and perish and pass away. In the night with a mounting temperature, these were very grisly and horrible thoughts indeed, and when at last he passed from such weary and dismal speculations to sleep, there came a dream to crown and perpetuate his mood, a dream that was to return again and again. It was one of those dreams that will sometimes give a nightmare reality of form and shape to the merest implications of the waking life. One of those dreams that run before and anticipate and perhaps direct one's daylight decisions. That black artist of delirium, who throws his dark creations upon our quivering mental screens, had seized and utilized all Oswald's germinating misgivings, and added queer suggestions of his own. Through 1,000 irrelevant and transitory horrors, one persistent idea ran through Oswald's distresses. It was the idea of a dark forest, and of an endless effort to escape from it. He was one of the captains of a vaguely conceived expedition that was lost in an interminable wilderness of shadows. Sometimes it was an expedition of limitless millions, and the black trees and creepers about him went up as high as the sky, and sometimes he alone seemed to be the entire expedition, and the darkness rested on his eyes, and the thorns wounded him, and the great ropes of the creepers slashed his face. He was always struggling to get through this forest to some unknown hope, to some place where there was light, where there was air and freedom, where one could look with brotherly security upon the stars. And this forest, which was life, held him back. It held him with its darkness, it snared him with slime and marshy pitfalls, it entangled him amidst pools and channels of black and blood-red stinking water, it tripped him and bound him with its creepers, evil beasts snared his followers, great serpents put them to flight, inexplicable panics and madnesses threw the long straggling columns into internecine warfare, incredible imbecilities threatened the welfare of the entire expedition. He would find himself examining the loads of an endless string of porters, and this man had flung away bread and loaded his pack with poisonous fungi, and that one had replaced ammunition by rust and rubbish and filth. He would find himself in frantic remonstrance with porters who had flung aside their loads, who were sullenly preparing to desert. Or, again, the whole multitude would be stricken with some strange disease, with the most foul and horrible symptoms, and refuse the doubtful medicines he tendered in his despair. Or the ground would suddenly breed an innumerable multitude of white, thin, voracious leeches that turned red-black as they fed. Then, far off through the straight bars of the tree stems, a light shone, and a great hope sprang up in him. And then the light became red, a wavering red. A sudden hot breeze brought a sound of crackling wood and the soughing of falling trees. Spires and flags and agonized phantoms of flame rushed up to the zenith. Through the undergrowth 1,000 black beasts stampeded. The air was thick with wild flights of moths and hummingbirds, and he realized that the forest had caught fire. That forest fire was always a climax. With it came a burning sensation in loins and back. It made him shout and struggle and fight amidst the black fugitives and the black thickets, until the twigs and leaves about him were bursting into flames like a Christmas tree that is being lit up. He would awaken in a sweating agony. Then, presently, he would be back again in the midst of that vague, innumerable expedition in the steamy, deep gray aisles of the forest, under the same gathering sense of urgent necessity, amidst the same inextricable, thickening tangle of confusions and cross purposes. In his waking moments, Oswald, if he could, would have dismissed that dream altogether from his mind. He could argue that it was the creation of some purely pathological despondency, that it had no resemblance, no parallelism, no sort of relation to reality. Yet something of its dark hues was reflected in his waking thoughts. Sometimes this reflection was so faint as to be scarcely perceptible, but always it was there. 4. The Plantain, to which Oswald drifted back to dine, was a club gathered from the ends of the earth, and very proud of the fact. It was made up of explorers, travelers, colonial officials, KCMGs, and CMGs. It was understood to be a great exchange of imperial ideas, and, except for a group or so of members who lived in and about London, it had no conversation, because, living for the most part at different ends of the earth, its members did not get to know each other very well. Occasionally there was sporting gossip. Shy, sunburnt men drifted in at intervals of 3 or 4 years, and dined and departed. Once a member with a sunstroke from India gave way to religious mania and tried to preach theosophy from the great staircase to 3 lonely gentlemen who were reading the telegrams in the hall. He was removed with difficulty. The great red-papered, white-painted silences of the club are copiously adorned with rather old yellow maps of remote regions, and in the hall big terrestrial and celestial globes are available for any members who wish to refresh their minds upon the broad facts of our position in space. But the great glory of the club is its wealth of ethnological and sporting trophies. Scarcely is there a variety, a spear, stabbing or disemboweling knife, blowing tube, bow, crossbow, or matchlock, that is not at the disposal of any member nimble enough to pluck it from the wall. In addition, there is a vast collection of the heads of beasts. Everywhere they project from walls and pillars, heads of bison, gazelles, and warthogs cheer the souls of the members, even in the humblest recesses. In the dining room, above each table, a hippopotamus or a rhinoceros or a tiger or a lion glares out with glassy eyes upon the world, showing every item in its dentition. Below these monsters sits an occasional empire builder, in the careful evening dress of the occasional visitant to civilization, seeming, by contrast, a very pallid, little, nicely behaved thing indeed. To the Plantain came Oswald, proposing to dine alone, and in this dining room he discovered Slingsby Darton, the fiscal expert, a little cockney with scarcely any nose at all, sitting with the utmost impudence under the largest moose. Oswald was so pleased to discover anyone he knew that he only remembered that he detested Slingsby Darton as he prepared to sit down with him. There was nothing for it then but to make the best of him. Oswald chose his dinner and his wine with care. Red wines were forbidden him, but the wine-waiter had good authority from India, and gastrically very sensitive, for the Moselle he recommended. And in answer to Slingsby Darton's inquiries, Oswald spread out his theory that he was an amiable, pleased sort of person, obliged to come home from Uganda, sorry to leave Uganda, but glad to be back in the dear old country and at the center of things, and ready to take up anything. "Politics?" said Slingsby Darton. "We want a few voices that have got out of sight of the parish pump." Politics. Well, it might be, but it was a little hard to join on to things at first. A fearful lot of squabbling, not very much doing, not nearly as much as one had hoped. That seemed a restrained, reasonable sort of thing to say. Nor was it extravagant to throw out, "I thought it was Wake Up, England, but she seems just to be talking in her sleep." Out flares the new imperialism at once in Oswald's face. "But have you read Chamberlain's great speeches?" Slingsby Darton protests. "I had those in mind," said Oswald grimly. Both gentlemen were in the early phase of encounter. It was not yet time to join issue. Slingsby Darton heard, but made no retort. Oswald was free to develop his discontents. Nothing seemed to be getting done, he complained. The army had been proved inefficient, incapable even of a colonial war. But what were we doing? "Exactly," said Slingsby Darton. "You dare not even whisper conscription." Oswald had not been thinking of that, but of a technical reorganization, more science, more equipment. But all that he could see in the way of a change were these beastly new caps. Those were the days of the hated Broderick. Then economic reorganization hung fire. Unemployed processions grew bigger every winter. "Tariff," whispered Darton. "Intelligent organization," said Oswald. Then education. "Education," said Oswald, "is at the heart of the whole business." "I wouldn't say that altogether," said Slingsby Darton. "At the heart of the whole business," Oswald repeated, as though Slingsby Darton had not spoken. "The people do not know. Our people do not understand." The Boer War had shown how horribly backward our education was. Our higher education, our scientific and technical education, the education of our officials and generals in particular. We have an empire as big as the world, and an imagination as small as a parish. But it would be a troublesome job to change that, much too troublesome. Oswald became bitter and accusatory. His living side sneered. It would bother a lot of Balfour's friends quite uncomfortably. The dear old church couldn't keep its grip on an education of that sort, and, of course, the dear old church must have its grip on education. So, after a few large-minded flourishes, the politicians had swamped the whole question of educational reform in this row about church schools and the passive resistance movement, both sides only too glad to get away from reality. Oswald was as bitter against the passive resistor as he was against the church. "I don't know whether I should give quite the primary place to education," said Slingsby Darton, battling against this tirade. "I don't know whether I should quite say that. Mr. Chamberlain—" The fat, as the vulgar say, was in the fire. October 1903 was a feverish and impassioned time in English affairs. From Birmingham that month the storm had burst. With a great splash, Mr. Joseph Chamberlain had flung the issue of protection into the sea of political affairs. Huge waves of disturbance were sweeping out to the uttermost boundaries of the empire. Instead of paying taxes, we were to tax the foreigner. To that, our fine imperial dream had come. Over dinner tables, in trains and smoking rooms, men were quarreling with their oldest friends. To Oswald, the conversion of imperialism into a scheme for world exploitation in the interests of Birmingham seemed the most atrocious swamping of real issues by private interests that it was possible to conceive. The Sydenham strain was an uncommercial strain. Slingsby Darton was manifestly in the full swirl of the new movement. The man looked cunning and eager. He put his pert little face on one side and raised his voice to argue. A gathering quarrelsomeness took possession of Oswald. He began to speak very rapidly and pungently. He assumed an exasperating and unjustifiable detachment in order to quarrel better. He came into these things from the outside, he declared, quite unbiased, oh, quite unbiased. And this Nail Trust Organizers campaign shocked him unspeakably. Here was England confessedly in a phase of inefficiency and deterioration, needing a careful all-round effort in education, in business organization, in military preparation. And suddenly, drowning everything else in his noise, came this demagogue ironmonger with his panacea. Slingsby Darton was indignant. "My dear sir, I cannot hear you speak of Mr. Chamberlain in such terms as that." "But consider the situation," said Oswald. "Consider the situation. When, of all things, we want steady and harmonious constructive work, comes all the uproar, all the cheap, mean thinking and dishonest spouting, the music-hall tricks and poster arguments of a campaign." Slingsby Darton argued. "But, my dear sir, it is a constructive campaign. It is based on urgent economic needs." Oswald would have none of that. Tariff reform was a quack remedy. A Zollverein. Think of it, with an empire in great detached patches all over the world, each patch with different characteristics and different needs. A child could see that a Zollverein is absurd. A child could see it. Yet, to read the speeches of Chamberlain, you'd think a tariff could work geographical miracles and turn the empire into a compact continent, locked fast against the foreigner. How can a scattered host become a band of robbers? The mere attempt takes us straight towards disaster. "Straight away from it," Slingsby Darton contradicted. Oswald went on regardlessly. "An empire scattered like ours, run on selfish and exclusive lines, must bring us into conflict with every other people under the sun," he asserted. "It must do. Apart from the utter and wanton unrighteousness, apart from the treason to humanity. Oh, I hate this new imperialism. I hate it and dread it. It spoils my sleep at nights. It worries me and worries me." Slingsby Darton thought he would do better to worry about this free trade of ours which was bleeding us to death. "I do not speak as one ignorant of the empire," said Oswald. "I have been watching it." Slingsby Darton, disregarded, maintained that he too had been watching. But Oswald was now at the "I tell you, sir" stage. He declared that the new imperialism came from Germany. It was invented by professors of Weltpolitik. Milner had grafted it upon us at Balliol. But German conditions were altogether different from ours. Germany was a geographical unity, all drawn together, unified by natural necessity, like a fist. Germany was indeed a fist by geographical necessity. The British Empire was like an open hand. must be like an open hand. We were an open people, or we were nothing. We were a liberalizing power, or we were the most pretentious sham in history. But we seemed to be forgetting that liberal idea for which we stood. We swaggered now like owners, forgetting that we were only trustees for mankind. We were becoming a boastful and a sprawling people. The idea of grabbing half the world and then shutting other peoples out with tariffs was, Oswald was losing self-control, a shoving tradesman's dream. And we were doing it, as one might expect a trust-organizing nail-maker, phrase rubbed in with needless emphasis, to do it. We were shoving about, treading on everybody's toes, and failing to educate, failing to arm. Yes, shoving, it was a good word. He did not mind how many times he used it. This dream of defying the world without an army, and dominating it without education. The Germans were at least logical in their swagger. If they shoved about, they also armed, and they educated. Anyhow, they trained. But we trod on everybody's toes, and tried to keep friends all round. So Oswald, under the moose, while Slingsby Darton did what he could by stabbing an objection at him now and again. It became clearer and clearer to Slingsby Darton that the only possibility before him of holding his own, short of throwing knives and glasses at Oswald, was to capture the offensive. "You complain of a panacea," he said, poking out 2 arresting fingers at Oswald. "That tariff reform is a panacea. But what of education? What of this education of yours? That also is a panacea." And just then, apt to his aid, came Walsall and the Bishop of Pinner from their table under the big, black, clerical-looking hippopotamus. Walsall was a naturalist, and had met Oswald in the days of his biological enthusiasm. The Bishop of Pinner had formerly been the Bishop of Tanganyika, and knew Oswald by repute. So they came over to greet him, and were at once seized upon as auxiliaries by Slingsby Darton. "We're getting heated over politics," said Slingsby Darton, indicating that at least Oswald was. "Everyone is getting heated over politics," said the bishop. "It's as bad as the Home Rule split. Sydenham's panacea is to save the world by education. He won't hear of economic organization." The bishop opened eyes and mouth at Oswald until he looked like the full moon. On that assertion of Slingsby Darton's, they drifted past the paying desk to the small smoking room, and there they had a great dispute about education, beneath a gallery audience, so to speak, composed of antelope, Barbary sheep, gnu, yaks, and a sea lion. Oswald had never realized before how passionately he believed in education. It was a revelation. He discovered himself. He wanted to tell these men they were uneducated. He did succeed in saying that Mr. Chamberlain was essentially an uneducated man. Walsall was a very trying opponent for a disputant of swift and passionate convictions. He had a judicial affectation, a Socratic pose. He was a gray, fluffy-headed man with large tortoiseshell spectacles and a general resemblance to a kind, wise owl. He liked to waggle his head slowly from side to side and smile. He liked to begin sentences with, "But have you thought?" or "I think you have overlooked," or "So far from believing that, I hold the exact converse." He said these things in a very suave voice, as though each remark was carefully dressed in oil before serving. He expressed grave doubts whether there was any benefit in education, any benefit whatever. But the argument that formed that evening's entertainment for the sea lion and those assorted ruminating artiodactyls was too prolonged and heated and discursive to interest any but the most sedulous reader. Every possible sort of heresy about education seemed loose that night for the affliction of Oswald. Slingsby Darton said, "Make men prosperous and education will come of its own accord." Walsall thought that the sort of people who benefited by education would get on anyhow. He thought knowledge was of value according to the difficulty one experienced in attaining it. Could any sane man really believe that? "I would persecute science," said Walsall, "and then it would be taken care of by enthusiasts." "But do you know," said Oswald, with an immense quiet in his manner, "that there is a British Empire, an empire with rather urgent needs?" Suppressed murmur from Slingsby Darton. "Then I don't see what your position is at all." Walsall disputed these needs. Weren't we all too much disposed to make the empire a thing of plan and will? An empire was a growth. It was like a man. It grew without taking thought. Presently it aged and decayed. We were not going to save the empire by taking thought. Slingsby Darton disregarded, now disagreeing with Walsall. "Germany takes thought," Oswald interjected. "To its own undoing, perhaps," said Walsall. The bishop's method of annoyance was even blander than Walsall's, and more exasperating to the fevered victim. He talked of the evils of an educated proletariat. For a stable community, only a certain proportion of educated people was advisable. You could upset the social balance by over-educating the masses. "We destroy good, honest, simple-souled workers in order to make discontented clerks." Oswald spluttered. "You must make a citizen in a modern population understand something of the state he belongs to." "Better faith," said the bishop. "Far better. Faith. Teach them a simple catechism." He had visited Russia. He had been to the coronation of the Tsar, a beautiful ceremony, only a little marred by a quite accidental massacre of some of the spectators. Those were the days before the Russo-Japanese War and the coming of the Duma. There was much to admire in Russia, the good bishop declared, much to learn. Russia was the land of Mary, great-souled and blessed. Ours, alas, was the land of bustling Martha. Nothing more enviable than the political solidarity of Russia. After our warring voices, time after time I asked myself, aren't we Westerns on the wrong track? Here is something great and growing greater, something simple. Here is obedience and a sort of primitive contentment, trust in the little white Father, belief in God. Here Christianity lives indeed. About 11 o'clock, Walsall was propounding a paradox. "All this talk of education," he said, "reminds me of the man who tried to lift himself by his own ears. How, I ask myself, can a democracy such as ours take an intelligent interest in its destiny unless it is educated, and how can it educate itself unless it takes an intelligent interest in its destiny? How escape that dilemma?" "A community," said Oswald, grappling with this after a moment, "a community isn't one mind. It's a number of minds, some more intelligent, some less. It's a perpetual flow of new minds." Then something gave way within him. "We sit here," he said, in a voice so full of fury that the mouth of the bishop fell open, "and while we talk this half-witted, half-clever muck to excuse ourselves from getting the nation into order, the sands run out of the glass. The time draws near when the empire will be challenged." He stood up abruptly. "Have you any idea," he said, "what the empire might be? Have you thought of these hundreds of millions to whom we might give light, had we light? Are we to be a possessing and profit-hunting people because we have not the education to be a leaderly people? Are we to do no better than Rome and Carthage and loot the provinces of the world? Loot or education, that is the choice of every imperial opportunity. All England, I find, is echoing with screams for a loot. Have none of us vision? None." The bishop shook his head sadly. The man, he thought, was raving. "What is this vision of yours?" sneered Walsall. 10,000 professors." "After all," said Slingsby Darton with a weary insidiousness, "we do not differ about our fundamental idea. You must have funds, you must endow your schools. Without tariff reform to give you revenue—" But Oswald was not going to begin over again. "I ought to be in bed," he said, looking at his watch. "My doctor sends me to bed at 10. "My God," he whispered, as he put on his coat under the benevolent supervision of an exceptionally fine Indian buffalo. "What is to happen to the empire?" he cried, going out into the night and addressing himself to the moon, to the monument which commemorates the heroic incompetence of the Duke of York, and to an interested hansom cabby. "What is to happen to the empire when these are its educated opinions?" End of section 12. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, November 28, 2021. Section 13 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 9th, Oswald Takes Control, Part 2. 5. But it is high time that Joan and Peter came back into this narrative, for this is their story. It bears their names on its covers and on its back and on its title page and at the head of each left-hand page. It has been necessary to show the state of mind, the mental condition, the outlook of their sole guardian when their affairs came into his hands. This done, they now return by telephone. Oswald had not been back in the comfortable sitting room at the Climax Club for 10 minutes before he was rung up by Mr. Sycamore and reminded of his duty to his young charges. A club page called Mr. Sydenham to the receiver in his bedroom. In those days, the telephone was still far from perfection. It had not been in general use for a decade. Mr. Sycamore was audible as a still, small voice. "Mr. Sydenham, Sycamore speaking." "No need to be," said Oswald. "You haven't been speaking to me." "Who am I speaking to? I want Mr. Sydenham, Sycamore speaking." "I'm Mr. Sydenham. Who are you? No need to be sick of your speaking, so far as I'm concerned. I've only just been called to the telephone." "Your solicitor, Sycamore, Sycamore. "Oh, righto. How are you, Mr. Sycamore? I'm Sydenham. How are those children?" "Hope you're well, Mr. Sydenham." "Gaudy, in a way. How are you?" "I've been with Lady Charlotte today. I don't know if you've heard anything of—" Wop, wop, winnick. Silence. After a little difficulty, communication with Mr. Sycamore was partially restored. I say partially because his voice had now become very small and remote indeed.
"I was saying I don't know if you understand anything of the present state of affairs."
"Nothing," said Oswald. "Fire ahead."
"Can you hear me distinctly? I find you almost inaudible."
Remonstrances with the exchange led after a time to slightly improved communications.
You were saying something about a fire," said Mr. Sycamore.
"I said nothing about a fire. You were saying something about the children."
Well, things are in a very confused state, Mr. Sydenham. I hope you mean to take hold of their education. These children are not being educated. They are being fought over."
"Who's thinking over them?"
"No one. But the Mrs. Stubland and Lady Charlotte are fighting over them. Fighting. I want you to think over them. You, yes, think, yes. Both clever children, great waste if they are not properly educated. Matters are really urgent. I have been with Lady Charlotte today. You know she kidnapped them."
"Kidnapped?" A bright girlish voice, an essentially happy voice, cut into the conversation at this point.
3 minutes up," it said.
Empire-building language fell from Oswald. In some obscure way this feminine intervention was swept aside, and talk was resumed with Mr. Sycamore. It continued to be a fragmentary talk, and for a time the burthen of some unknown lady complaining to an unknown friend about the behavior of a third unknown, named George, stated to lack gumption, interwove with the main theme. But Mr. Sycamore did succeed in conveying to Oswald a sense of urgency about the welfare of his two charges. Immediate attention was demanded. They were being neglected. The girl was ill.
"I would like to talk it over with you as soon as possible," said Mr. Sycamore.
"Can you come and breakfast here at 8?" said the man from the tropics.
9:30,
said the Londoner, and the talk closed. The talk ended, but for a time the bell of Oswald's telephone remained in an agitated state, giving little nervous rings at intervals. When he answered these, the exchange said,
"Number, please."
And when he said, "You rang me," the exchange said,
"Oh, no, we didn't."
"An empire," whispered Oswald, sitting on the edge of his bed, "which cannot even run a telephone service efficiently. Education." He tried to recall his last speech at the club. Had he ranted? What had they thought of it? What precisely had he said? While they sat and talked muck, his memory was unpleasantly insistent upon that muck. The sands ran out of the hourglass. A new generation grew up. Had he said that? That was the point of it all, about the new generation. A new generation was growing up, and we were doing nothing to make it wiser, more efficient, to give it a broader outlook than the generation that had blundered into and blundered through the Boer War. Had he said that? That was what he ought to have said. 6. For a long time he sat on his bed, blank-minded and too tired to finish undressing. He got to bed at last, but not to sleep. He found that the talk in the club had disturbed his mind almost unendurably. It had pointed and endorsed everything that he had been trying not to think about the old country. Now, too weary and too excited to sleep, he turned over and over again, unprofitably and unprogressively, the tangled impressions of his return to England. How many millions of such hours of restless questioning must have been spent by wakeful Englishmen in the dozen years between the Boer War and the Great War? How many nocturnally scheming brains must have explored the complicated maze of national dangers, national ambitions, and national ineptitude? If Wake Up England sowed no great harvest of change in the daylight, It did at any rate produce large phantom crops at night. He argued with Walsall over and over again, sometimes wide awake and close to the point, sometimes drowsily, with the discussion becoming vague and strangely misshapen and incoherent. Was Walsall right? Was it impossible to change the nature and quality of a people? Must we English always be laggards in peace and blunderers in war? Were our achievements accidents and our failures essential? Was slackness in our blood? Surely a great effort might accomplish much. A great effort to reorganize political life, to improve national education, to make the press a better instrument of public thought and criticism, to which Walsall answered again with, "How can a democratic community take an intelligent interest in its destinies unless it is educated? And how can it educate itself unless it takes an intelligent interest in its destinies?" Oswald groaned and turned over in bed. Thought passed by insensible degrees into dreaming, and dreaming shallowed again to wakefulness. Always he seemed to be arguing with Walsall and the bishop for education and effort. Nevertheless, now vaguely apprehended as an atmospheric background, now real and close, the black forest of his African nightmare was about him. Always he was struggling on, and always he was hoping to see, down some vista, the warm gleam of daylight, the promise of the open. And Walsall, a vast forest owl with enormous spectacles, kept getting in the way, flapping hands that were really great wings at him, and assuring him that there was no way out. None. "This forest is life. This forest will always be life. There is no other life. After all, it isn't such a very bad forest." Other figures, too, came and went. A gigantic bishop sitting back in an easy-chair blocked one hopeful vista, declaring that book learning only made the lower classes discontented and mischievous. And then a stupidly contented fat man smoking a fat cigar drove in a gig athwart the line of march. He said nothing. He just drove his gig. Then somehow an automobile came in, a most hopeful means of escape, except that it had broken down, and Oswald was trying to repair it in spite of the jeering of an elderly gentleman in a white waistcoat. Suddenly the whole forest swarmed with children. There were countless children. There were just 2 children. Instead of a multitudinous expedition, Oswald found himself alone in the black jungle with just 2 children, 2 white and stunted children, who were dying for the air and light. No one had cared for them. One was ill, seriously ill. Unless the way out was found, they could not live. They were Dolly's children, his wards, but what was he to do for them? Then, far ahead, he saw the light of the great conflagration, that light that promised to be daylight and became a fire. "Black coffee," said Oswald during one of the wide-awake intervals. "Cigars, talk, overexcited. I ought to be more careful. I forget how flimsy I am still. I must get my mind off these things. I'll talk to old Sycamore tomorrow and see about this little Master Peter Stubland and his foster sister. I'll go into the matter thoroughly. I haven't thought of them before. I wonder if the boy still takes after Dolly. After all," he said, rolling over, "it's true. Education is the big neglected duty of the time. It's fundamental. And what am I doing? It's just England, England all over, to let that boy be dragged up. I ought to see about him now. I'll go down there. I'll go and stay with Aunt Charlotte for a day or so. I'll send her a wire tomorrow." 7. The quiet but observant life of old Cashel at Shastlands was greatly enlivened by the advent of Oswald. Signs of a grave and increasing agitation in the mind of Cashel's mistress became evident immediately after the departure of Mr. Sycamore. Manifestly, whatever that gentleman had said or done, old Cashel had been able to catch very little, had been of a highly stimulating nature. So soon as he was out of the house, Lady Charlotte abandoned her sofa and table, upsetting her tonic as she did so, and still wearing her dressing-gown and cap, proceeded to direct a hasty packing for Italy. Unwin became much agitated, and a housemaid being addressed as a perfect fool became a sniffing fount of tears. There was a running to and fro with trunks and tea-baskets, a ringing of bells, and minor orders were issued and countermanded. The carriage was summoned twice for an afternoon drive, and twice dismissed. When at last the lace peignoir was changed for a more suitable costume in which to take tea, Lady Charlotte came so near to actual physical violence that Unwin abruptly abandoned her quest of a perfect pose for wig and cap, and her ladyship surprised and delighted Cashel with a blonde curl cocked waggishly over one eye. She did not have tea until 5:30. She talked to herself with her hard blue eyes fixed on vacancy. "I will not stay here to be insulted," she said.
"Rampageous," whispered Cashel on the landing. "Rumbustious. What's it all about?" "Cashel," she said sharply, as he was taking away the tea things. "Milady." "Telephone to Mr. Grimes and ask him to take tickets as usual for myself and Unwin to Pallanza for tomorrow." It was terrible but pleasing to have to tell her that Mr. Grimes would now certainly have gone home from his office. "See that it is done tomorrow. Tomorrow I must catch the 11:47 for Charing Cross. I shall take lunch with me in the train. A wing of chicken, a drop of claret, perhaps a sandwich, gentleman's relish or shrimp paste, and a grape or so, a mere mouthful. I shall expect you to be in attendance to help with the luggage as far as Charing Cross." So she was going, after all. "Like a flight," mused Cashel. "What's after the old girl?" He grasped the situation a little more firmly next day. The preparations for assembling Lady Charlotte in the hall before departure were well forward at 11 o'clock, although there was no need to start for the station until the half hour. A brief telegram from Oswald, received about 10:30, had greatly stimulated these activities. Unwin, very white in the face, she always had a bilious headache when traveling was forward, and dressed in the peculiar speckled black dress and black hat that she considered most deterrent to foreign depravity, was already sitting stiffly in the hall with Lady Charlotte's purple-colored dressing-bag beside her, and Cashel, having seen to the roll of rugs, was now just glancing through the tea-basket to make sure that it was in order, when suddenly there was the flapping, rustling sound of a large woman in rapid movement upon the landing above, and Lady Charlotte appeared at the head of the stairs, all hatted, veiled, and wrapped for traveling. Her face was bright white with excitement. "Unwin, I want you," she cried. "Cashel, say I'm in bed. Say I'm ill and must not be disturbed. Say I've been taken ill." She vanished with the agility of a girl of 20, except that the landing was of a different opinion. The two servants heard her scuttle into her room and slam the door. There was a great moment of silence. "Oh, Lord!" Unwin rose with the sigh of a martyr, and taking the dressing-bag with her, the fittings alone were worth £40, and pressing her handkerchief to her aching brow, marched upstairs. Cashel, agape, was roused by the ringing of the front door bell. He opened to discover Mr. Oswald Sydenham, with one arm in a sling and a rug upon the other. "Hello, Cashel," he said. "I suppose my room isn't occupied. My telegram here? How's Lady Charlotte?" "Very poorly, sir," said Cashel. "She's had to take in her bed, sir." "Pity. Anything serious?" "A sudden attack, sir." Well, tell her I'm going to inflict myself upon her for a day or so. Just take my traps in, and I'll go on with this fly to Limpsfield. Say I'll be back to dinner." "Certainly, sir." The old man bustled out to get in the valise and Gladstone bag that constituted Oswald's luggage. When he came into the hall again, he found the visitor scrutinizing the tea-basket and the roll of rugs with his one penetrating eye in a manner that made him dread a question. But Oswald never questioned servants. On this occasion only, he winked at one. "Nothing wrong with the arm, sir?" asked old Cashel. "Nothing," said Oswald, still looking markedly at the symptoms of imminent travel. He went out to the fly, stood ready to enter it, and then swiveled round very quickly and looked up at his aunt's bedroom window in time to catch an instant impression of a large, anxious face regarding him. "Ah," said Oswald, and returned smiling grimly into the hall. "Cashel," he called. "Sir?" "Her ladyship is up. Tell her I have a few words to say to her before she goes." "Beg pardon, sir." "Look here, Cashel, you do what I tell you." "I'll tell Miss Unwin, sir." He went upstairs, leaving Oswald still thinking over the rugs. Yes, she was off. She had got everything: pointed alpine sticks, tea-basket, travelling-camp stool. It must be Switzerland or Italy for the winter at least. A great yearning to see his aunt with his own eye came upon Oswald. He followed Cashel upstairs quietly but swiftly, and found him in a hasty whispered consultation with Unwin on the second landing. "Oh, my head'll burst, bang," Unwin was saying. "Her ladyship, sir," she began at the sight of Oswald. "Shh," he said to her, and held her and Cashel silent with an uplifted forefinger, while he listened to the sounds of a large, powerful woman going to bed swiftly and violently in her clothes. "I must go in to her, sir," said Unwin, breaking the silence. "Poor dear, it's a very sudden attack." The door opened and closed upon Unwin. "Lock the door on him, you idiot!" they heard Lady Charlotte shout, too late. The hated and dreaded visage of Oswald appeared, looking round the corner of the door into the great lady's bedroom. Her hat had been flung aside. She was tying on an unconvincing nightcap over her great blonde travelling wig. Her hastily assumed nightgown betrayed the agate brooch at her neck. "How dare you, sir?" she cried at the sight of him. You're not ill? You're going to cut off to Italy this afternoon. What have you done to my wards? A lady's sick room. Sacred, sir. Have you no sense of decency? Is it measles, Auntie? Go away. I daren't. If I leave you alone in this country for a year or two, you're bound to get into trouble. What am I to do with you? Unbecoming intrusion. You ought to be stopped by the Foreign Office. You'll lead to a war with Italy. Go for a doctor, Cashel, she cried aloud in her great voice. Go for the doctor. Lady, very faintly from the landing. And countermand the station cab, Cashel, said Oswald. If you do anything of the sort, Cashel, she cried, and sitting up in bed clutched the sheets with such violence that a large spring-sided boot became visible at the foot of the bed. The great lady had gone to bed in her boots. Aunt and nephew both glared at this revelation in an astonished silence. How can you, Auntie? Said Oswald. If I choose, said Lady Charlotte. If I choose. Oh, go away. Back to dinner, said Oswald sweetly, and withdrew. He was still pensive upon the landing when Unwin appeared to make sure that the station cab was not countermanded. Under the circumstances, he was not surprised to find, on his return from the Inglenook, that he was now the only occupant of Chastlands. Aunt Charlotte had fled, leaving behind a note that had evidently been written before his arrival. My dear nephew, I am sorry that my arrangements for going abroad this winter, already made, prevent my welcoming you home for this uninvited and totally unexpected visit. I am sure Cashel and the other servants will take good care of you. You seem to know the way to their good graces. There are many things I should have liked to talk over with you if you had given me due and proper notice of your return, as you ought to have done, instead of leaving it to a solicitor to break the glad tidings to me, followed by a sixpenny telegram. As it is, I shall just miss you. I have to go, and I cannot wait. All my arrangements are made. I suppose it is idle to expect civility from you, ever, or the slightest attention to the convenances. The Sydenhams have never shown in manners. Well, I hope you will take those two poor children quite out of the hands of those smoking, blaspheming, nightgown-wearing Limpsfield women. They are utterly unfit for such a responsibility. Utterly. I would not trust a pauper brat in their hands. The children require firm treatment, the girl especially, or they will be utterly spoilt. She is deceitful and dishonest, as one might expect. She gave Mrs. Pybus a very trying time indeed, catching measles deliberately, and so converting the poor woman's house into a regular hospital. I fear for her later. I have done my best for them both. No doubt you will find it all spun into a fine tale, but I trust your penetration to see through a tissue of lies, however plausible it may seem at the first blush. I am glad to think you are now to relieve me of a serious responsibility, though how a single man not related to her in the slightest degree can possibly bring up a young girl, even though illegitimate, without grave scandal, passes my poor comprehension. No doubt I am an old-fashioned old fool nowadays. Thank God, I beg to be excused. Your affectionate aunt, Charlotte. Towards the end of this note, her ladyship's highly angular handwriting betrayed, by an enhanced size and considerable irregularity, a deflection from her customary calm. 8. Oswald knocked for some time at the open green door of the Inglenook before attracting anyone's attention. Then a small, but apparently only, servant appeared, a little round-faced creature who looked up hard into Oswald's living eye, as though she didn't quite like the other. She explained that Miss Phyllis was not at home, and that Miss Phoebe mustn't be disturbed. Miss Phoebe was working. Miss Phyllis had gone away with Mary. Who's Mary? Said Oswald. Well, sir, it's Mary who always has been here, sir. To Windsor to be with Miss Joan. And it's orders no one's allowed to upset Miss Phoebe when she's writing, not even Lady Charlotte Sydenham, sir. I dursn't give your name, sir, even. I dursn't. Except, she added reverentially, it's death or a fire. You aren't the piano, perhaps? She asked. Oswald had to confess he wasn't. The little servant looked sorry for him. And that was, in truth, the inexorable law now of the Inglenook. Aunt Phoebe was taking herself very seriously, as became a thinker whose stitchwoman papers, deep, high, and occasionally broad in thought, were running into a sale of tens of thousands. So she sat hard and close at her writing-table from 9:30 to 12 every morning, secluded and defended from all the world, correcting, musing deeply over, and occasionally reading aloud the proofs of the third series of Stitchwoman papers. Old Groombridge, the occasional gardener, used to listen outside in awe and admiration. "My word, but she do give it to him," old Groombridge used to say.
Oswald perceived that there was nothing to do but wait. "I'll wait," he said, "downstairs."
"I suppose I ought to let you in,"
said the little servant, evidently seeking advice. "Oh, decidedly," said Oswald, and entered the room in which he had parted from Dolly 6 years ago. The door closed behind the little servant, and Oswald found himself in a house far more heavily charged with memories than he could have expected. The furniture had been but little altered. It was the morning time again. The shadow masses fell in the same places. It had just the same atmosphere of quiet expectation it had had on that memorable day before the door beyond had opened, and Dolly had appeared, subdued and ashamed, to tell him of the act that severed them forever. How living she seemed here by virtue of those inanimate things. Had that door opened now, he would have expected to see her standing there again. And he was alive still, strong and active, altered just a little by a touch of fever and 6 short years of experience, but the same thing of impulse and desire and anger. And she had gone beyond time and space, beyond hunger or desire. He had walked between this window and this fireplace on these same bricks on which he was pacing now, spitting abuse at her, a man mad with shame and thwarted desire. Never had he forgiven her, or stayed his mind to think what life had been for her until she was dead. That outbreak, with gesticulating hands and an angry, grimacing face, had been her last memory of him. What a broken image he had made of himself in her mind. And now he could never set things right with her, never tell her of his belated understanding and pity. "I was a weak thing, confused and torn between my motives. Why did you who were my lover, why did you not help me after I had stumbled?" So the still phantom in that room reproached him, a phantom of his own creation, for Dolly had never reproached him. To the end, she had had no reproaches in her heart for anyone but herself because of their disaster. "Hold tight to love, little people," he whispered. "Hold tight to love. But we don't. Never before had Oswald so felt the tremendous pitifulness of life. He felt that if he stayed longer in this room, he must cry out. He walked to the garden door and stood looking at the empty flagstone path between the dahlias and sunflowers. It was all as if he had but left it yesterday, except for the heartache that now mingled with the sunshine. Pat, whack, pat, whack. He scarcely heeded that rhythmic noise. Peter had gone out of his head altogether. He walked slowly along the pathway toward the little arbor that overhung the weald. Then, turning, he discovered Peter with a bat in his hand, regarding him. Directly Oswald saw Peter, he marveled that he had not been eager to see him before. The boy was absurdly like Dolly. He had exactly the same smile, and directly he saw the gaunt figure of his one-eyed guardian, he cried out, "It's Nobby!" with a voice that might have been hers. There was a squeak of genuine delight in his voice. He wasn't at all the sturdy little thing in a pinafore that Oswald remembered. He seemed indeed, at the first glance, just a thin, flat-chested little Dolly in gray flannel trousers. He had obviously been bored before this happy arrival of Oswald. He had been banging a rubber ball against the scullery with a cricket bat and counting hits and misses. It is a poor entertainment. Oswald did not realize how green his memory had been kept by the Bungo Peter saga, and Peter's prompt recognition after 6 years flattered him. The two approached one another slowly, taking each other in. "You remember me?" said Oswald superfluously. "Don't I just? You promised me a lion's skin." "So I did." He could not bear to begin this new relationship as a defaulter. "It's on its way to you," he equivocated, making secret plans. Peter, tucking his bat under his arm and burying his hands in his trouser pockets, drew still nearer. At a distance of 4 feet or thereabouts, he stopped short, and Oswald stopped short. Peter regarded this still incredible homecomer with his head a little on one side. "It was you used to tell me stories." "You don't remember my telling you stories?" "I do. About the Baganda who live in Uganda. Don't you remember how you used to put out my Zulus and my elephants and lions on the floor and say it was Africa? You taught us roaring like lions, Joan and me. Don't you remember?" Oswald remembered. He remembered himself on all fours with the children on the floor of the sunny playroom upstairs, and someone sometimes standing, sometimes sitting above the game, someone who listened as keenly as the children, someone at whom he talked about that world of lakes as large as seas, and of trackless, sunless forests, and of park-like glades and wildernesses of flowers, and about strings of loaded porters, and of encounters with marveling people who had never before set eyes on a European. 9. The idea that the guardianship of Peter was just a little duty to be seen to vanished at the sight of him in favor of the realization of a living relationship. There are moments when small boys of 10 in perfect health and condition can look the smallest, flimsiest, and most pathetic of created things, and at the same time preternaturally valiant and intelligent. They take on a likeness to sacred flames that may at any moment flicker out. More particularly does this unconscious camouflage of delicacy occur in the presence of parents and guardians already in a state of self-reproach and emotional disorder. Mr. Grimes, with an eye to growth, had procured a gray flannel suit a little too large for Peter. But it never occurred to Oswald that the misfit could be due to anything but a swift and ominous shrinkage of the boy. He wanted to carry him off forthwith to beer and cream and sea-bathing. But these were feelings he knew he must not betray. "I must tell you some more stories," he said. "I've come back to England to live." "Here?" brightly. "Well, near here, but I shall see a lot of you now, Peter." "I'll like that," said Peter. "I've often thought of you." A pause. "You broken your arm?" said Peter. "Not so bad as that. I've got to have some bits of shell taken out." "That Egyptian shell, when you got the V.C." "I never told you of the Egyptian shell?" asked Oswald. "Mummy did, once, long ago." Another pause. "This garden's not so greatly altered, Peter," said Oswald. "There's a friendship's garden up that end," said Peter, indicating the end by a movement of his head. "But it isn't much. Aunt Phoebe started it and forgot it. Everyone who came was to plant something. And me and Joan have gardens, but they've got all weedy now." "Let's have a look at it all," said Oswald, and guardian and ward strolled towards the steep. "The dahlias are splendid this year," Oswald remarked, "and these Japanese roses are covered with berries. Splendid, aren't they? One can make a jelly of them, quite a good jelly. And let me see, wasn't there a little summer house at the end of this path where one looked over the Weald? Ah, here it is, hardly changed at all." He sat down. Here he had talked with Dolly and taken her hand. He bestirred himself to talk. "And exactly how old are you now, Peter?" 10 years and 2 months, said Peter. "We'll have to find a school for you." "Have you been in Africa since I saw you?" Peter asked, avoiding the topic. "Since you saw me going off," said Oswald, and the man glanced at the boy, and the boy glanced at the man, and each was wondering what the other remembered. "I've been in Uganda all the time. There's been fighting and working. Some day you must go to Uganda and see all that has been done. We've made a good railway and good roads and telegraphs. We've put down robbers and cruelty." "And shot a lot of lions?" "Plenty. The lions were pretty awful for a bit, about Nairobi and along the line." "Shot 'em when they were coming at you?" "One was coming straight at me." "That's my skin," said Peter. Oswald made no answer. "I'd like to go to Africa," said Peter. "You shall." He decided to begin at once upon his neglected task of making an imperial citizen, according to the ideas that prevailed before the advent of the new imperialism. "That sort of thing," he said, "is what we Englishmen are for, you know, Peter, what our sort of Englishman is for, anyhow. We have to go about the world and make roads and keep the peace and see fair play. We've got to kill big beasts and climb hard mountains. That's the job of the Englishman. He's a sort of policeman, a sort of working guardian, not a nosy slave driver trying to get rich. He chases off slave drivers. All the world's his beat. India, Africa, China, and the East, all the seas of the world. This little fat green country, all trim and tidy and set with houses and gardens, isn't much of a land for a man, you know, unless he's an invalid. It's a good land to grow up in and come back to die in, or rest in, but in between, no." "No," said Peter, "no." "But you haven't come back to die, Uncle Nobby." "No fear. But I've had to come back. I'm resting. This old arm, you know, and all that sort of thing, just for a time. And besides, I want to see a lot of you." "Yes." "You have to grow up here and learn all you can, science and all sorts of things, so that you can be a useful man wherever you have to go." "Africa," said Peter. "Africa, perhaps. And that's why one has to go to school and college and learn all about it." "They haven't taught me much about it yet," said Peter. "Well, you haven't been to much in the way of schools," said Oswald. "Are there better schools?" "No end. We're going to find one," said Oswald. "I wish school was over," said Peter. "Why, you've got no end to learn yet." "I want to begin," said Peter, looking out across the tumbled gentleness of the Weald. "Begin school?
No, begin. Africa, India, doing things. School first, said Oswald. Are there schools where you learn about guns and animals and mountains and foreign people? Said Peter. There must be, said Oswald. We'll find something. Where you don't do Latin and parsing and extraction of the square root? Oh, those things have their place. Did you have to do them, Uncle Nobby? Rather. Were they useful to you? At times, in a way. Of course, those things are good as training, you know, awfully good. Harden up the mental muscles, Peter. Peter made no reply to that. Presently, Peter said, Shall I learn about machines? When you've done some mathematics, Peter. I'd like to fly, said Peter. That's far away yet. There was a boy at that school. His father was an engineer, and he said that flying machines were coming quite soon. This was beyond Oswald's range. The French have got a balloon that steers about, he said. That's as near as we're likely to come to flying for a long time yet. And this boy said that he meant a real flying machine, not a balloon. It was to be heavier in the air. It would fly like a kite or a bird. I doubt if we'll see that in my lifetime, said Oswald, or yours, blind to the fate that had marked Peter for its own. Said Peter, with a shadow falling upon one of his brightest dreams. Nobby ought to know these things. His word ought surely to be final. Still, after all, this chap's father was an engineer. I'd love to fly, said Peter. 10. Something with the decorative effect of a broad processional banner in a very high church indeed appeared upon the flagstone path. It was Aunt Phoebe. She had come out into the garden half an hour before her usual time, but indeed from the moment when she had heard Oswald and Peter talking in the garden below, she had been unable to write more. After some futile attempts to pick up the lost thread of her discourse, she had gone to her bedroom and revised her toilet, which was often careless in the morning, so as to be more expressive of her personality. She was wearing a long jiba-like garment with a richly embroidered yoke. She had sandals over her brown stockings, and rather by way of symbol of authorship than for any immediate use, she bore a big leather portfolio. There was, moreover, now a gold-mounted fountain pen amidst the other ingredients of the cheerful chatelaine that had once delighted Peter's babyhood. She seemed a fuller, more confident person than Oswald remembered. She came eloquent with apologies. I have to make an inexorable rule, she said, against disturbances, as if I were a man-writer instead of a mere woman. Between 9 and 1, I am a woman enclosed, cloistered, refused, sacred hours of self-completeness, unspeakably precious to me. Visitors are not even announced. It is a law inflexible. We must all respect our work, said Oswald. It's over now, said Aunt Phoebe, smiling like the sun after clouds. It's over now for the day. I am just human until tomorrow again. You are writing a book? Oswald asked, rather ineptly. The Stitch Woman, Series 3. Much is expected, much must be given. I am the slave now of a following. Aunt Phoebe went to the wall and stood with her fine profile raised up over the view. She was a little breathless and twitching slightly, but very magnificent. Most of her hair was tidy. Our old Weald, does it look the same? She asked. Quite the same, said Oswald, standing up beside her. But not to me, she said. Indeed, not to me. To me, every day, it is different. Always wide, always wonderful, but different, always different. I know it so well. Oswald felt she had worked a catch on him. He was faintly nettled. Still, he said, fundamentally one must recognize that it's the same Weald. I wonder, said Aunt Phoebe suddenly, looking at him very intently, and then, as if she tasted the word, fundamentally. I don't know, she added. Oswald was too much annoyed to reply. And what do you think of your new charge? She asked. I don't know whether Peter quite understands that yet. The young squire goes to the men. He casts aside childish things and rides out in his little caparison to join the ranks. Do you know that, Peter? Mr. Sydenham is now your sole guardian. Peter looked at Oswald and smiled shyly, and his cheeks flushed. I think we shall get on together, said Oswald. Would that it ended there. You take the girl too? It is not my doing, said Oswald. Aunt Phoebe addressed the Weald. Poor Dolly! So it is that the mother soul cheats itself. Through the ages, always self-abnegation for the woman. She turned to Oswald. If she had had time to think, I am certain she would not have excluded women from this trust. Certain. What have men to do with education? With the education of a woman more particularly, the greater from the less. But the thing is done. It has been a great experiment, a wonderful experiment. Teaching, I learnt, but I doubt if you will understand that." There was a slight pause. "What exactly was the nature of the experiment?" asked Oswald modestly. "Feminine influence, dominant." Oswald considered. "I don't know if you include Lady Charlotte," he threw out. "Oh," said Aunt Phoebe. "But she has played her part, I gather." "Feminine, no. She is completely a man-made woman, quintessentially the pampered squaw, holding her position by her former charms, a sex residuum relict. This last outrage, an incident merely. Her course of action was dictated for her. A man, a mere solicitor, one Grimes, the flimsiest creature, an aspen leaf, but male. Stern thoughts kept Aunt Phoebe silent for a time. Then she remarked very quietly, "I shook him well." "I hope still to have the benefit of your advice," said Oswald gravely. "Nay," she said, but she was pleased. "A shy comment, perhaps, but the difference will be essential. Don't expect me to guide you as you would wish to be guided. That phase is over between men and women. We hand the children over, since the law will have it so. Take them." And then, addressing the Weald, Aunt Phoebe in vibrating accents uttered a word that was to be the keynote of a decade of feminine activities. "The vote," said Aunt Phoebe, getting a wonderful emotional buzz into her voice. "The vote." 11. So it was that Oswald found himself fully invested with his responsibilities. There was a terrifying suggestion in Aunt Phoebe's manner that he would presently have to clap Peter's hat on, make up a small bundle of Peter's possessions, and fare forth with him into the wide world, picking up the convalescent at Windsor on the way, but that was a misapprehension of Aunt Phoebe's intentions, and, after all, it was Peter's house and garden, if it came to that. For a time, at least, things could go on as they were, but the task of direction was now fully his. Whether these two young people were properly educated or not, whether they too became slackers and inadequate, or worthy citizens of this great empire, rested now entirely in his hands. "They must have the best," he said. The best was not immediately apparent. From Chastelain's and his 2 rooms at the Climax Club, Oswald conducted his opening researches for the educational best, and whenever he was at Chastelain's, he came over nearly every day to the Inglenook on his bicycle. It was a well-remembered road. Scarcely was there a turn in it that did not recall some thought of the former time when he had ridden over daily for a sight of Dolly. He would leave his bicycle in a clump of gorse by the high road that was surely an outgrown fragment of the old bush in which he had been wont to leave it 6 years before. He would walk down the same rusty path, and his heart would quicken as it used to quicken at the thought of seeing Dolly. But presently Peter began to oust Dolly from his thoughts. Sometimes Peter would be standing waiting for him by the high road. Sometimes Peter, mounted on a little outgrown bicycle, would meet him on the purple common halfway. A man and a boy of 10 are perhaps better company than a man and a boy of 15. There's so much less egotism between them. At any rate, Peter and Oswald talked of education and travel and politics and philosophy with unembarrassed freedom. Oswald, like most childless people, had had no suspicion of what the gray matter of a bright little boy's brain can hold. He was amazed at Peter's views and curiosities. It was Oswald's instinct never to talk down to man, woman, or child. He had never thought about it, but if you had questioned him, he would have told you that that was the sort of thing one didn't do. And this instinct gave him a wide range of available companionship. Peter had never conceived such good company as Oswald. You could listen to Oswald for hours. They discoursed upon every topic out of dreamland, and sometimes they came very close even to that dreamland where Bungo Peter adventured immortally. Oswald would feel a transfiguring presence, a touch of fantasy, and half suspect their glorious companion. Much of their talk was a kind of storytelling. "How should we go to the Congo forest?" Peter would ask. "Would one go by Nairobi?" "No, that's the other way. We'd have to go..." And forthwith Nobby and Peter were getting their stuff together and counting how many porters they would need. "One day, perhaps, we'd come upon a place fested with crocodiles," Peter would say. "We would. You would be pushing rather ahead of the party, with your guns, looking for anything there might be, pushing through tall reeds far above your head," Oswald would oblige. "You'd be with me," insisted Peter. It was really storytelling. It was Peter's habit in those days, when he was alone, to meditate on paper. He would cover sheet after sheet with rapidly drawn scenes of adventure. One day Oswald found himself figuring in one of these dream pictures. He and Peter were leading an army in battle. Capture of 10 war elephants was the legend thereon. But he realized How clearly the small boy saw him! Nothing was spared of the darkened, browless side of his face, with its asymmetrical glass eye. The figure of him was very long and lean and bent, with its arm still in its old sling, and it was drawn manifestly with the utmost confidence and admiration and love. Peter's hostility to schools was removed very slowly. The lessons at High Cross had scarred him badly, and about Miss Mills clung associations of the utmost dreariness. Still, it was Oswald's instinct to consult the young man on his destiny. "There's a lot you don't know yet," said Oswald. "Can't I read it out of books?" asked Peter. "You can't read everything out of books," said Oswald. "There's things you ought to see and handle, and things you can only learn by doing." Oswald wanted Peter to plan his own school. Peter considered. "I'd like lessons about the insides of animals, and about the people in foreign countries, and how engines work, and all that sort of thing." "Then we must find a school for you where they teach all that sort of thing," said Oswald, as though it was merely a question of ordering goods from the civil service stores. He had much to learn yet about education. 12. But Oswald was still only face to face with the half of his responsibility. One morning he found Peter at the schoolroom table very busy cutting big letters out of white paper. Beside him was a long strip of turkey twill from the dressing-up box that the Inglenook had plagiarized from the Sheldricks. "I'm getting ready for Joan," said Peter. "I'm going to put welcome on this for over the garden gate, and there's to be a triumphal arch." Hitherto, Peter had scarcely betrayed any interest in Joan at all. Now he seemed able to think of no one else, and Oswald found himself reduced abruptly from the position of center of Peter's universe to a mere helper in the decorations. But he was beginning to understand the small boy by this time, and he took the withdrawal of the limelight philosophically. When Aunt Phyllis and Joan arrived, they found the flagged path from the welcome gate festooned with chains of colored paper, bought with Peter's own pocket money and made by him and Oswald, with some slight assistance and much moral support from Aunt Phoebe in the evening, to the door. The triumphal arch had been achieved rather in the Gothic style by putting the movable badminton net posts into a sort of trousering of assorted oriental cloths from the dressing-up chest, and crossing two heads of giant Heracleum between them. Peter stood at the door, in the white satin suit his innocent vanity loved. Among other roles it had served for Bassanio, Prince Hal, and Antony over the body of Caesar, with a face of extraordinary solemnity. Behind him stood Uncle Nobby. Joan wasn't quite the Joan that Peter expected. She was still wan from her illness, and she had grown several inches. She was as tall as he, and she was white-faced, so that her hair seemed blacker than ever, and her eyes were big and lustrous. She came walking slowly down the path with her eyes wide open. There was a difference, he felt, in her movement as she came forward, though he could not have said what it was. There was more grace in Joan now, and less vigor. But it was the same Joan's voice that cried, "Oh, Peter, it's lovely!" She stood before him for a moment, and then threw her arms about him. She hugged him and kissed him, and Uncle Nobby knew that it was the smear of High Cross School that made him wriggle out of her embrace and not return her kisses. But immediately he took her by the hand. "It's better in the playroom, Joan," he said. "All right, Joan, go on with him," said Oswald, and came forward to meet Aunt Phyllis. Aunt Phoebe was on the staircase, a little aloof from these things, as became a woman of intellect, and behind Aunt Phyllis came Mary, and behind Mary came the Limpsfield cabman with Aunt Phyllis's trunk upon his shoulder, and demolished the triumphal arch. But Peter did not learn of that disaster until later, and then he did not mind. It had served its purpose. The playroom, it was the old nursery rechristened, was indeed better. It was all glorious, with paper chains of green and white festooned from corner to corner. On the floor, to the right under the window, was every toy soldier that Peter possessed, drawn up in review array, a gorgeous new Scots grey band in the front that Oswald had given him. But that was nothing. The big armchair had been drawn out into the middle of the room, and on it was Peter's own lion skin. And a piece of red stair carpet had been put for Joan to go up to the throne upon, and beside the throne was a little table, and on the table was a tinsel robe from Clarkson's, and a wonderful gilt crown and a scepter. Oswald had brought them along that morning. "The crown is for you, Joan," said Peter. "The scepter was bought for you." Little white-faced Joan stood stockishly with the crown in one hand and the scepter in the other. "Put the crown on, Joan," said Peter. "It's yours. It's a restoration ceremony." But she didn't put it on. "It's lovely, and it's lovely," whispered Joan in a sort of rapture, and stared about her incredulously with her big dark eyes. It was home again, home, and Mrs. Pybus had passed like an evil dream in the night. She had never really believed it possible before that Mrs. Pybus could pass away. Even while Aunt Phyllis and Mary had been nursing her, Mrs. Pybus had hovered in the background, like something more enduring, waiting for them to pass away as inexplicably as they had come. Joan had heard the whining voice upon the stairs every day, and always while she was ill, and once Mrs. Pybus had come and stood by her bedside, and remarked like one who maintains an argument, "She'll be happy enough here when she's better again." No more Mrs. Pybus, no more whining scoldings, no more unexpected slaps and having to go to bed supperless, no more measles and uneasy misery in a bed with gray sheets, no more dark dreadful sayings that lurked in the mind like jungle beasts. She was home with Peter, out of that darkness. And yet, outside was the darkness still. "Joan," said Peter, trying to rouse her, "there's a cake, like a birthday, for tea." When Oswald came in, she was still holding the gilt crown in her hand. She let Peter take it from her and put it on her head, still staring incredulously about her. She took the scepter limply. Peter was almost gentle with this strange, staring Joan. 13. For some days, Oswald regarded Joan as a grave and thoughtful child. She seemed to be what country people call old-fashioned. She might have been a changeling. He did not hear her laugh once, and she followed Peter about as if she was his shadow. Then, one day, as he cycled over from Chastlands, he heard a strange tumult proceeding from a little field on Master's farm, a marvelous mixture of familiar and unfamiliar sounds, an uproar, wonderful as though a tinker's van had met a school treat and the twain had got drunk together. The source of this row was hidden from him by a little coppice, and he dismounted and went through the wood to investigate. Joan and Peter had discovered a disused cowshed with a sloping roof of corrugated iron, and they had also happened upon an abandoned kettle and 2 or 3 tin cans. They were now engaged in hurling these latter objects onto the resonant roof, down which they rolled thunderously, only to be immediately returned. Joan was no longer a slip of pensive dignity. Peter was no longer a marvel of intellectual curiosities. They were both shrieking their maximum. Oswald had never before suspected Joan of an exceptionally full voice, nor Peter of so vast a wealth of gurgling laughter. "Keep the pot a-boilin'," yelled Joan. "Keep the pot a-boilin'." "Who?" cried Peter. "Who? Go it, Joan! Wow!" And then, to crown the glory, the kettle burst. It came into 2 pieces. That was too perfect. The 2 children staggered back. Each seized a half of the kettle and kicked it deliberately. Then they rolled away and fell on their stomachs amidst the grass, kicking their legs in the air. But the spirit of rowdyism grows with what it feeds upon. "Oh, let's do something really awful," cried Joan. "Let's do something really awful, Peter." Peter's legs became still and stiff with interrogation. "Oh, Peter," said Joan, "if I could only smash a window. Throw a brick for a real window, a big glass window, just one glass window." "Where's a window?" said Peter, evidently in a highly receptive condition. From which pitch of depravity Oswald roused him by a prod in the back. 14. But after that, Joan changed rapidly. Color crept back into her skin, and a faintly rollicking quality into her bearing. She became shorter again, and visibly sturdier, and her hair frizzed more and stuck out more. Her laugh and her comments upon the world became an increasingly frequent embroidery upon the quiet of the ingle-nook. She seemed to have a delusion that Peter was just within earshot, but only just. Oswald wondered how far her recent experiences had vanished from her mind. He thought they might have done so altogether, until one day Joan took him into her confidence quite startlingly. He was smoking in the little arbor, and she came and stood beside him so noiselessly that he did not know she was there until she spoke. She was holding her hands behind her, and she was regarding the South Downs with a pensive frown. She was paying him the most beautiful compliment. She had come to consult him. "Mrs. Pybus said," she remarked, "that everyone who doesn't believe there's a God goes straight to hell." "I don't believe there's a God," said Joan, "and Peter knows there isn't." For a moment Oswald was a little taken aback by this simple theology. Then he said, "Do you think Peter's looked everywhere, Joan?" Then he saw the real point at issue. "One thing you may be sure about, Joan," he said, "and that is that there isn't a hell, which is rather a pity in its way, because it would be nice to think of this Mrs. Pybus of yours going there. But there's no hell at all. There's nothing more dreadful than the dreadful things in life. There's no need to worry about hell." That, he thought, was fairly conclusive. But Joan remained pensive, with her eyes still on the distant hills. Then she asked one of those unanswerable children's questions that are all implication, imputation, assumption, misunderstanding, and elision. "But if there isn't a hell," said Joan, "what does God do?" 15. It was after Joan had drifted away again from these theological investigations that Oswald, after sitting some time in silence, said aloud and with intense conviction, "I love these children." He was no longer a stranger in England. He had a living anchorage. He looked out over the autumnal glories of the Weald, dreaming intentions. These children must be educated. They must be educated splendidly. Oswald wanted to see Peter serving the Empire. The boy would have pluck. He had already the loveliest brain, and a sense of fun. And Joan? Oswald was perhaps not quite so keen in those days upon educating Joan. That was to come later. After all, the Empire, indeed the whole world of mankind, is made up of Joans and Peters. What the Empire is, what mankind becomes, is nothing but the sum of what we have made of the Joans and Peters. End of section 13. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, December 3, 2021.
Section 14 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. A Searching of Schoolmasters, Part 1. So it was that a systematic intention took hold of the lives of Joan and Peter. They had been snatched apart adventurously and disastrously out of the hands of an aimless and impulsive modernism, and dragged off into dusty and decaying corners of the Anglican system. Now they were to be rescued by this empire worshipper, this disfigured and suffering educational fanatic, and taught. What was there in Oswald's mind? His intentions were still sentimental and cloudy, but they were beginning to assume a firm and definite form. Just as the Uganda children were being made into civilized men and women according to the lights and means of the protectorate government, so these two children had to be made fit rulers and servants of the greatest empire in the world. They had to know all that a ruling race should know. They had to think and act as befitted a leading people. All this seemed to him the simple and obvious necessity of the case. But he was a sick man, fatigued much more readily than most men, given to moods of bitter irritability. He had little knowledge of how he might set about this task. He did not know what help was available and what was impossible. He made inquiries, and some were very absurd inquiries. He sought advice and talked to all sorts of people, and meanwhile Joan and Peter spent a very sunny and pleasant November running wild about Limpsfield. Until one day Oswald noted as much, and packed them off for the rest of the term to Miss Murgatroyd again. The school of St. George and the Venerable Bede was concentrating upon a Christmas production of Alice in Wonderland. There could not be very much bad teaching anyhow, and there would be plenty of fun. How is one to learn where one's children may be educated? This story has its comic aspects. Oswald went first to the education department. He thought that if one had two rather clever and hopeful children, upon whom one was prepared to lavish time and money, an imperial education department would be able to tell an anxious guardian what schools existed for them, and the respective claims and merits and interrelationships of such schools. But he found that the government, which published a 6-inch map of the British Isles, on which even the meanest outhouse is marked, had no information for the inquiring parent or guardian at all in this matter of schools. An educational map had still to become a part of the equipment of the civilized state. As it was inconceivable that party capital could be made out of the production of such a map, it was likely to remain a desideratum in Great Britain for many years to come. In an interview that remained dignified, on one side at least, until the last, Oswald was referred to the advertisement columns of the Times and the religious and educational papers, and to a class of educational agents, said the official with extreme detachment. Usually, of course, people hear of schools. So it was that England still referred back to the happy days of the 18th century, when our world was small enough for everybody to know and trust and consult everybody, and tell in a safe and confidential manner everything that mattered. "Oh, my God!" groaned Oswald suddenly, giving way to his internal enemies. "My God! Here are two children, brilliant children, with plenty of money to be spent on them. Doesn't the Empire care a tuppenny damn what becomes of them? There is an association of private schoolmasters, I believe," said the official, staring at him. "But I don't know if it's any good." End of section 14.
Section 15 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is read by Noel O'Kelly in Dublin, Ireland, in March 2021. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells, Section 15, Part Number 6. Perhaps there was a sort of necessity in the educational stagnation of England during those crucial years before the Great War. All the influential and important people of the country were having a thoroughly good time, and if there was a growing quarrel between worker and employer, no one saw any reason in that for sticking a goad into the teacher. The disposition of the mass of men is always on the side of custom against innovation. The clear-headed effort of yesterday tends always to become the unintelligent routine of tomorrow. So long as we get along, we go along. In the less exacting days of good Queen Victoria, the educational processes of Great Britain had served well enough. They still went on because the necessity for a more thorough, coherent and lucid education had still to be made glaringly manifest. Few people understood the discontent of a Ray Lancaster, the fretfulness of a Kipling. Foresight dies when the imagination slumbers. Only catastrophe can convince the mass of people of the possibility of catastrophe. The system had the inertia of a spinning top. The most thoroughly and completely mistaught of one generation became the misteachers of the next. Learn, obey, create nothing, initiate nothing, have no troublesome doubts, ran the rules of a scholarly discretion. Prize boy, scholar, fellow, don, pedagogue, prize boy, scholar, fellow, don, so spun the circle of the schools. Into that relentless circle, the bright, curious little Peters who wanted to know about the insides of animals and the way of machines and what was happening were drawn. The little Joans, too, were being drawn. The best escaped complete deadening. They found a use for themselves, but life usually kept them too busy and used them too hard for them ever to return to teach in college or school of the realities they had experienced. And so, as Joan and Peter grew up, Oswald became more and more tolerant of a certain rabble-rout of inky outsiders who, without authority and dignity, were at least putting living ideas of social function and relationship in the way of adolescent inquiry. It became manifest to Oswald that the real work of higher education, the discussion of God, of the state, and of sex, of all the great issues in life, while it was being elaborately evaded in the formal education of the country, was to a certain extent being done thinly, unsatisfactorily, pervertedly even, by the talk of boys and girls among themselves, by the casual suggestions of tutors, friends, and chance acquaintances, and more particularly by a number of irresponsible journalists and literary men. For example, though the higher education of the country afforded no comprehensive view of social interrelationship at all, the propaganda of the socialists did give a scheme — Oswald thought it was a mistaken and wrong-headed scheme — of economic interdependence. If the schools showed nothing to their children of the empire but a few tiresome maps, Kipling's stories, for all his jingo violence, did at least breathe something of its living spirit. As Joan and Peter grew up, they ferreted out and brought to their guardian's knowledge a school of irresponsible contemporary teachers, Shaw, Wells, and the other Fabian Society pamphleteers, the Belloc-Chesterton group, Cunningham-Graham, Edward Carpenter, Orage of the New Age, Galsworthy, Cannon, the suffragettes, and the like. If the formal teachers lacked boldness, these strange self-appointed instructors seemed to be nothing if not bold. The Free Woman, which died to rise again as the New Free Woman, existed, it seemed, chiefly to mention everything that a young lady should never dream of mentioning. Aunt Phoebe's monthly, Wayleaves, in its green and purple cover, made a gallant effort to outdo that valiant weekly. Aunt Phoebe was a bright and irresponsible assistant in the education of Oswald's wards. She sowed the house with strange books whenever she came to stay with them. Oswald found Joan reading Oscar Wilde when she was 17. He did not interrupt her reading, for he could not imagine how to set about the interruption. Later on he discovered a most extraordinary volume by Havelock Ellis lying in the library, an impossible volume. He read in it a little and then put it down. Afterwards he could not believe that book existed. He thought he must have dreamt about it, or dreamt the contents into it. It seemed incredible that Aunt Phoebe — he was never quite sure. When he went to look for it again, it had vanished, and he did not like to ask for it. More and more did this outside supplement of education in England press upon Oswald's reluctant attention. Most of these irregulars he disliked by nature and tradition. None of them had the dignity and restraint of the great Victorians, the Corinthian elegance of Ruskin, the Teutonic hammer-blows of Carlyle. Shaw, he understood, was a lean, red-haired pantaloon, terribly garrulous and vain. Belloc and Chesterton thrust a shameless obesity upon the public attention. The social origins of most of the crew were appalling. Bennett was a solicitor's clerk from the Potteries, Wells a counter-jumper, Orage came from Leeds. Oswald had seen a picture of Wells by Max that confirmed his worst suspicions about these people. A heavy bang of hair assisted a cascade moustache to veil a pasty face that was broad rather than long, and with a sly, conceited expression. The creature still wore a long and crumpled frock coat, acquired, no doubt, during his commercial phase, and rubbed together two large, clammy, white, misshapen hands. Except for Cunningham-Graham, there was not a gentleman, as Oswald understood the word, among them all. But these writers got hold of the intelligent young because they did at least write freely where the university teacher feared to tread. They wrote, he thought, without any decent restraint. They seasoned even wholesome suggestions with a flavour of scandalous excitement. It remained an open question in his mind whether they did more good by making young people think, or more harm by making them think wrong. Progressive dons, he found, maintained the former opinion. With that support, Oswald was able to follow his natural disposition and leave the reading of his two wards unrestrained. And they read and thought to such purpose as will be presently told. End of section 15. Section 16 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Noel O'Kelly. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Section 16, Chapter 10, Part 7. But here justice demands an interlude. Before we go on to tell how Joan and Peter grew up to adolescence in these schools that Oswald, assisted by Aunt Phyllis in the case of Joan, found for them, Mr. Mackinder must have his say, and make the apology of the schoolmaster. He made it to Oswald when first Oswald visited him and chose his school out of all the other preparatory schools to be Peter's. He appeared as a little brown man with a hedgehog's nose and much of the hedgehog's indignant note in his voice. He came, shy and hostile, into the drawing-room in which Oswald awaited him. It was, by the by, the most drawing-room-like drawing-room that Oswald had ever been in. It was as if some one had said to a furniture dealer, "People expect me to have a drawing-room. Please let me have exactly the sort of drawing-room that people expect." It displayed a grand piano towards the French window, a large standard lamp with an enormous shade, a pale silk sofa, an ottoman, a big fern in an ornate pot, and watercolours of Venetian lagoons. In the midst of it all stood Mr. Mackinder, in a highly contracted state, mutely radiating an interrogative "Well?" "I'm looking for a school for my nephew," said Oswald. "You want him here? Well, do you mind if first of all I see something of the school?" "We're always open to investigation," said Mr. Mackinder bitterly. "I want to do the very best I can for this boy. I feel very strongly that it's my duty to him and to the country to turn him out as well as a boy can be turned out." Mr. Mackinder nodded his head and continued to listen. This was something new in private schoolmasters. For the most part, they had opened themselves out to Oswald like sunflowers, like the receptive throats of nestlings. They had embraced and silenced him by the wealth of their assurances. "I have 2 little wards," he said, "a boy and a girl. I want to make all I can of them. They ought to belong to the elite. The strength of a country, of an empire, depends ultimately almost entirely on its elite. This empire isn't overwhelmed with intelligence, and most of the talk we hear about the tradition of statesmanship—" Mr. Mackinder made a short, snorting noise through his nose that seemed to indicate his opinion of contemporary statesmanship. "You see, I take this schooling business very solemnly. These upper-class schools, I say, these schools for the sons of prosperous people and scholarship winners, are really elite-making machines. They really make, or fail to make, the empire. That makes me go about asking schoolmasters a string of questions. Some of them don't like my questions. Perhaps they are too elementary. I ask, what is this education of yours up to? What is the design of the whole? What is this preparation of yours for? This is called a preparatory school. You lay the foundations. What is the design of the building for which these foundations are laid?" He paused, determined to make Mr. Mackinder say something before he discoursed further. "It isn't so simple as that," was wrung from Mr. Mackinder. "Suppose we just walk around the school, suppose we just see the sort of place it is, and what we are doing here. Then, perhaps, you'll be able to see better what we contribute in the way of making a citizen." The inspection was an unusually satisfactory one. White Court was one of the few private schools Oswald had seen that had been built expressly for its purpose. Its classrooms were well lit and well arranged. Its little science museum seemed good and well arranged and well provided with diagrams. Its gymnasium was businesslike, its wall blackboards unusually abundant and generously used, and everything was tidy. Nevertheless, the catechism for schoolmasters was not spared. "Now," said Oswald, "now for the curriculum." "We live in the same world with most other English schools," Mr. Mackinder sulked. "This is a preparatory school." "What are called English subjects?" "Yes." "How do you teach geography?" "With books and maps." Oswald spoke of lantern slides and museum visits. The cinema had yet to become an educational possibility. "I do what I can," said Mr. Mackinder. "I'm not a millionaire." "Do you do classics?" "We do Latin. Clever boys do a little Greek, in preparation for the public schools." "Grammar, of course. What else?" "French, German, Latin, Greek, bits of mathematics, botany, geography, bits of history, bookkeeping, music lessons, some watercolour painting. It's very mixed," said Oswald. "It's miscellaneous." Mr. Mackinder roused himself to a word of defence. "The boys don't specialise." "But this is a diet of scraps," said Oswald, reviving one of the most controversial topics of the catechism. "Nothing can be done thoroughly." "We are necessarily elementary." "It's rather like the White Knight in Alice in Wonderland packing his luggage for nowhere." "We have to teach what is required of us," said Mr. Mackinder. "But what is education up to?" asked Oswald. As Mr. Mackinder offered no answer to that riddle, Oswald went on. "What is education in England up to, anyhow? In Uganda we knew what we were doing. There was an idea in it. The old native tradition was breaking up. We taught them to count and reckon English fashion, to read and write. We gave them books and the Christian elements, so that they could join on to our civilization and play a part in the great world that was breaking up their little world. We didn't teach them anything that didn't serve mind or soul or body. We saw the end of what we were doing. But half this school teaching of yours is like teaching in a dream. You don't teach the boy what he wants to know and needs to know. You spend half his time on calculations he has no use for, mere formal calculations, and on this dead language stuff. It's like trying to graft mummy steak on living flesh. It's like boiling fossils for soup." Mr. Mackinder said nothing. "And damn it," said Oswald petulantly, "your school is about as good a school as I've seen or am likely to see." "I had an idea," he went on, "of just getting the very best out of those two youngsters, the boy especially, of making every hour of his schoolwork a gift of so much power or skill or subtlety, of opening the world to him like a magic book. The boy's tugging at the magic covers." He stopped short. "There are no such schools," said Mr. Mackinder compactly. "This is as good a school as you will find." And there he left the matter for the time. But in the evening he dined with Oswald at his hotel, and it may be that iced champagne had something to do with a certain relaxation from his afternoon restraint. Oswald had already arranged about Peter, but he wanted the little man to talk more. So he set him an example. He talked of his own life. He represented it as a life of disappointment and futility. "I envy you your life of steadfast usefulness." He spoke of his truncated naval career and his disfigurement, of the years of uncertainty that had followed. He talked of the ambitions and achievements of other men, of the large hopes and ambitions of youth. "I too," said Mr. Mackinder, warming for a moment, and then left his sentence unfinished. Oswald continued to generalize. "All life, I suppose, is disappointment, is anyhow largely disappointment," said Mr. Mackinder presently. "We get something done, 5%, 10% of what we meant to do." The schoolmaster reflected. Oswald refilled his glass for him. To begin with, I thought, none of these other fellows really know how to run a school. I will, I said, make a nest of young paragons. I will take a bunch of boys and get the best out of them, the best possible, watch them, study them, foster them, and make a sort of boy that the White Court brand shall be looked for and recognized. He sipped his faintly seething wine and put down the glass. 5%, he said, 10% perhaps. He touched his lips with his dinner napkin. I have turned out some creditable boys. Did you make any experiments in the subjects you taught? At first. But one of the things we discover in life as we grow past the first flush of beginning is just how severely we are conditioned. We are conditioned. We seem to be free, and we are in a net. You have criticized my curriculum today pretty severely, Mr. Sydenham. Much that you say is absolutely right. It is wasteful, discursive, ineffective. Yes, but in my place, I doubt if you could have made it much other than it is. One or two things I do. Latin grammar here is taught on lines strictly parallel with the English and French and German. That is to say, we teach languages comparatively. It was troublesome to arrange, but it makes a difference mentally. And I take a class in formal logic. English teaching is imperfect, expression is slovenly, without that. The boys write English verse. The mathematical teaching, too, is as modern as the examining boards will let it be. Small things, perhaps, but you do not know the obstacles. Mr. Sydenham, your talk today has reminded me of all the magnificent things I set out to do at White Court when I sank my capital in building White Court 26 years ago. When I found that I couldn't control the choice of subjects, when I found that in that matter I was ruled by the sort of schools and colleges the boys had to go on to, and by the preposterous examinations that they would have to pass, then I told myself, at least I can cultivate their characters and develop something like a soul in them, instead of crushing out individuality and imagination as most schools do. Well, I think I have a house of clean-minded and cheerful and willing boys, and I think they all tell the truth. I don't know what I am to do with the religious teaching of these two youngsters of mine, said Oswald abruptly. Practically, they're godless. Mr. Mackinder did not speak for a little while. Then he said, "It is almost unavoidable, under existing conditions, that the religious teaching in a school should be formal and orthodox. For my own part, I am liberal," said Mr. Mackinder, and added, "very liberal. Let me tell you, Mr. Sydenham, exactly how I see things." He paused for a moment, as if to collect his views. If a little boy has grown up in a home, in the sort of home which one might describe as God-fearing, if he has not only heard of God, but seen God as a living influence upon the people about him, then, I admit, you have something real. He will believe in God. He will know God. God, simply because of the faith about him, will be a knowable reality. God is a faith in men. Such a boy's world will fall into shape about the idea of God. He will take God as a matter of course. Such a boy can be religious from childhood, yes, but there are very few such homes. Less, probably, than there used to be? Mr. Mackinder disavowed an answer by a gesture of hands and shoulders. He went on, frowning slightly as he talked. He wanted to say exactly what he thought. For all other boys, Mr. Sydenham, God, for all practical purposes, does not exist. Their worlds have been made without him. They do not think in terms of him, and if he is to come into their lives at all, he must come in from the outside, a discovery like a mighty rushing wind, by what is called conversion at adolescence. Until that happens, you must build the soul on pride, on honour, on the decent instincts. It is all you have, and the less they hear about God, the better. They will not understand. It will be a cant to them, a kind of indelicacy. The two greatest things in the world have been the most vulgarized, God and sex. If I had my own way, I would have no religious services for my boys at all. Instead of which, Mr. Mackinder paused impressively before replying, the local curate is preparing 2 of my elder boys for confirmation at the present time. He gazed gloomily at the tablecloth. If one could do as one liked, he said. If only one could do as one liked. But now Oswald was realizing for the first time the eternal tragedy of the teacher, that sower of unseen harvests, that reaper of thistles and the wind, that serf of custom, that subjugated rebel, that feeble, persistent antagonist of the triumphant things that rule him. And behind that immediate tragedy, Oswald was now apprehending for the first time something more universally tragic, an incessantly recurring story of high hopes and a grey ending. The story of boys and girls, clean and sweet-minded, growing up into life, and of the victory of world inertia, of custom drift and the tarnishing years. Mr. Mackinder spoke of his own youth. Quite early in life had come physical humiliations, the realization that his slender and delicate physique debarred him from most active occupations, and his resolve to be of use in some field where his weak and undersized body would be at no great disadvantage. I made up my mind that teaching would be my religion, he said. He told of the difficulties he had encountered in his attempts to get any pedagogic science or training. This is the most difficult profession in the world, he said, and the most important. Yet it is not studied. It has no established practice. It is not endowed. Buildings are endowed, and institutions, but not teachers. And in Great Britain, in the schools of the classes that will own and rule the country, 99% of the work was done by unskilled workmen, by low-grade genteel women and young men. In America, the teachers were nearly all women. How can we expect to raise a nation nearly as good as we might do under such a handicap? He had read and learnt what he could about teaching. He had served for small salaries in schools that seemed living and efficient. Finally, he had built his own school with his own money. He had had the direst difficulties in getting his staff together. What can one expect, he said. We pay them hardly better than shop assistants, less than bank clerks. You see the relative importance of things in the British mind. What hope or pride was there to inspire an assistant schoolmaster to do good work? I thought I could make a school different from all other schools, and I found I had to make a school like most other fairly good schools. I had to work for what the parents required of me, and the ideas of the parents had been shaped by their schools. I had never dreamt of the immensity of the resistance these would offer to constructive change. In this world there are incessant changes, but most of them are landslides or epidemics. I tried to get away from stereotyping examinations. I couldn't. I tried to get away from formal soul-destroying religion. I couldn't. I tried to get a staff of real assistants. I couldn't. I had to take what came. I had to be what was required of me. One works against time always, over against the parents. It is not only the boys one must educate, but the parents, let alone oneself. The parents demand impossible things. I have been asked for Greek and for bookkeeping by double entry by the same parent. I had to leave the matter as if I thought such things were possible. After all, the parent is master. One can't run a school without boys. You'd get some boys, said Oswald. Not enough. I'm up against time. The school has to pay. Can't you hold out for a time? Run the school on a handful of oatmeal? It's running it on an overdraft I don't fancy. You're not a married man, Mr. Sydenham, with sons to consider. No, said Oswald shortly, but I have these wards, and after all, there's not only today, but tomorrow. If the world is going wrong for want of education, if you don't give it, your sons will suffer. Tomorrow, perhaps, but today comes first. I'm up against time. Oh, I'm up against time. He sat with his hands held supine on the table before him. I started my school 27 years ago, next Hillary, and it seems like yesterday. When I started it, I meant to be something memorable in schools. I jumped into it. I thought I should swim about. It was like jumping into the rapids of Niagara. I was seized. I was rushed along. Aye, aye. Time's against us all, said Oswald. I suppose the next glacial age will overtake us long before we're ready to fight out our destiny. If you want to feel the generations rushing to waste, said Mr. Mackinder, like rapids, you must put your heart and life into a private school. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 1. 1. The generations rushing to waste like rapids, like rapids. 10 years later, Oswald found himself repeating the words of the little private schoolmaster. He was in the gravest perplexity. Joan was now 19 and a half, and Peter almost of age, and they had had a violent quarrel. They would not live in the same house together any longer, they declared. Peter had gone back overnight to Cambridge on his motor bicycle. Joan's was out of order, an embittering addition to her distress, and she had cycled on her push-bicycle over the hills that morning to Bishop Stortford to catch the Cambridge train, and Oswald was left to think over the situation and all that had led to it. He sat alone in the May sunshine, in the little arbor that overlooked his rose garden at Pelham Ford, trying to grasp all that had happened to these stormy young people since he had so boldly taken the care of their lives into his hands. He found himself trying to retrace the phases of their upbringing, and his thoughts went wide and far over the problem of human training. Suddenly, he had discovered his charge's adult. Joan had stood before him, amazingly grown up, a woman, young, beautiful, indignant. Who could have foretold 10 years ago that Joan would have been declaring with tears in her voice but much stiffness in her manner that she had stood enough from Peter and calling him weak? "He insults all my friends, Nobby," she had said, "and as for he's like that puppy we had who dug up rotten bones we had never suspected all over the garden. Oh, his women are horrible," Joan had cried. 2. Oswald's choice of a permanent home at Pelham Ford had been largely determined by the educational requirements of Joan and Peter. While Peter had been at Whitecourt and Joan at High Morton School 12 miles away, Oswald had occupied a not very well furnished house at Margate. When Peter, after an inquisition by Oswald into English public schools, had been awarded at last as a sort of prize, with reservations, to Caxton, Oswald, convinced by now by his doctors and his own disagreeable experiences that he must live in England for the rest of his life if he was to hope for any comfort or activity, decided to set up a permanent home with a garden and buildings that would be helpful through days of dullness, in some position reasonably accessible from London, Caxton, and Margate, and later on from Cambridge, to which they were both predestined. After some search, he found the house he needed in the pretty little valley of the Rash that runs northeastward from Ware. The Stubland aunts still remained as tenants of the Inglenook, and made it a sort of alternative home for the youngsters. The country to the north and east of Ware is a country of miniature gorges with frequent water splashes. The stream widens and crosses the road in a broad, pebbly shallow of ripples just at the end of Pelham Ford. There is a causeway with a white handrail for bicycles and foot passengers beside the ford, and beyond it is an inn and the post office and such thatched, whitewashed homes as constitute the village. Then beyond comes a row of big trees and the high red wall and iron gates of this house Oswald had taken. The church of Pelham Ford is a little humped, spireless building up the hill to the left. The stream brawls along for a time beside the road. Through the gates of the house, one looks across a lawn barred by the shadows of big trees, at a blazing flower garden that goes up a series of terraces to the little red-tiled summer house that commands the view of the valley. The house is to the right and near the road, a square, comfortable 18th-century red brick house with ivy on its shadowed side and fig trees and rose trees towards the sun. It has a classical portico and a grave but friendly expression. The Margate house had been a camp, but this was furnished with some deliberation. Oswald had left a miscellany of possessions behind him in Uganda, which Moore had packed and sent on after him when it was settled that there could be no return to Africa. The hall befitted the home of a member of the Plantain Club. African spoils adorned it, 3 lions' heads, a white rhinoceros head, elephants' feet, spears, gourds, tusks. In the midst, a large table took the visitor's hat and stick, and bore a large box for the post. Out of this hall opened a little close study Oswald rarely used, except when Joan and Peter and their friends were at home, and a passage led to a sunny golden-brown library possessing 3 large southward windows on the garden, a room it had pleased him greatly to furnish, and in which he did most of his writing. It had a parquet floor and oriental rugs like sunlit flower beds. Across the hall, opposite the study, was a sort of sitting-room, living-room, which was given over to Joan and Peter. It had been called the schoolroom in the days when their holiday visits had been mitigated by the presence of some temporary governess or tutor, and now that those disciplined days were over, their 2 developing personalities still jostled in the one apartment. A large pleasant drawing-room and a dining-room completed the tale of rooms on the ground floor. In this room across the hall, there was much that would have repaid research on the part of Oswald. The room was a joint room only when Joan and Peter were without guests in the house. Whenever there were guests, whether they were women or men, Joan turned out, and the room became a refuge or rendezvous for Peter. It was therefore rather Peter's than Joan's. Here, as in most things, it was Peter's habit to prevail over Joan. But she had her rights. She had had a voice in the room's decoration, a share in its disorder. The upper bookshelves to the right of the fireplace were hers, and the wall next to that. Against this stood her bureau, locked and secure, over and against Peter's bureau. Oswald had given them these writing desks 3 Christmases ago. But the mess on the table under the window was Peter's, and Peter had more than his fair share of the walls. The stuffed birds and animals and a row of skulls were the result of a, quote, museum, unquote, phase of Peter's when he was 14. The watercolor pictures were Peter's. The hearth rug was the lion skin that Peter still believed had been brought for him from Nairobi by Oswald. Peter could caricature, and his best efforts were framed here. His style was a deliberate compliment to the incomparable Max. He had been very successful twice in bringing out the latent fierceness of Joan. One not ungraceful effort was called the Scalp Dance. The other, less pleasing to its subject, represented Joan in full face, with her hands behind her back and her feet apart, quote, telling the whole truth. Joan, alas, had no corresponding skill for a retort, but she had framed an enlargement of a happy snapshot of Peter on the garden wall. She had stood below and held her camera up so that Peter's boots and legs were immense and his head dwindled to nothing in perspective. So seen, he became an embodiment of masculine brutality. The legend was, quote, the camera can detect what our eyes cannot. One corner of this room was occupied by a pianola piano and a large untidy collection of classical music rolls. Right and left of the fireplace, the bookshelves bore an assortment of such literature as appealed in those days to animated youth, classics of every period from Plato to Shaw, and such moderns as Compton Mackenzie, Masefield, Gilbert Cannon, and Ezra Pound. Back numbers of The Free Woman, The New Age, The New Statesman, and The Poetry Review mingled on the lowest shelf. There was a neat row of philosophical textbooks in the Joan section. Joan, for no particular reason, was taking the moral science tripos, and a microscope stood on Peter's table, for he was biological. 3. Oswald's domestic arrangements had at first been a grave perplexity. In Uganda he had kept house very well with a Swahili overman and a number of boys. In Margate this sort of service was difficult to obtain, and the holiday needs of the children seemed to demand a feminine influence of the governess companion type, a lady. A succession of refined feminine personalities had intersected these years of Oswald's life. They were all ladies by birth and profession. They all wore collars supported by whalebone about their necks, and they all developed and betrayed a tenderness for Oswald that led to a series of flights to the Climax Club and firm but generous dismissals. Oswald's ideas of matrimony were crude and commonplace. He could imagine himself marrying no one but a buxom young woman of 23, and he could not imagine any buxom young woman of 23 taking a healthy interest in a man over 40 with only half a face and fits of fever and fretfulness. When these ladies one after another threw out their gentle intimations, he had the ingratitude to ascribe their courage to a sense of his own depreciated matrimonial value. This caused just enough indignation to nerve him to the act of dismissal. But on each occasion he spent the best part of a morning and made serious inroads upon the club notepaper before the letter of dismissal was framed, and he always fell back upon the stock lie that he was going abroad to a Kur Ort and was going to lock up the house. On each occasion the house was locked up for 3 or 4 weeks, and Oswald lived a nomadic existence until a fresh lady could be found. Finally, God sent him Mrs. Moxton. She came in at Margate during an interregnum while Aunt Phyllis was in control. Aunt Phyllis, after a reflective interview, passed her on to Oswald. She was more like Britannia than one could have imagined possible. Her face was perhaps a little longer and calmer, and her pink chins rather more numerous. "I understand," she said, seating herself against Oswald's desk, "that you are in need of someone to take charge of your household." "Did you hear?" began Oswald. "It's the talk of Margate," she said calmly. "So I understand that you are prepared to be the lady—" "I am not a lady," said Mrs. Moxton, with a faint asperity. "I beg your pardon," said Oswald. "I am a housekeeper," she said, as who should say, "At least give me credit for that. I have had experience with a single gentleman." There seemed to be an idea in it. "I was housekeeper to the late Mr. Justice Benleys for some years until he died, and then, unhappily, being in receipt of a small pension from him, I took to keeping a boarding house, Winnipeg House, on the Marine Parade, a most unpleasant and anxious experience." Her note of indignation returned, and the clear pink of her complexion deepened by a shade. "A torrent of common people." "Exactly," said Oswald. "I have seen them walking about the town, beastly new yellow boots, and fast squeaky little girls in those new floppy white hats. You think you could dispose of the boarding-house?" Mrs. Moxton compressed her chins slightly in assent. "It's a saleable concern." "There are those," said Mrs. Moxton, with a faint sense of the marvels of God's universe in her voice, "who would be glad of it." He rested his face on his hand and regarded her profile very earnestly with his one red-brown eye. From the beginning to the end of the interview, Mrs. Moxton never once looked straight at him. He perceived that she was incapable of tenderness, dissimulation, or any personal relationship. A woman in profile, a woman with a pride in her work, a woman to be trusted. "You'll do," he said. "Of course, sir, you will take up my references first. They are a little old, but I think you will find them satisfactory." "I have no doubts about your references, Mrs. Moxton, but they shall be taken up nevertheless, duly and in order." "Thank you, sir," said Mrs. Moxton, giving him a 3/4 face, and almost looking at him in her pleasure. And thereafter Mrs. Moxton ruled the household of Oswald according to the laws and habits of the late Mr. Justice Benleys, who had evidently been a very wise, comfortable, and intelligent man. When she came on from the uncongenial furniture at Margate to the comfort and beauty of Pelham Ford, she betrayed a certain approval by expanding an inch or so in every direction and letting out 2 new chins, but otherwise she made no remark. She radiated decorum and a faint smell of lavender. She had, it seemed, always possessed a black-watered silk dress and a gold chain. Even Lady Charlotte approved of her. For some years, Mrs. Moxton enabled Oswald to disregard the social difficulties that are supposed to surround feminine adolescence. Joan and Peter got along very well with Pelham Ford as their home, and no other feminine control except an occasional visit from the Stubland aunts. Then Aunt Charlotte became tiresome because Joan was growing up. "How can the gal grow up properly," she asked, "even considering what she is, in a house in which there isn't a lady at the head?" Oswald reflected upon the problem. He summoned Mrs. Moxton to his presence. "Mrs. Moxton," he said, "when Miss Joan is here, I've been thinking, don't you think she ought to be, so to speak, mistress of the place?" "I have been wondering when you would make the change, Mr. Sydenham," said Mrs. Moxton. "I shall be very pleased to take my orders from Miss Joan." And after that, Mrs. Moxton used to come to Joan whenever Joan was at Pelham Ford, and tell her what orders she had to give for the day. And when Joan had visitors, Mrs. Moxton told Joan just exactly what arrangements Joan was to order Mrs. Moxton to make. In all things that mattered, Mrs. Moxton ruled Joan with an obedience of iron. Her curtsies, slow, deliberate, and firm, insisted that Joan was a lady and had got to be one. She took to calling Joan ma'am. Joan had to live up to it, and did. Visitors increased after the young people were at Cambridge. Junior dons from Newnham and Girton would come and chaperone their hostess, and Peter treated Oswald to a variety of samples of the younger male generation. Some of the samples Oswald liked more than others, and he concealed very carefully from Aunt Charlotte how mixed these young gatherings were, how light was the Cambridge standard of chaperonage, and how very junior were some of the junior dons from the women's colleges. 4. When children are small, we elders in charge are apt to suppose them altogether plastic. There are resistances, it is true, but these express themselves at first only in tantrums, in apparently quite meaningless outbreaks. We impose our phrases and values so completely that such spasmodic opposition seems to signify nothing. We impose our names for things, our classifications with their thousand implications, our interpretations. The child is imitative and obedient by instinct, its personality for the most part latent, warily hidden. That is hand, we dictate. That is hat. That is pussycat. That is pretty pretty. That is good. That is nasty. That is ugly, ugh. That again is fearsome, run away. There is no discussion. If we know our parental business, we are able to establish all sorts of habits, readinesses, dispositions in these entirely plastic days. Time for Peter to go to bed, uttered with gusto, becomes the signal for an interesting ritual upon which he embarks with dignity, until some idiot visitor remarks loudly, "Doesn't he hate going to bed? I always hated going to bed," whereupon, in that matter, the seeds of reflection and dissent are sown in the little mind. And so with most other matters. For a few years of advantage, the new mind is clay, and we have it to ourselves. And then, still clay, it becomes perceptibly resistant, perceptibly disposed to recover some former shape we have given it, or to take an outline of its own. It discovers we are not divine, and that even Dada cannot recall the sunset. It is not only that other minds are coming in to modify and contradict our decisions, we contradict ourselves, and it notes the contradiction. And old nature begins to take an increasing share in the accumulating personality. Apart from what we give and those others give, things bubble up inside it, desires, imaginations, creative dreams. By imperceptible degrees, the growing mind slips away from us. A little while ago it seemed like some open vessel into which we could pour whatever we chose. Now suddenly it is closed and locked, hiding a fermentation. Perhaps things have always been more or less so between elders and young, but in the old days of slower change, what fathers and mothers had to tell the child, priest and master re-echoed, laws and institutions confirmed, the practice of everyone, good or evil, endorsed in black or white. But from the breakup of the Catholic culture in England onward, there has been an unceasing conflict between more and more divergent stories about life, and in the last half-century that clash has enormously intensified. What began as a war of ideals became at last a chaos. Adolescence was once either an obedience or a rebellion. At the opening of the 20th century it had become an interrogation and an experiment. One heard very much of the right of the parent to bring up children in his own religion, his own ideas, but no one ever bothered to explain how that right was to be preserved. In Ireland, one found near Dublin educational establishments surrounded by 10-foot walls topped with broken glass, protecting a Catholic atmosphere for a few precious and privileged specimens of the Ursa nation. Mr. James Joyce, in his Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, had bottled a specimen of that Catholic atmosphere for the astonishment of posterity. The rest of the youth of the changing world lay open to every wind of suggestion that blew. The parent or guardian found himself a mere competitor for the attention and convictions of his charges. 5. Through childhood and boyhood and girlhood, Peter's sex and seniority alike had conspired to give him a leadership over Joan. His seemed the richer, livelier mind. He told most of the stories and initiated most of the games. Joan was the follower. That masculine ascendancy lasted until Peter was leaving Caxton, in spite of various emancipating forces at High Morton. Then, in less than a year, Joan took possession of herself. Reserve is a necessary grace in all younger brothers and sisters. Peter spread his reveries as a peacock spreads its tail, but Joan kept her dreams discreetly private. All youth lives much in reverie. Thereby the stronger minds anticipate and rehearse themselves for life in 1,000 imaginations, the weaker ones escape from it. Against that early predominance of Peter, Joan maintained her self-respect by extensive secret supplements of the Bungo Peter saga.
For example, she was Bungo Peter's dearest beloved. Peter never suspected how Bungo Peter and she cuddled up at the campfires and were very close and warm every night until she went off to sleep. When she was about 14, Joan's imagination passed out of the phase of myth and saga into the world of romance. The real world drew closer to her. Bungo Peter vanished. Nobby shrank down to a real Uncle Nobby. Her childish reveries had disregarded possibility. Now the story had to be plausible. It had to join on to High Morton and the Inglenook and Pelham Ford. Its heroine had to be conceivable as the real Joan. And with the coming of reality came moods. There were times when she felt dull, and the world looked on her with a gray and stupid face, and other times, to compensate her for these dull phases, seasons of unwanted exaltation. It was as if her being sometimes drew itself together in order presently to leap and extend itself. In these new phases of expansion, she had the most perfect conviction that life, and particularly her life, was wonderful and beautiful and destined to be more and more so. She began to experience a strange new happiness in mere existence, a happiness that came with an effect of revelation. It is hard to convey the peculiar delight that invaded her during these phases. It was almost as if the earth had just been created for her and given to her as a present. There were moments when the world was a crystal globe of loveliness about her, moments of ecstatic realization of a universal beauty. The slightest things would suffice to release this sunshine in her soul. She would discover the intensest delight in little hitherto disregarded details, in the color of a leaf held up to the light, or the rhythms of ripples on a pond, or the touch of a bird's feather. There were moments when she wanted to kiss the sunset, and times when she would clamber over the end wall of the garden at Pelham Ford, in order to lie hidden and still, with every sense awake, in the big clump of bracken in the corner by the wood beyond. The smell of crushed bracken delighted her intensely. She wanted to be a nymph then, and not a girl in clothes. And shining summer streams and lakes roused in her a passionate desire to swim, to abandon herself wholly to the comprehensive sweet silvery caress of the waters. In the days of the saga story, the time of the story had always been now and never. But in the drama of adolescence, the time of all Joan's reveries was tomorrow. What she dreamt of now were things that were to be real experiences in quite a little time, when she had grown just a year or so older, when she was a little taller, when she had left school, when she was really as beautiful as she hoped to be. The world about her, by example and precept, by plays and stories and poems and histories, was supplying her with a rich confusion of material for these anticipatory sketches. One main history emerged in her 15th year. It went on for many months. Joan of Arc was in the making of it, and Jane Shore and Nell Gwynn. At first she was the Lady Joan, and then she became just Joan Stubland, but always she was the king's mistress. From the very beginning, Joan had found something splendid and attractive in the word mistress. It had come to her first in a history lesson, and then, more brightly clad, in a costume novel, but it was a very glorious and noble kind of mistress that Joan had in view. Her ideas of the authority and duties of a mistress were vague, but she knew that a mistress rules by beauty. That she ruled, Joan never doubted, or why should she be called mistress? And she prevailed over queens, so French history had instructed her. She made war and peace. Joan of Arc was inextricably mixed in with the vision. She was a beautiful girl, and she told the King of France what to do. At need, she led armies. What else but a mistress could you call her? Mistress of France, magnificent phrase. Of such ideas was Joan Stubland woven. The king perhaps would do injustice or neglect a meritorious case. Then Joan Stubland would appear, watchful and dignified. "No," she would say, "that must not be. I am the king's mistress." And she wore a kind of light armor, without skirts, never with skirts. Joan at 14 already saw long skirts ahead of her, and hated them, as a man might hate a swamp that he must presently cross knee-deep. Where the king went, Joan went, but he was not the current king, nor his destined successor. She had studied these monarchs in the illustrated papers and in the news. She did not think much of them. They stood down out of Joan's dream, in favor of a younger autocrat. After all, was there not also a young prince, her contemporary, who would someday be king? But in her imagination he was not like his published portraits. Instead, and this is curious, he was rather like Peter. He was as much like Peter as anyone. This was all of Peter that ever got into her reveries, for there was a curious bar in her mind to Peter being thought of either as her lover or as anyone not her lover. Something obscure in her composition barred any such direct imaginations about Peter.
So, contrariwise to all established morality, and to everything which her properly constituted teachers were trying to shape her, a chance phrase in a history book filled the imagination of Joan with this dream of a different sort of woman's life altogether, in which one went side by side with a man in a manly way, sharing his power, being dear and beautiful to him. Compared with such a lot, who would be one of these wives? Who would stay at home and, as a consequence apparently of the religious ceremony of matrimony, have babies? The King's Mistress story was Joan's dominant reverie, but it was not her only one. It was, so to speak, her serial. It was always to be continued in our next. But her busy mind, whenever her attention was not fully occupied, was continually spinning romance. Beside the serial story, there were endless incidental ones. Almost always, they were love stories. They were violent and adventurous in substance, full of chases, fights, and confrontations, but Joan did not stint herself of kissing and embraces. There were times when she liked tremendously to think of herself kissing. Most little girls of 13 and 14 are thinking with the keenest interest and curiosity about this lover business and its mysteries, and Joan was no exception. She was deeply interested to find she was almost as old as Juliet. Inspired by Shakespeare, Joan thought quite a lot about balconies and ladders and Romeo. Some of her school contemporaries jested about these things, and were very arch and sly, but she was as shy of talking about love as she was prone to love reveries. She talked of flowers and poetry and music and scenery and beautiful things as though they were things in themselves, but in her heart she was convinced that all the loveliness that shone upon her in the world was only so much intimation of the coming loveliness of love. The outward and visible disposition of Highmorton School was all against the spirit of such dreams. The disposition of Highmorton was towards a scorn of males. What Joan knew surely to be lovely, Highmorton denounced as soppy. Soppy was a terrible word in boys' schools and girls' schools alike, a flail for all romance. But in the girls' schools it was used more particularly against tender thoughts of men. Highmorton taught the revolt of women from the love of men, in favor of the love of women. The school resounded always with the achievements of the one important sex, hitherto held back by man-made laws from demonstrating an all-round superiority. The staff at Highmorton had all a common hardness of demeanor. They were without exception suffragettes, and most of them militant suffragettes. They played hockey with great violence, and let the elder girls hear them say damn. The ones who had any beauty aspired to sub-virile effects. They impressed small adorers as if they were sexless angels. There was Miss Oriana Frobisher, science, with the glorious wave in her golden hair and the flash of lightning in her glasses. She had done great feats with love, it was said. She had refused a professor of botany and a fabulously rich widower, and the mathematical master was gone on her. There was Miss Calloway, dark and pensive, known to her worshippers as Queen of the Night, fragile and yet a swift and nimble forward. Aunt Phoebe also had become a leading militant, and Aunt Phyllis, who wavered on the verge of militancy, continued the Highmorton teaching in the holidays. Absolute equality between the sexes was their demand. Their moderate demand, seeing what men were. Joan would have been more than human not to take the color of so universal a teaching, and yet in her reveries there was always one man exempt from that doom of general masculine inferiority. She had no use for a dream lover unless he was dying of consumption, or Tristram fashion of love-caused wounds, who could not outrun, outfence, outwrestle, and outthink her, or for a situation of asserted equality which could not dissolve into caressing devotion. 6. And of these preoccupations with the empire, and the duties and destinies of the empire, and the collective affairs of mankind, which to Oswald were the very gist and purpose of education, Highmorton taught Joan practically nothing. Miss Jevons, the head, would speak now and then of loyalty to the crown in a rather distant way. Miss Murgatroyd had been wont to do the same thing, and for the rest left politics alone, except that there was one thing, one supreme thing, the vote. When first little Joan heard of the vote at Limpsfield, she was inclined to think it was a flattened red round thing, rather like the venerable bead at the top of the flagstaff. She learned little better at Highmorton. She gathered that women were going to, quote, get the vote, and then they were to vote. They were going to vote somehow against the men, and it would make the world better, but there was very little more to it than that. The ideas remained strictly personal, strictly dramatic. Wicked men like Mr. Asquith, who opposed the vote, were to be cast down. One of the dazzling Pankhurst family, or perhaps Miss Oriana Frobisher, was to take his place.
Profound skepticisms about this vote, in her heart of hearts she called it the old vote, were hidden by Joan from the general observation of the school. She had only the slightest attacks of that common schoolgirl affliction, schoolmistress love. She never idolized Miss Jevons or Miss Frobisher or Miss Kellaway. Their enthusiasm for the vote, therefore, prevented hers. Later on, it was to be different. She was to find in the vote a symbol of personal freedom and an excellent excuse for undergraduate misbehavior. It is true, Highmorton School presented a certain amount of history and geography to Joan's mind, but in no way as a process in which she was concerned. She grew up to believe that in England we were out of history, out of geography, eternally blessed in a constitution that we could not better, under a crown which was henceforth, forever, so to speak, the center of an everlasting social tea party, and that party politics in Parliament and the great vote struggle had taken the place of such real convulsions of human fortune as occurred in other countries in other times. Wars, famine, pestilence, the world had done with them. Nations, kings, and people, politics, were for Joan, throughout all her school days, no more than scenery for her unending private personal romance. But because much has been told here of Joan's reveries, it is not to be imagined that she was addicted to brooding. It was only when her mind was unoccupied that the internal storyteller got to work. Usually Joan was pretty actively occupied. The Highmorton ideal of breezy activity took hold of her very early. One kept on the go. In school, she liked her work, even though her unworshipping disposition got her at times at loggerheads with her teachers. There was so much more in the lessons than there had been at Miss Murgatroyd's. Out of school, she became rather a disorderly influence. At first she missed Peter dreadfully. Then she began to imitate Peter, for the benefit of one or two small associates with less initiative than her own. Then she became authentically Peter-like. She tried a mild saga of her own in those junior days, and taught her friends to act a part in it, as Peter had taught her to be a companion of the great Bungo. She developed the same sort of disposition to go up ladders, climb over walls, try the fronts of cliffs, go through open doors and try closed ones, that used to make Peter such agreeable company. Once or twice she and a friend or so even got lost by the mistress in charge of a school walk and came home by a different way through the outskirts of Broadstairs. But that led to an awe-inspiring fuss. Moreover, it took Joan some years to grasp the idea that the physical correction of one's friends is not ladylike. When it came to other girls, she perceived that Peter's way with a girl was really a very good way, better than either hauteur or pinching, holding down, for instance, or the wrist wrench. All the time that she was at Highmorton, Joan found no friend as good as Peter. Tell Wymark with the freckles became important about Joan's 15th birthday as a good giggling associate, a person to sit with in the back seats of lectures and debates and tickle to death with dry comments on the forward proceedings. To turn on Tell quietly and slowly and do a gargoyle face at her was usually enough to set her off, or even to pull a straight face and sit as if you were about to gargoyle. Tell's own humor was by no means negligible, and she had a store of limericks, the first limericks Joan had encountered. Joan herself rarely giggled. On a few occasions she laughed loudly, but for most comic occasions her laughter was internal. And so this disintegration of Tell by merriment became a fascinating occupation. It was no doubt the contrast of her dark restraint that subjected her to the passionate affection of Adela Murchison. That affair began a year or so before the friendship with Tell. Adela was an abundant white-fleshed creature, rather more than a year older than Joan. She came back from the Easter holidays, stage-struck, with her head full of Rosalind. She had seen Miss Lilla McCarthy as Rosalind in As You Like It, and had fallen violently in love with her. She went over the play with Joan, and Joan was much fascinated by the Rosalind masquerade. In such guise, Joan Stublin might well have met her king for the first time. Then Adela and Joan let their imaginations loose, and played at Shakespearean love-making. They would get together upon walks and steal apart whenever an opportunity offered. Adela wanted to kiss a great deal, and once when she kissed Joan, she whispered, "It's not Rosalind I love, not Lilla or anyone else, just Joan." Joan kissed her in return, and then something twisted over in Joan's mind that drove her to austerity. Suddenly she would have no more of this kissing. She herself could not have explained why or wherefore. It was the queerest recoil. "We're being too soppy," she said to Adela, but that did not in the least express it. Adela became a protesting and urgent lover. She wrote Joan notes. She tried to make scenes. She demanded, was there anyone else? "No," said Joan, "but I don't like all this rot." "You did," said Adela, with ready tears shining in her pretty eyes. "And I don't now," said Joan. Joan herself was puzzled, but she had no material in her mind by which she could test and analyze this revulsion. She hid a dark secret from all the world. She hid it almost from herself, that once before in the previous summer holidays, one afternoon while she was staying with her aunts at the Inglenook, she had walked over by the Cuspard house on the way to Miss Murgatroyd's, and she had met young Cuspard, grown tall and quaintly good-looking in white flannels. They had stopped to talk and sat down on a tree together, and suddenly he had kissed her. "You're lovely, Joan," he said. It was an incredible thing to remember. It was a memory so astounding as to be obscure, but she knew as a fact that she had kissed him again, and had liked this kissing, and then had had just this same feeling of terror, of enormity, as though something vast clutched at her. It was fantastically disagreeable, not like a real disagreeable thing, but like a dream disagreeable thing. She resolved that in fact it had not happened. She barred it back out of the current of her thoughts, and it shadowed her life for days. End of section 17. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, March 27, 2021. Section 18 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 2. 7. The modern world tells the young a score of conflicting stories, more or less distinctly, about every essential thing. While men like Oswald dream of a culture telling the young plainly what they are supposed to be for, what this or that or the other is for, the current method of instruction about God and state and sex alike is a wrangle that never joins issue. For every youth and maiden who is not strictly secluded or very stupid, adolescence is a period of distressful perplexity, of hidden hypotheses, misunderstood hints, checked urgency, and wild stampedes of the imagination. Joan's opening mind was like some ill-defended country across which armies marched. Came the School of St. George and the Venerable Bede, led by Miss Murgatroyd and applauded by Aunt Phoebe, bearing its head and feet and knees, casting aside corsets, appealing to nature and simplicity, professing fearlessness, and telling the young a great deal less than it had the air of telling them. Came High Morton, a bracing wind after that relaxing atmosphere. But Limpsfield had at least a certain honesty in its limited initiation. High Morton was comparatively an imposture. With an effect of going right on beyond all established things to something finer and newer, High Morton was really restoring prudery in a brutalized form. It is no more vigorous to ban a topic by calling it soppy and waving a muddy hockey stick at it in a threatening manner, than it is to ban it by calling it improper and primly cutting it dead. There the topic remains. A third influence had made a contributory grab at Joan. Aunt Charlotte Sydenham's raid on the children's education was on behalf of all that was then most orthodox. Hers was indeed the essential English culture of the earlier Victorian age, a culture that, so far as sex went, was pure suppression, tempered by the broad hints and tittering chatter of servants and base people. Stuck away, shut in Joan's memory, shut in and disregarded as bees will wax up and disregard the decaying body of some foul intruder, were certain passages with Mrs. Pybus. They carried an impression at once vague and enormous of a fascinating, unclean horror. They were inseparably mixed up with strange, incredulous thoughts of hell that were implanted during the same period. Such scenery as they needed was supplied by the dusty, faded furnishings of the little house in Windsor. They had the same faintly disagreeable, dusty smell of a home only cleansed by stray wipes with a duster and spiritless sweeping with tea leaves. That period had been a dark patch upon the sunlit fabric of Joan's life. Over it all brooded this Mrs. Pybus, frankly dirty while doing her house in the morning, then insincerely tidy in the afternoon. She talked continually to, at, and round about Joan. She was always talking. She was an untimely widow prone to brood upon the unpleasant but enormously importunate facts that married life had thrust upon her. She had an irresistible desire to communicate her experiences with an air of wisdom. She had a certain conceit of wisdom. She had no sense of the respect due to the ignorance of childhood. Like many women of her class and type, she was too egotistical to allow for childhood. Never before had Joan heard of diseases. Now she heard of all the diseases of these two profoundly clinical families, the Pybuses and the Unwins. The Pybus family specialized in cancers, tumors, and morbid growths generally. One, but he was rather remote and legendary, had had an insect in his head. The distinction of the Unwins, on the other hand, was in difficult parturitions. All this stuff was poured out in a whining monologue in Joan's presence as Mrs. Pybus busied herself in the slatternly details of her housework. 2 cases of cancer I've seen through from the very first pangs, Mrs. Pybus would begin, and then piously, God grant I never see a third. Whatever you do, Joan, one thing I say, never do, the good though Pybus was and kind, never marry no one with internal cancer, however hard you may be drove. Indigestion, rheumatism, even a wooden leg, rather, better a man that drinks. I say it, and I know it doesn't make it any easier, Joan, to sit and see them suffer. You've got your troubles yet to come, young lady. I don't expect you understand half what I'm telling you, but you will some day. I sometimes think if I hadn't been kept in ignorance, things might have been better for me, all I've been called upon to go through. That was the style of thing. It was like pouring drainage over a rosebud. First Joan listened with curiosity, then with horror. Then, unavailingly, always overpowered by a grotesque fascination, she tried not to listen. Monstrous fragments got through to her cowering attention. Here were things for a little girl to carry off in her memory, material, as she sickened from measles, for the most terrifying and abominable of dreams. There's poor ladies that has to be reg'lar cut open. I had a dreadful time when I married Pybus. Often I said to him afterwards, you can't complain of me, Pybus, the things one lives through. His sister's husband didn't have no mercy on her. Don't you go outside this gate, Joan, ever. If one of these ear tramps should get hold of you, I've heard of a little girl. If a congenial gossip should happen to drop in, Joan would be told to sit by the window and look at the nice picture book. It was always that one old volume of the Illustrated London News, while a talk went on that insisted on being heard, now dropping to harsh whispers, now rising louder after the assurance of Mrs. Pybus, Lord, she won't understand a word you're saying. If by chance Mrs. Pybus and her friend drifted for a time from personal or consanguineous experiences, then they dealt with crimes. Difficulties in the disposal of the body fascinated these ladies even more than the pleasing details of the act, and they preferred murders of women by men. It seemed more natural to them. The world changed again. Through the tossing distress of the measles, Aunt Phyllis reappeared, and then came a journey, and the Inglenook, and dear Pita and Nobby. She was back in a world where Mrs. Pybus could not exist, where the things of which Mrs. Pybus talked could not happen. Yet there was this in Joan's mind, unformulated. There was a passionate stress against its formulation, that all the other things she thought about love and beauty were poetry and dreaming, but this alone of all the voices that had spoken over and about her told of something real. In the unknown beyond to which one got if one pressed on was something of that sort, something monstrous, painful, and dingy, reality. Wax it over, little dream bees. Cover it up, don't think of it. Back to reverie. Be a king's mistress, clad in armor, who sometimes grants a kiss. 8. It was in the nature of Mrs. Pybus to misconceive things. She never grasped the true relationship of Joan and Peter. Mr. Grimes had indeed been deliberately vague upon that point in the interests of the Sydenham family. The use of the Stublin surname for Joan had helped him. And so there dropped into Joan's ears a suggestion that was at the time merely perplexing, but which became gradually an established fact in her mind. "Ow, don't you know," said Mrs. Pybus to her friend. "Oh, no, she's—" Her voice sank to a whisper. For a time what they said was so confidential as to convey nothing to Joan but a sense of mystery. "How his mother ever stood her in the house passes my belief," said Mrs. Pybus, coming up to be audible again. "Why, I'd have killed her. But ladies and gentlemen don't seem to have no natural affections, not what I call affections. There she was, brought into the house and treated just as if she was the little chap's sister." "Well, she'd be—" said the friend, trying to grasp it. "Arf sister," said Mrs. Pybus, "of a sort. Neither here nor there, so to speak, not in the eyes of the law. And there they are, leastways, they was until Lady Charlotte Sydenham interfered." The friend nodded her head rapidly to indicate intelligent appreciation. "It isn't like being really brother and sister," said Mrs. Pybus, contemplating possibilities. "It's neither one thing nor another, and all wrapped up in mystery, as you might say. Why, who knows, they might go falling in love with each other." "Horrible," said Mrs. Pybus's friend. "It had to be put a stop to," said Mrs. Pybus. Confirmatory nodding, with a stern eye for the little figure that sat in a corner and pretended to be interested in the faded exploits of vanished royalties, recorded in that old volume of the Illustrated London News.
That conversation sank down into the deeps of Joan's memory and remained there, obscured but exercising a dim influence upon her relations with Peter. One phrase sent up a bubble every now and then into her conscious thoughts: half-sister. It was years after that she began to piece together the hidden riddle of her birth. Mummy and Daddy were away. That had served as well for her as for Peter, far beyond the Limpsfield days. It isn't until children are in their teens that these things interest them keenly. It wasn't a thing to talk about, she knew, but it was a thing to puzzle over. Who was really her father? Who was her mother? If she was Peter's half-sister, then either his father was not hers or his mother. When people are all manifestly in a plot to keep one in the dark, one does not ask questions. 9. After the first violent rupture that Mr. Grimes had organized, Joan and Peter parted and met again in a series of separations and resumptions. They went off to totally dissimilar atmospheres, Joan to the bracing and roughening air of Highmorton, and Peter first to the brightness of White Court and then to the vigorous work and play of Caxton. And each time they returned for the holidays to Margate or Limpsfield or Pelham Ford, changed, novel, and yet profoundly familiar. Always at first, when holidays brought them together again, they were shy with each other and intensely egotistical, anxious to show off their new tricks and make the most of whatever small triumphs school life had given them. Then in a day or so they would be at their ease together, like a joint that has been dislocated and has slipped into place again. Cambridge at last brought them nearer together and ended this series of dislocations. After much grave weighing of the situation by Miss Fairchild, the principal of Newton Hall, Peter, when Joan came up, was given the status of a full brother. They grew irregularly, and that made some quaint variations of relationship. Peter, soon after he went to Caxton, fell to expanding enormously. He developed a chest, his limbs became great things. There was a summer bitten into Joan's memory when he regarded her as nothing more than a little teeny female tick, and descanted on the minuteness of her soul and body. But he had lost some of his lightness, if none of his dexterity and balance, as a climber, and Joan got her consolations among the lighter branches of various trees they explored. Next Christmas, Joan herself had done some serious growing, and the gap was not so wide, but it was only after her first term at Newnham that Joan passed from the subservience of a junior to the confidence of a senior. She did it at a bound. She met him one day in the narrow way between Sydney Street and Petty Curie. Her hair was up, and her eyes were steady. Most of her legs had vanished, and she had clothes like a real woman. We do not foregather, even with foster brothers, in the streets of Cambridge, but a passing hail is beyond the reach of discipline. "Hullo, Peter," she said. "What a gawky great thing you're getting." Peter, a man in his second year, was so taken aback he had no adequate reply. "You've grown too," he said, "if it comes to that." A flavorless reply, and there was admiration in his eyes. An encounter for subsequent regrets. He thought over it afterwards. The cheek of her, it made his blood boil. "So long, Peter," said Joan, carrying it off to the end. They were sterner than brother and sister with each other. There was never going to be anything soppy between them. At 14, when Peter passed into the Red Indian phase of a boy's development, when there can be no more blubbing, no more shirking, he carried Joan with him. She responded magnificently to the idea of pluck. Spartan ideals ruled them both, and a dark taciturnity. Joan would have died with shame if Peter had penetrated the secret romance of Joan Stubland, and the days of Peter's sagas were over forever. When Peter was 15, he was consumed by a craving for a gun, and Oswald gave him one. "But kill," said Oswald, "if you let anything get away wounded." Peter took Joan out into the wood at the back. He missed a pigeon, and then he got one. "Pick it up, Joan," he said, very calmly and grandly. Joan was white to the lips, but she picked up the blood-stained bird in silence. These things had to happen. Then, out of a heap of leaves in front darted a rabbit. Lop, lop, lop went its little white scut. Bang, and over it rolled. But it wasn't instantly killed. Horror came upon Joan. She was nearest. She ran to the wretched animal, which was lying on its side and kicking automatically, and stood over it. Its eyes were bright and wide with terror. "Oh, how am I to kill it?" she cried, with agony in her voice. "What am I to do?" She wrung her hands. She felt she was going to pieces, giving herself away, failing utterly. Peter would despise her and jeer at her. But the poor little beast, the poor beast! There is a limit to pride. She caught it up. "Peter!" she cried, quite pitifully, on the verge of a whimper. Peter had come up to her. He didn't look contemptuous. He was white-lipped, too. She had never seen him look scared before. He snatched the rabbit from her and killed it by 1, 2, 3, she counted, quick blows. She didn't see, but she had met his eyes, and they were as distressed as hers, just for a moment. Then he was a fifth-form boy again. He examined his victim with an affectation of calm. "Too far back," he said. "Bad shot. Mustn't do that again." The rabbit was quite still and limp now, dangling from Peter's hand. Its eye had glazed, blood dripped and clotted at its muzzle, but its rhythmic, desperate kicking was still beating in Joan's brain. Was this to go on? Could she go on? Peter's gun and the pigeon were lying some yards away. He regarded them, and then looked down at the rabbit he held. "Now I know I can shoot," he said, and left the sentence unfinished. "Bring the pigeon, Joan," he said, ending in indecision, and picked up his gun and led the way back towards the house. "We got a pigeon and a rabbit," Joan babbled at tea to Oswald. "Next time Peter's going to let me have the gun." Our tone was altogether sporting. But there was no next time. There were many unspoken things between Joan and Peter, and this was to be one of them. For all the rest of their lives, neither Joan nor Peter went shooting again. Men Peter was destined to slay, but no more beasts. Necessity never compelled them, and it would have demanded an urgent necessity before they would have faced the risk of seeing another little furry creature twist and wriggle, and of marking how a bright eye glazes over. But they were both very bitterly ashamed of this distressing weakness. They left further shooting for tomorrow, and it remained always tomorrow. They said nothing about their real feelings in the matter, and Peter cleaned and oiled his new gun very carefully, and hung it up conspicuously over the mantel-shelf of their common room, ready to be taken down at any time, when animals cease to betray feeling. 10. Joan and Peter detested each other's friends from the beginning. The quarrel that culminated in that amazing speech of Joan's had been smoldering between them for a good 7 years. It went right back to the days when they were still boy and girl. To begin with, after their first separation, they had had no particular friends. They had had acquaintances and habits of association, but the mind still lacks the continuity necessary for friendship and Euclid until the early teens. The first rift came with Adela Murchison. Joan brought her for the summer holidays when Peter had been just a year at Caxton. That was the first summer at Pelham Ford. Aunt Phyllis was with them, but Aunt Phoebe was in great labor with her first and only novel, a fantasia on the theme of feminine genius, These Are My Children, or Mary on the Cross. It was afterwards greatly censored. Boots, the druggist librarian, would have none of it. She stayed alone, therefore, at the Inglenook, writing, revising, despairing, tearing up and beginning again, reciting her more powerful passages to the scarlet but listening ears of Groombridge and the little maid, and going more and more unkempt, unhooked, and unbuttoned. Oswald, instead of resorting to the Climax Club, as he was apt to do when Aunt Phoebe was imminent, abode happily in his new home. Adela was a month or so older than Peter, and, what annoyed him to begin with, rather more fully grown. She was, as she only too manifestly perceived, a woman of the world in comparison with both of her hosts. She was still deeply in love with Joan, but by no means indifferent to this dark boy who looked at her with so much of Joan's cool detachment. Joan's romantic dreams were Joan's inmost secret. Adela's romantic intentions were an efflorescence. She was already hoisting the signals for masculine surrender. She never failed to have a blue ribbon astray somewhere to mark and help the blueness of her large blue eyes. She insisted upon the flaxen waves over her ears, and secretly assisted them to kink. She had a high color. She had no rouge yet in her possession, but there was rouge in her soul, and she would rub her cheeks with her hands before she came into a room. She discovered to Joan the incredible fact that Oswald was also a man. With her arm round Joan's waist or over her shoulder, she would look back at him across the lawn. "I say," she said, "he'd be frightfully good-looking if it wasn't for that." And one day, "I wonder if Mr. Sydenham's ever been in love." She lay in wait for Oswald's eye. She went after him to ask him unimportant things. Once or twice little things happened, the slightest things, but it might have seemed to Joan that Oswald was disposed to flirt with Adela, but that was surely impossible. The first effect of the young woman upon Peter was a considerable but indeterminate excitement. It was neither pleasurable nor unpleasurable, but it hung over the giddy verge of being unpleasant. It made him want to be very large, handsome, and impressive. It also made him acutely ashamed of wanting to be very large, handsome, and impressive. It turned him from a simple boy into a conflict of motives. He wanted to extort admiration from Adela, also he wanted to despise her utterly.
These impulses worked out to no coherent system of remarks and gestures, and he became awkward and tongue-tied. Adela wanted to be shown all over the house and garden. She put her arm about Joan in a manner Peter thought offensive. Then she threw back her hair at him over her shoulder and said, shooting a glance at him, "You come too." Cheek? Still, she was a guest, and so a fellow had to follow, with his hands in his pockets, and watch his own private and particular Joan being ordered about, and, what was somehow so much more exasperating, pawed about. At what seemed to be the earliest opportunity, Peter excused himself and went off to the outhouse in which he had his tools and chemicals and things. He decided he would rig up everything ready to make sulphuretted hydrogen, although he knew quite well that this was neither a large, handsome, nor impressive thing to do, and then he would wait for them to come along and set the odor going. But neither of the girls came near his glory hole, and he was not going to invite them. He just hovered there unvisited, waiting with his preparations and whistling soft, melancholy tunes. Finally, he made a lot of the gas, simply because he had got the stuff ready, and stank himself out of his glory hole into society again. At supper, which had become a sort of dinner that night, Adela insisted on talking like a rather languid, smart woman of the world to Nobby. Nobby took her quite seriously. It was perfectly sickening. "Do you hunt much?" said Adela. "Not in England," said Nobby. "There's too many hedges for me. I've a sailor's seat." "All my people hunt," said Adela. "It's rather a bore, don't you think, Mr. Sydenham?" Talk like that. 2 days passed, during which Peter was either being bored to death in the company of Adela and Joan, or also bored to death keeping aloof from them. He cycled to Ware with them, and Adela's cycle had a change speed arrangement with a high gear of 85 that made it difficult to keep ahead of her. Beast? And on the second evening she introduced a new card game, Demon Patience, a scrambling sort of game in which you piled on aces in the middle and cried stop as soon as your stack was out. It was one of those games, one of those inferior games at which boys in their teens are not nearly as quick as girls, Peter discovered. But presently Joan began to pull ahead and beat Adela and Peter. The two girls began to play against each other, as if his poor little spurts didn't amount to anything. They certainly didn't amount to very much. Adela began to play with a sprawling eagerness. Her color deepened, her manners deteriorated. She was tormented between ambition and admiration. When Joan had run her out for the third time, she cried, "Oh, Joan, you wonderful darling!" and clutched and kissed her. All the other things might have been bearable if it had not been for this perpetual confabulating with Joan, this going off to whisper with Joan, this putting of arms round Joan's neck, this whispering that was almost kissing Joan's ear. One couldn't have a moment with Joan. One couldn't use Joan for the slightest thing. It would have been better if one hadn't had a Joan. On the mill pond, there was a boat that Joan and Peter were allowed to use. On the morning of the 5th day, Joan found Peter hanging about in the hall. "Joan?" "Yes?" "Come and muck about in Baker's boat." "If Adela—" "Oh, leave Adela. We don't want her. She'd stash it all up." "But she's a visitor. Pretty rotten visitor. What did you bring her here for? She's rotten." "She's not. She's all right. You're being horrid rude to her. Every chance you get. I like her. Silly tick she is. She's taller than you, anyhow." "Nyar, nyar, nyar, nyar," said Peter, in a singularly ineffective mockery of Adela's manner. Adela appeared, descending the staircase. Peter turned away. "Peter wants to go in the boat on the mill pond," said Joan, as if with calculated wickedness. "Oh, I love boats," said Adela. What was a chap to do but go? But under a thin mask of playfulness, Peter splashed them both a lot, especially Adela, and in the evening he refused to play at Demon Patience, and went and sat by himself to draw. He tried various designs. He was rather good at drawing Mr. Henderson, and he did several studies of him. Then the girls, who found Demon Patience slow with only 2 players, came and sat beside him. He was inspired to begin an ugly caricature of Adela. He began at the eyes. Joan knew him better than Adela. She saw what was coming. Down came her little brown paw on the paper. "No, you don't, Peter," she said. Peter looked into her face, hot against his, and there was a red light in his eyes. "Let go, Joan," he said. A struggle began, in which Adela took no share. The Sydenham blood is hot blood, and though it doesn't like hurting rabbits, it can be pretty rough with its first cousins. But Joan was still gripping the crumpled half of the offending sheet when Aunt Phyllis, summoned by a scared Adela, came in. The two were on the hearth-rug, panting, and Joan's teeth were deep in Peter's wrist. They parted and rose somewhat abashed. "My dears!" cried Aunt Phyllis. "We were playing," said Joan, flushed and breathless, but honorably tearless. "Yes," said Peter, holding his wrist tight. "We were playing." "Romping," said Aunt Phyllis. "Weren't you a little rough? Adela, you know, isn't used to your style." After that, Peter shunned further social intercourse. He affected a great concentration upon experimental chemistry and photography, and bicycled in lonely pride to Waltham Cross, Baldock, and Dunmow. He gave himself up to the roads of Hertfordshire. When at last Adela departed, it made no difference in his aloofness. Joan was henceforth as nothing to him. She was just a tick, a silly little female tick, an associate of things that went nyar, nyar, nyar. He hated her. At least, he would have hated her if there was anything that a self-respecting Caxtonian could hate in a being so utterly contemptible. Yet at the bottom of his heart he loved and respected her for biting his wrist so hard. Deprived of Adela, Joan became very lonely and forlorn. After some days there were signs of relenting on the part of Peter, and then came his visitor, Wilmington, a boy who had gone with him from Whitecourt to Caxton, and after that there was no need of Joan. With a grim resolution, Peter shut Joan out from all their pursuits. She was annihilated. The boys did experimental chemistry together, made the most disgusting stinks, blew up a small earthwork by means of a mine, and stained their hands bright yellow. They had long bicycle rides together. They did splorgems in the wood. They mucked about with Baker's boat. Joan by no effort could come into existence again. Once or twice as Peter was going off with Wilmington, Peter would glance back and feel a gleam of compunction at the little figure that watched him going. But she had her Adelas. She and Adela wrote letters to each other. She could go and write to her beastly Adela now. "Can't Joan come?" said Wilmington. "She's only a tick," said Peter. "She's not a bad sort of tick," said Wilmington. What business was it of his? Joan fell back on Nobby and went for walks with him in the afternoon. Then came a complication. Toward the end, Wilmington got quite soppy on Joan. It showed. Aunt Phyllis suggested charades for the evening hour after dinner. Wilmington and Peter played against each other, and either of them took out any people he wanted to act with him. Aunt Phyllis was a grave and dignified actress, and Nobby could do better than you might have expected. Peter did Salome, Sal-o-me, doing Sal Volatile for Sal. He sat as Herod, crowned and scornful with the false black beard, and Joan danced and afterwards brought the football in on a plate. Aunt Phyllis did pseudo-oriental music. But when Wilmington saw Joan dance, he knew what it was to be in love. He sat glowering passion. For a time he remained frozen rigid, and then broke into wild hand-clapping. His ears were bright red, and Aunt Phyllis looked at him curiously. It was with difficulty that his clouded mind could devise a charade that would give him a call upon Joan. But he thought at last of Milton, Mill-ton. "I want you," he said. "Won't Auntie do?" "No, you. It's got to be a girl." He held the door open for her and stumbled going out of the room. He was more breathless and jerky than ever outside. Joan heard his exposition with an unfriendly expression. "And what am I to do then?" she asked. "And then?" They did Mill and Ton pretty badly. Came Wilmington's last precious moments with her. He broke off in his description of Milton Blind and Joan as the amanuensis daughter. "Joan," he whispered, going hoarse with emotion. "Joan, you're lovely. I'd die for you." A light of evil triumph came into Joan's eyes. "Ugly thing," said Joan. "What did you come here for? You've spoilt my holidays. Let go of my hand. Let's go in and do our tableau." And afterwards, when Wilmington met Joan in the passage, she treated him to a grimace that was only too manifestly intended to represent his own expression of melancholy but undying devotion. In the presence of others, she was coolly polite to him. Peter read his friend like a book, but refrained from injurious comment, and Wilmington departed in a state of grave nervous disarray. A day passed. There was not much left now of the precious holidays. Came a glowing September morning. "Joan!" whooped Peter in the garden, in just the old note. "Peter!" answered Joan, full-voiced as ever, distant but drawing nearer. "Come and muck about in Baker's boat." "Right-o, Peter," said Joan, and approached with a slightly prancing gait. End of section 18. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, April 17, 2021. Section 19 of Joan and Peter.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 3. 11. Growing out of his Red Indian phase, Peter moved up into the lower sixth and became a regular cynical man of the world, with an air of knowing more than a thing or two. He was, in fact, learning a vast number of things that are outside the books, and rearranging many of his early shocks and impressions by the help of a confusing and increasing mixture of half-lights. The chaotic disrespect of the young went out of his manner in his allusion to school affairs. He no longer spoke of various masters as Buzzy, Snooks, and the Croaker, and a curious respectability had invaded his demeanor. The head had had him in to tea and tennis. The handle of the prefect's birch was perhaps not more than a year now from his grip, if he bore himself gravely. He reproached Joan on various small occasions for thundering bad form, and when Wilmington came, a much more wary and better-looking Wilmington, with his heart no longer on his sleeve, the conversation became, so to speak, political. They talked at the dinner table of the behavior of so-and-so and this and that, at High and at Bottoms and on the Corso. They discussed various cases of side and cheek, and the permanent effect of these upon the standing and reputations of the youths concerned. They were earnest to search out and know utterly why Bess did not get his colors, and whether it was just to super old Rawdon. They discussed the question of superannuation with Oswald very gravely. "Don't you think," said Oswald, "if a school takes a boy on, it ought to see him through?" "But if he doesn't work, sir," said Wilmington. "A school oughtn't to produce that lassitude," said Oswald. "A chap ought to use a school," said Peter. That was a new point of view to Oswald and Joan. Afterwards came Troop, a larger boy than either Peter or Wilmington, a prefect, a youth almost incredibly manly in his manner, and joined on to these discussions. Said Oswald, "There ought not to be such a thing as superannuation. A man ought not to be let drift to the point of unteachable incapacity and then thrown away. Some master ought to have shepherded him in for special treatment." "They don't look after us to that extent, sir," said Troop. "Don't they teach you, or fail to teach you?" "It's the school teaches us," said Peter, as though it had just occurred to him. "Still, the masters are there," said Oswald, smiling. "The masters are there," Troop acquiesced, "but the life of the school is the tradition, and a big chap like Rawdon hanging about, too big to lick and too stupid for responsibility, it breaks things up, sir." Oswald was very much interested in this prefect's view of the school life. Behind his blank mask he engendered questions. His one eye watched Troop, and went from Troop to Peter. This manliness in the taught surprised him tremendously. Peter was acquiring it rapidly, but Troop seemed to embody it. Oswald himself had been a man early enough, and had led a hard life of mutual criticism and exasperation with his fellows, but that had been in a working reality, the Navy. This, he reflected, was a case of cocks crowing inside the egg. These boys were living in a premature autonomous state, an aristocratic republic, with the head as a sort of a constitutional monarch. There was one questionable consequence, at least. They were acquiring political habits before they had acquired wide horizons. Were the political habits of a school where all the boys were of one race and creed and class suitable for the problems of a world's affairs? Troop, under Oswald's insidious leading, displayed his ideas modestly but frankly, and they were the ideas of a large child. Troop was a good-looking, thoroughly healthy youth, full of his grave responsibilities towards the school, and inclined to claim a liberal attitude. He was very great upon his duty to make the fellows live decently and behave decently. He was lured into a story of how one youth, with a tendency to long hair, had been partly won and partly driven to a more seemly coiffure, how he had dealt with a games shirker, and how a fellow had been detected lending socialist pamphlets, not to his friends, sir, I shouldn't mind that so much, but pushing them upon anyone, and restrained. Seditious sort of stuff, sir, I believe. No, I did not read it, sir. Troop was for cold baths under all circumstances, for no smoking under 16 and 5'6", and for a simple and unquestioning loyalty to anyone who came along and professed to be in authority over him. When he mentioned the king, his voice dropped worshipfully. Upon the just use of the birch, Troop was conscientiously prolix. There were prefects, he said, who savaged the fellows, others swished without judgment. Troop put conscience into each whack. Troop's liberalism interested Oswald more than anything else about him.
He was proud to profess himself no mere traditionalist. He wanted Caxton to broaden down from precedent to precedent. Indeed, he had ambitions to be remembered as a reformer. He hoped, he said, to leave the school better than he found it. The modern note, surely. His idea of a great and memorable improvement was to let the upper fifth fellows into the Corso after morning service on Sunday. He did not think it would make them impertinent. Rather, it would increase their self-respect. He was also inclined to a reorganization of the afternoon fagging, to stop so much bawling down the corridor. There ought to be a bell, an electric bell, in each prefect's study. No doubt that was a bit revolutionary. Troop almost smirked. It's all very well for schools like Eton or Winchester to stick to the old customs, sir, but we are supposed to be an up-to-date school, don't you think, sir? The egg was everything to this young cockerel. The world outside was naught. Oswald led him on from one solemn puerility to another, and as the big boy talked in his stout man-of-the-world voice, the red eye roved from him to Peter, and from Peter back to Troop, until presently it realized that Peter was watching it as narrowly. What does Peter really think of this stuff? Thought Oswald. What does Nobby really think of this stuff? Queried Peter. I suppose some day you'll leave Caxton, said Oswald. I shall be very sorry to, sir, said Troop sincerely. Have you thought at all? Not yet, sir. At least... Troop's people, Peter intervened, are army people. I see, said Oswald. Joan listened enviously to all this prefectorial conversation. At High Morton, that sort of bossing and influencing was done by the junior staff. Oswald did his best to lure Troop from his administrative preoccupations into general topics, but apparently someone whom Troop respected had warned him against general topics. Oswald lugged and pushed the talk towards religion, Aunt Phyllis helping, but they came up against a stone wall. My people are Church of England, said Troop, intimating thereby that his opinions were banked with the proper authorities. It was not for him to state them. And in regard to politics, all my people are conservative. One evening Oswald showed him a portfolio of drawings from various Indian temples, and suggested something of the complex symbolism of the figures. Troop thought it was rather unhealthy. But turning from these monstrosities, he had hopes for India. My cousin tells me, sir, that cricket and polo are spreading very rapidly there. Polo, said Oswald, is an Indian game. They have played it for centuries. It came from Persia originally. But Troop was unable to imagine Indians riding horses. He had the common British delusion that the horse and the ship were both invented in our islands, and that all foreign peoples are necessarily amateurs at such things. I thought they rode elephants, said Troop, with quiet conviction. Troop was not only a great experience for Oswald, he also exercised the always active mind of Joan very considerably. Peter, it seemed, hadn't even mentioned her beforehand. Hello, said Troop, at the sight of her. Got a sister? Foster sister, said Peter, minimizing the thing. Joan, this is Troop. Joan regarded him critically. Can he play DP? Not one of my games, said Troop, who was chary of all games not usually played. It's a game like Snap, said Peter, with an air of casual contempt, and earned a bright scowl. For a day or so, Troop and Joan kept aloof, watching one another. Then she caught him out rather neatly twice at single-wicket cricket. He had a weakness for giving catches to point, and she had observed it. Caught, he cried approvingly. Also, she snicked and slipped and at last slogged boldly at his patronizing underarm bowling. Here's a twister, he said, like an uncle speaking to a child. Joan smacked it into the cedar. Twister, quoth Joan, running. After that, he took formal notice of her, betraying a disposition to address her as Kid. Ralph Connor was at that time adding his quota to the great British tradition. It is true, he wrote an American about cowboys, but a refined cowboy was the fullest realization of an English gentleman's pre-war ideals, and Ralph Connor's cowboys are essentially refined. Thence came the Kid, anyhow. But Joan took umbrage at the Kid, and she disliked Troop's manner and influence with Peter, and the way Peter stood it. She did not understand what a very, very great being a prefect is in an English public school. She did not know of Troop's superbness at Rugger. It seemed to her that it was bad manners to behave as though a visit to Pelham Ford were an act of princely condescension. She was even disposed to diagnose Troop's largeness very unjustly as fat. So she pulled up Troop venomously with, My name's not Kit, it's Joan, Joan. Sorry, said Troop. And being of that insensitive class whose passions are only to be roused by a smacking, he began to take still more notice of her. She was, he perceived, a lively kid. He felt a strong desire to reprove and influence her. He had no suspicion that what he really wanted to do was to interest Joan in himself. Joan's tennis was incurably tricky. Troop's idea of tennis was to play very hard and very swiftly, close over the net, but without cunning. Peter and Wilmington followed his lead, but Joan forced victory upon an unwilling partner by doing unexpected things. Troop declared he did not mind being defeated, but that he was shocked by the spirit of Joan's play. It wasn't sporting. "These short returns aren't done, kid," he said. "I do them," said Joan. "Ancient." Peter and Wilmington were visibly shocked, but Troop showed no resentment at the gross familiarity. "But if everyone did them," he reasoned. "I could take them," said Joan. "Anyone could take them who knew how." The dispute seemed likely to die down into unverifiable assertions. "Peter can take them," said Joan. "He drops them back, but he isn't doing it today." Peter reflected. Troop would never understand, but there was something reasonable in Joan's line. "I'll see to Joan," he said abruptly, and came towards the middle of the net. The game continued on unorthodox but brilliant lines. "I don't call this tennis," said Troop. "If you serve to her left," said Peter. "But she's a girl," protested Troop. "Serve." He made the concessions that are proper to a lady, and Joan scored the point after a brief rally with Peter. "Game," said Joan. Troop declared he did not care to play again. It would put him off tennis. "Take me as a partner," said Joan. "No, I don't think so, thanks," said Troop coldly. Everyone became thoughtful and drifted towards the net. Oswald approached from the pergola, considering the problem. "I've been thinking about that sort of thing for years," he remarked, strolling towards them. "Well, sir, aren't you with me?" asked Troop. "No, I'm for Joan and Peter." "But that sort of trick play—" "No, the way to play a game is to get all over the game and to be equal to anything in it. If there is a stroke or anything that spoils the game, it ought to be barred by the rules. Apart from that, a game ought to be worked out to its last possibility. Things oughtn't to be barred in the interests of a few conventional swipes, this cutting down of a game to just a few types of stroke." Peter looked apprehensive. "It's laziness," said Oswald. Troop was too puzzled to be offended. "But you have to work tremendously hard, sir, at the proper game." "Not mentally," said Oswald. "There's too much good form in all our games. It's just a way of cutting down a game to a formality. But, for instance, sir, would you bowl grounders at cricket?" "If I thought the batsmen had been too lazy to learn what to do with them, why not?" "If you look at it like that, sir," said Troop, and had no more to say. But he went away marveling. Oswald was a V.C., yet he looked at games like an American. He played to win. It was enough to perplex anyone. "Must confess I don't see it," said Troop when Oswald had gone. When at last Troop and Wilmington departed, Oswald went with them to the station. The luggage was sent on in the cart, and walked back over the ploughed ridge and up the lane with Peter. For a time they kept silence, but Troop was in both their minds. "He's a good sort," said Peter. "Admirable, in some ways." "I thought," said Peter, "you didn't like him. You kept on pulling his leg." So Peter had seen. "Well, he doesn't exercise his brain very much," said Oswald. "Stop short at his neck," said Peter. "Exercise, I mean." "You and Troop are singularly unlike each other," said Oswald. "Oh, that's exactly it. I can't make out why I like him. If nothing else attracted me, that would." "Does he know why he likes you?" "Hasn't the ghost of an idea. It worries him at times. Makes him want to try and get all over me." "Does he, at all?" "Lots," said Peter. "I fag at the blessed cadet corps simply because I like him. At Rugger he's rather a god, you know, and he's a clean chap." "He's clean?" "Oh, he's clean. It's catching," said Peter, and seemed to reflect. "And in a sort of way lately, old Troop's taken to swatting. It's pathetic." Then, with a shade of anxiety, "I don't think for a moment he twigged you were pulling his leg." Oswald came to the thing that was really troubling him. "Allowing for his class," said Oswald, "that young man is growing up to an outlook upon the world about as broad and high as the outlook of a bricklayer's laborer." Peter reflected impartially, and Oswald noted incidentally what a good profile the boy was developing. "A clean, serious bricklayer's laborer," said Peter, weighing his adjectives carefully. "But he may go into Parliament, or have to handle a big business," said Oswald. "Army, for Troop," said Peter, "via a university commission." "Even armies have to be handled intelligently nowadays," said Oswald. "He'll go into the cavalry," said Peter. making one of those tremendous jumps in thought that were characteristic of himself and Joan. 12. A day or so after Troop's departure, Peter waylaid Oswald in the garden. Peter, now that Troop had gone, was amusing himself with dissection again, an interest that Troop had disposed of as a bit morbid. Oswald thought the work Peter did neat and good. He had to brush up his own rather faded memories of Huxley's laboratory in order to keep pace with the boy. "I wish you'd come to the glory hole and look at an old rat I dissected yesterday. I want to get its solar plexus, and I'm not sure about it. I've been using acetic acid to bring out the nerves, but there's such a lot of white stuff about." The dissection was a good piece of work, the stomach cleaned out and the viscera neatly displayed. Very much in evidence were 8 small embryo rats, which the specimen under examination, had not science overtaken her, would have presently added to the rat population of the world. "The old girl's been going it," said Peter in a casual tone, and turned these things over with the handle of his scalpel. "Now, is all this stuff solar plexus, Nobby?" The next morning Oswald stopped short in the middle of his shaving, which in his case involved the most tortuous deflections and grimacings. "It's all right with the boy," he said to himself. "I think it's all right. No nonsense about it, anyhow. But what a tortuous, untraceable business the coming of knowledge is. Curiosity, a fad for dissecting, an instinct for cleanliness, pride. A bigger boy like Troop. Suppose Troop had been a different sort of boy. But then I suppose Peter and he wouldn't have hit it off together." Oswald scraped, and presently his mind tried over a phrase. "Inherent powers of selection," said Oswald. "Inherent. I suppose I picked my way through a pretty queer lot of stuff." He stood wiping his safety razor blade. "There was more mystery in my time, and more emotion. This is better. Facts are clean," said Oswald, uttering the essential faith with which science has faced vice and priestcraft, magic and muddle and fear and mystery, the whole world over. Facts are clean. 13. Joan followed a year after Peter to Cambridge. She entered at Newton Hall. Both Oswald and Aunt Phyllis preferred Newnham to Girton because of the greater freedom of the former college. They agreed that, as Oswald put it, if women were to be let out of purdah, they might as well be let right out. Coming from High Morton to Newnham was like emerging from some narrow, draughty passage in which one marches muddily with a whispering, giggling hockey team, all very much of a sort, into a busy and confused marketplace, a rather squabbling and very exciting marketplace, in which there is the greatest variety of sorts. And Joan's mind, too, was opening out in an even greater measure. A year or so ago, she was a spirited, intelligent animal, a being of dreams and unaccountable impulses. In a year or so's time, she was to become a shaped and ordered mind, making plans, controlling every urgency, holding herself in relation to a definite conception of herself and the world. We have still to gauge the almost immeasurable receptivity of those 3 or 4 crucial years. We have still to grasp what the due use of those years may mean for mankind. Oswald had been at great pains to find out what was the best education the Empire provided for these 2 wards of his, but his researches had brought him to realize chiefly how poor and spiritless a thing was the very best formal education that the Empire could offer. It seemed to him, in the bitter urgency of his imperial passion, perhaps even poorer than it was. There was a smattering of Latin, a thinner smattering of Greek, a little patch of Mediterranean history and literature detached from past and future. All university history seemed to Oswald to be in disconnected fragments. But then he would have considered any history fragmentary that did not begin with the geological record and end with a clear tracing of every traceable consequence of the period in current affairs. There were mathematical specializations that did not so much broaden the mind as take it into a gully, modern and medieval language specializations, philosophical studies that were really not philosophical studies at all, but partial examinations of remote and irrelevant systems, the study of a scrap of Plato or Aristotle here, or an excursion, by means of translations, into the Hegelian phraseology there. This sort of thing, given out to a few thousand young men, for the most part greatly preoccupied with games, and to a few hundred young women, was all that Oswald could discover by way of mental binding for the entire empire. It seemed to him like innervating a body as big as the world with a brain as big as a pin's head. As Joan and Peter grew out of school and went up to Cambridge, they became more and more aware of a note of lamentation and woe in the voice of their guardian. He talked at them, over their heads, at lunch and dinner, to this or that visitor, He also talked to them, but he had a great dread of preachments. They were aware of his general discontent with the education he was giving them, but as yet they had no standards by which to judge his charges. Over their heads his voice argued that the universities would give them no access worth considering to the thoughts and facts of India, Russia, or China, that they were ignoring something stupendous called America, that their political and economic science still neglected the fact that every problem in politics, every problem in the organization of production and social cooperation is a psychological problem, and that all these interests were supremely urgent interests, and how the devil was one going to get these things in? But one thing Joan and Peter did grasp from these spluttering dissertations that flew round and about them: they had to find out all the most important things in life for themselves. Perhaps the problem of making the teacher of youth an inspiring figure is an insoluble one. At any rate, there was no great stir evoked in Joan and Peter by the personalities of any of their university tutors, lecturers, and professors. These seemed to be, for the most part, little-spirited, gossiping men. They had also an effect of being underpaid. They had been caught early by the machinery of prize and scholarship, bred in the menagerie. They were men who knew nothing of the world outside, nothing of effort and adventure, nothing of sin and repentance. Not that there were not whispers and scandals about, but such sins as the dons knew of were rather in the nature of dirty affectations, got out of Petronius and Suetonius, and practiced with a tremendous sense of devilment behind locked doors, than those graver and larger sins that really distress and mar mankind. As Joan and Peter encountered these masterminds, they appeared as gowned and capped individuals, hurrying to lecture rooms, delivering lectures that were often hasty and indistinct, making obscure but caustic allusions to rival teachers, parrying the troublesome inquiring student with an accustomed and often quite pretty wit. With a lesser subtlety and a greater earnestness, the women dons had fallen in with this tradition. There were occasional shy personal contacts, but at his tea or breakfast, the don was usually too anxious to impress Peter with the idea that he himself was really only a sort of overgrown undergraduate to produce any other effect at all. Into the Cambridge lecture rooms and laboratories went Joan and Peter, notebook in hand, and back to digestion in their studies, and presently they went into examination rooms where they vindicated their claim to have attended to textbook and lecture. In addition, Peter did some remarkably good sketches of tutors and professors and fellow students. This was their grind, Joan and Peter considered, a drill they had to go through. It became them to pass these tests creditably, if only to play the game towards old Nobby. Only with Peter's specialization in biology did he begin to find any actuality in these processes. He found a charm in phylogenetic speculations. And above the narrow canons of formal research, there were fascinating uplands of wisdom. Upon those uplands there lay a light in which even political and moral riddles took on a less insoluble aspect. But going out upon those uplands was straying from the proper work. Joan got even less from her moral philosophy. Her principal teacher was a man shaped like a bubble, whose life and thought was all the blowing of a bubble. He claimed to have proved human immortality. It was, he said, a very long and severe logical process, about desire, about art, about social association, about love, about God, for he knew also that there was no God. It mattered not what deep question assailed him. This gifted being would dip into his Hegelian suds and blow without apparent effort, and there you were, as wise as when you started. And off the good man would float, infinitely self-satisfied and manifestly absurd. But even Peter's biology was only incidentally helpful in answering the fierce questions that life was now thrusting upon him and Joan. Nor had this education linked them up to any great human solidarity. It was like being guided into a forest and lost there by queer, absent-minded men. They had no sense of others being there too, upon a common adventure. "And it is all that I can get for them," said Oswald. "Bad as it is the best thing there is." He tried to find comfort in comparisons. Has any country in the world got anything much better? 14. One day Oswald found himself outside Cambridge on the Huntingdon Road. It was when he had settled that Peter was to enter Trinity, and while he was hesitating between Newnham and Girton as Joan's destiny. There was a little difficulty in discovering Girton. Unlike Newnham, which sits down brazenly in Cambridge, Girton is but half-heartedly at Cambridge, coyly a good mile from the fountains of knowledge, hiding its blushes between tall trees. He was reminded absurdly of a shy, nice girl sitting afar off until father should come out of the public house. He fell thinking about the education of women in Great Britain. At first he had been disposed to think chiefly of Peter's education and to treat Joan's as a secondary matter, but little by little, as he watched British affairs close at hand, he had come to measure the mischief feminine illiteracy can do in the world. In no country do the lunch and dinner party, the country house and personal acquaintance play so large a part in politics as they do in Great Britain, and the atmosphere of all that inner world of influence is a woman-made atmosphere, and an atmosphere made by women who are, for the most part, untrained and unread. Here at Girton and Newnham, and at Oxford and Somerville, he perceived there could not be room for a tithe of the girls of the influential and governing classes. Where were the rest? English womanhood was as yet only nibbling at university life. Where were the girls of the peerage, the county family girls, and the like? Their brothers came up, but they stayed at home, and were still educated scarcely better than his Aunt Charlotte had been educated 40 years ago, by a genteel person, by a sort of mental maid, who did their minds as their maids did their hair for the dinner table. No wonder, he said, they poison politics and turn it all into personal intrigues. No wonder they want religion to be just a business of personal consolations. No wonder every sort of charlatan and spook dealer, fortune-teller and magic healer flourishes in London. Well, Joan, anyhow, shall have whatever they can give her here. It's better than nothing, and she'll talk and read. 15.
But school and university are only the formal part of education.
The larger part of the education of every human being is and always has been and must be provided by the thing that is. Every adult transaction has as its most important and usually most neglected aspect its effect upon the minds of the young. Behind school and university, the empire itself was undesignedly addressing Joan and Peter. It was, so to speak, gesticulating at them over their teachers' heads and under their teachers' arms. It was performing ceremonies and exhibiting spectacles of a highly suggestive nature. In a large and imposing form, certain ideas were steadfastly thrust at Joan and Peter. More particularly was the idolization of the monarchy thrust upon them. In terms of zeal and reverence, the press, the pulpit, and the world at large directed the innocent minds of Joan and Peter to the monarch, as if that individual were the reason, the highest good, and crown of the collective life. Nothing else in the world of Joan and Peter got anything like the same tremendous show. Their early years were colored by the reflected glories of the Diamond Jubilee, followed the funeral pomps of Queen Victoria, with much mobbing of negligent or impecunious people not in black by the loyal London crowd. Then came the postponed and then the actual coronation of King Edward, public prayings for his health, his stupendous funeral glories, succeeded by the coronation of King George, and finally, about the time that Joan followed Peter up to Cambridge, the coronation durbar.
The multitude which could not go to India went at least to the Scala Cinema and saw the adoration in all its natural colors.
Reverent crowds choked that narrow by-street. Across all the life and activities of England, across all her intellectual and moral effort, holding up legislation, interfering with industry, stopping the traffic, masking every reality of the collective life, these vast formalities trailed with a magnificent priority. Nothing was respected as they were respected. Sober statesmen were seen invested in strange garments that no sensible person would surely wear except for the gravest reasons. The archbishops and bishops were discovered bent with reverence, invoking the name of God freely, blessing the crown with the utmost gravity, investing the sovereign with robe and orb, ring and scepter, anointing him with the golden coronation spoon. Either the crown was itself a matter of altogether supreme importance to the land, or else it was the most stupendous foolery that ever mocked and confused the grave realities of a great people's affairs. The effect of it upon the minds of our two young people was complicating. How complicating it is, few people realize who have not closely studied the educational process of the British mind as a whole. Then it becomes manifest that the monarch, the state church, and the system of titles and social precedent centering upon the throne constitute a system of mental entanglements against which British education struggles at an enormous disadvantage. The monarchy in Great Britain is a compromise that was accepted by a generation regardless of education and devoid of any sense of the future. It is now a mask upon the British face. It is a gaudy and antiquated and embarrassing wrapping about the energies of the nation. Because of it, Britain speaks to her youth, as to the world, with two voices. She speaks as a democratic republic, just ever so little crowned, and also she speaks as a succulently loyal Teutonic monarchy. Either she is an adolescent democracy whose voice is breaking, or an old monarchy at the squeaking stage. Now her voice is the full, strong voice of a great people, now it pipes ridiculously. She perplexes the world and stultifies herself. That was why her education led up to no such magnificent exposition and consolidation of purpose as Oswald dreamt of for his wards. Instead, the track presently lost itself in a maze of prevarications and evasions. The country was double-minded, double-mindedness had become its habit, and it had lost the power of decision. Every effort to broaden and modernize university education in Britain encountered insurmountable difficulties because of this fundamental dispersal of aim. The court got in the way, the country clergy got in the way, the ruling class families got in the way. It is impossible to turn a wandering chance-made track into a good road until you know where it is to go. And that question of destination was one that no Englishman before the war could be induced to put into plain language. Double-mindedness had become his second nature. From the very outset it had taken possession of him. When a young American goes to his teacher to ask why he should serve his state, he is shown a flag of 13 stripes and 48 stars, and told a very plain and inspiring history. His relations to his country are thenceforward as simple and unquestionable as a child's to its mother. He may be patriotic or unpatriotic, as a son may be dutiful or undutiful, but he will not be muddle-headed. But when Joan and Peter first began to realize that they belonged to the British Empire, they were shown a little old German woman and told that reverence for her linked us in a common abjection with the millions of India. They were told also that really this little old lady did nothing of the slightest importance, and that the country was the freest democracy on earth, ruled by its elected representatives. And each of these preposterously contradictory stories pursued them in an endless series of variations up to adolescence. To two naturally clear-headed young people, it became presently as palpably absurd to have a great union of civilized states thus impersonated as it is to have Wall impersonated by Snout the Tinker in A Midsummer Night's Dream. They were already jeering at royalty and the church with Aunt Phyllis long before they went up to Cambridge. There they found plenty of associates to jeer with them. And there, too, they found a quite congenial parallel stream of jeering against Parliament, which pretended to represent the national mind and quality, but which was elected by a method that manifestly gave no chance to any candidate who was not nominated by a party organization. In times of long-established peace, when the tradition of generations has established the illusion of the profoundest human security, men's minds are not greatly distressed by grotesqueness and absurdity in their political forms. It is all part of the humor and the good humor of life. When one believes that all the tigers in the jungle are dead, it is quite amusing to walk along the jungle paths in a dressing gown with a fan instead of a gun. Joan and Peter grew up to the persuasion that the crown above them was rather a good joke, and that Parliament and its jobs and party flummery were also a joke, and that the large, deep rottenness in this British world about them was perhaps in the nature of things, and anyhow beyond their altering. They, too, were becoming double-minded, according to the tradition of the land. Yet, beneath this acquiescence in the deep-rooted political paradox of Britain, they were capable of the keenest interest in a number of questions that they really believed were alive. It became manifest to them that this great golden preposterous world was marred by certain injustices and unkindnesses. Something called labor, they heard, was unhappy and complained of unfair treatment. Certain grumblings came from India and Ireland, and there was a curiously exciting subject which demanded investigation and reforming activities called the sex question. And generally there seemed to be, for no particular reason, a lot of restrictions upon people's conduct. In addition, Peter had acquired from Oswald, rather by way of example than precept, a very definite persuasion, and Joan had acquired a persuasion that was perhaps not quite so clearly and deeply cut, that to make it respectable there ought to be something in one's life in the nature of special work. In Oswald's case it was his African interest. Peter thought that his own work might perhaps be biological, but that one's own work ought to join on to the work of the people, or that all the good work in the world should make one whole, was a notion that had not apparently entered Peter's mind. Oswald, with his dread of preachments, was doubtful about any deliberate dissertations in the matter, He got Peter to begin The Martyrdom of Man, which had so profoundly affected his own life, but Peter expressed doubts about the correctness of Reed's Egyptian history, and put the book aside and did not go on reading it. At times, Oswald tried to say something to Joan and Peter of his conception of the empire as a great human enterprise, playing a dominating part in the establishment of a world peace and a world civilization, and giving a form and direction and pride to every life within it. But these perpetual noises of royalty, in its vulgarest, most personal form, the loyalist chatter of illiterate women, and the clamor of the new imperialism to tax the foreigner and exploit the empire for gain, drowned his intention while it was still unspoken in his mind. There were moments when he could already ask himself whether this empire he had shaped his life to serve, this knightly empire of his, enlightened, righteous, and predominant, was anything better than a dream or a lie. End of section 19. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, April 30th, 2021. Section 20 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 4. 16. When Joan left Highmorton, she came into the marketplace of ideas. She began to read the newspaper. She ceased to be a leggy person with a skirt like a kilt and a dark shock of hair not under proper control. Instead, she became visibly a young lady, albeit a very young lady, and suddenly all adult conversation was open to her. Under the brotherly auspices of Peter, she joined the Cambridge University Fabian Society. Peter belonged to it, but he explained that he didn't approve of it. He was in it for its own good. She also took a place in 2 suffrage organizations and subscribed to 3 suffrage papers. Tel Weimark, who was also in Newton Hall, introduced her to the Club of Strange Faiths, devoted to the impartial examination of all religious systems. And she went under proper escort to the first Wednesday in every month teas in Bunny Cuspard's rooms. Bunny was an ex-collegiate student. He had big, comfortable rooms in Siddermorton Street, and these gatherings of his were designed to be discussions, very memorable discussions of the most advanced type, about this and that. As a matter of fact, they consisted in about equal proportions of awkward silences, scornful treatment of current reputations, and Bunny, in a loose, inaccurate way, spilling your tea or handing you edibles. Bunny's cakes and sandwiches were wonderful. In that respect, he was a born hostess. Junior dons and chance visitors to Cambridge would sometimes drift into Bunny's intellectual feasts, and here it was that Joan met young Winterbaum again. Young Winterbaum was rather a surprise. He had got his features together astonishingly since the days of Miss Murgatroyd's school. He had grown a mustache, much more of a mustache than Peter was to have for years yet, and was altogether remarkably grown up and a man of the world. "Funny lot," he remarked to Joan when he had sat down beside her. "Why do you come to Cambridge?" "My people made me come up here," he explained. "Family considerations, duty to the old country, loyalty to the old college, and all that. But I'd rather be painting. It's the only live thing just now. You up to anything?" "Ears and eyes and mouth wide open," said Joan. "This show isn't worth it. Do you ever drift towards Chelsea?" Joan said she went to Hampstead now and then. She stayed sometimes with the Sheldricks, who were in a congested house on Downshire Hill now, and sometimes with Miss Jepson. Henceforth, now that she was no longer under the Highmorton yoke, she hoped to be in London oftener. "Did you see the Picasso show?" asked Winterbaum. She had not. "You missed something," said young Winterbaum, just like old times. "Picasso, Mancini, these are the gods of my idolatry." Bunny Cuspard interrupted clumsily, with some specially iced cakes. Joan, accepting a cake, discovered Wilmington talking absent-mindedly to her chaperone and looking pogroms at Winterbaum. So Joan, pleased rather than excited by this chance evidence of a continuing interest, lifted up a face of bright recognition and smiled and nodded to Wilmington. 17. It was the ambition of Mrs. Sheldrick and her remaining daughters, some of them had married, to make their home on Downshire Hill a little bit of the London Quartier Latin. Mr. Sheldrick had worn out the large loose tweed suit that had held him together for so long. He had gone to pieces altogether, and was dead and buried, and the Sheldricks were keeping a home together by the practice of decorative arts and promiscuous hospitalities. Mrs. Sheldrick was writing a little in the papers of the weaker, among the various editors who lived within her social range, little vague reviews and poems she wrote, with a quiet smile, that were not so much allusive as with an air of having recently had a flying visit from an illusion that was unable to stay. Sidney Sheldrick was practicing sculpture, and Babs was attending the London School of Dramatic Art, to which Adela Murchison had also found her way. Antonia, the eldest, was in business, making jibba-like robes. There was downstairs and the passage and staircase, and upstairs, a sitting room in front, and a sort of oriental lounge that later in the evening became the bedroom of Antonia and Babs, behind. It had all been decorated in the most modern style by Antonia, in a very blue that seemed a little threadbare in places, and very large, suggestive shapes of orange, with a sort of fringe of black and white checkers, and a green ceiling with harsh pink stars. And the chairs, except for the various ottomans and cozy corners, which were in faded blue canvas, had been painted bright pink or gray. Into this house they gathered, after 9, and more particularly on Saturdays, all sorts of people who chanced to be connected by birth, marriage, misfortune, or proclivity with journalism or the arts. Hither came Aunt Phoebe Stubland, and read a paper called insistently, "Watchman, what of the night? What of it?" and quite up to its title. And hither too came Aunt Phyllis Stubland, quietly observant. But quite a lot of writers came, and in addition there were endless conspirators. There was Mrs. O'Grady, the beautiful Irish patriot, who was always dressed like a procession of Hibernians in New York. And there was Patrick Lynch, a long, lax black object ending below in large, dull boots, and above in a sad white face under wiry black hair, grieving forever that grief for Ireland, Kathleen Nahulahan, and all the rest of it, that only these long, black, pale Irishmen can understand. And there was Eric Schmidt, who was rare among Irish patriots because of his genuine knowledge of Erse. All these were great conspirators. Then there was Mrs. Punk, who had hunger-struck 3 times, and Miss Corcoran Deeping, the incendiary, and American socialists, and young Indians. And one saw the venerable figure of Mr. Woodger, very old now, and white, and deaf, and nervous, and indistinct, who had advocated in several beautiful and poetical little volumes a new morality that would have put the wind up of the cities of the plain. And Winterbaum drifted in, but cautiously, as doubting whether it wasn't just a bit too marginal, to bring away his 2 frizzy-haired sisters, very bright-eyed and eager, rapid-speaking, and au fait, and wonderfully bejeweled for creatures so young. They were going in for dancing. They did Spanish dances, stupendously clicking down their red heels with absolute precision together. They took the Sheldricks on the way to the Contangos, or the Mondaines, or the Levisons, or even to the Hoggenheimers. They glittered at Downshire Hill like birds of paradise, and had the loveliest necks and shoulders and arms. Outside waited young Winterbaum's coupe, a very smart little affair in black and cream, with an electric starter wonderfully fitted. Here, too, came young Huntley, who had written 3 novels before he was 22, and who was now 30 and quite well known not only as a novelist of reputation, but as a critic, eminently unpopular with actor-managers. A blond young man with a strong profile, a hungry, scornful expression, and a greedy, large blue eye that wandered about the crush as if it sought something until it came to rest upon Joan. Thereafter, Mr. Huntley's other movements and conversation were controlled by a resolution to edge towards and overshadow and dominate Joan with the profile as much as possible. Joan, by various delicacies of perception, was quite aware of these approaches without seeming at any time to regard Huntley directly, and by a subtlety quite imperceptible to him, she drifted away from each advance. She did not know who he was, and though the profile interested her, his steadfast advance towards her seemed to be premature. Until suddenly, an apparently quite irrelevant incident spun her mind round to the idea of encouraging him. The incident was the arrival of Peter. Early in the afternoon he had vanished from Mrs. Jepson's, where he and Joan were staying. He had not come in to dinner, and now, suddenly, he appeared conspicuously in this gathering of the Sheldricks, conspicuously in the company of Hetty Reinhardt, who was to Joan, for quite occult reasons, the most detestable of all his large circle of detestable friends. That alone was enough to tax the self-restraint of an exceedingly hot-tempered foster sister. So this was what Peter had been doing with his time. This had been his reason for neglecting his own household, at the Petit Riche or some such place, with her, a girl with a Cockney accent, a girl who would stroke your arm as soon as speak to you. But though the larger things in life strain us, it is the smaller things that break us. What finally turned Joan over was a glance, a second's encounter with Peter's eye. Hetty had sailed forward with that extraordinary effect of hers of being a grown-up, experienced woman to greet Mrs. Sheldrick, and Peter stood behind, disregarded. His expression of tranquil self-satisfaction was maddening. His eye went round the room, looking, Joan knew, for two people. It rested on Joan. The question that Peter was asking Joan mutely across the room was in effect this: "Are you behaving yourself, Joan?" Then, not quite reassured by an uncontrollable scowl, Peter looked away to see if someone else was present. Someone else apparently wasn't present, and Joan was unfeignedly sorry. He was looking for Mir Jalaluddin, the interesting young Indian with the beautifully modeled face whom Joan had met and talked to at the Club of Strange Faiths. At the Club of Strange Faiths one day she had been suddenly moved to make a short speech about the Buddhist idea of nirvana, which one of the speakers had described as extinction. Making a speech to a little meeting was not a very difficult thing for Joan. She had learnt how little terrible a thing is to do in the High Morton Debating Society, where she had been sustained by a grim determination to score off Miss Frobisher. She said that she thought the real intention was not extinction at all, but the escape of the individual consciousness after its living pilgrimage from one incarnate self to another into the universal consciousness. That was the very antithesis of extinction. One lost oneself indeed, but one lost oneself not in darkness and non-existence, but in light and the fullness of existence. There was all the difference between a fainting fit and ecstasy between these two conceptions, and it was true experience that one was least oneself, least self-conscious and egotistical at one's time of greatest excitement. Mir Jalaluddin received these remarks with earnest applause. He made as if to speak after her, rose in his place, and then hastily sat down. Afterwards he came and spoke to her, quite modestly and simply, without the least impertinence. He explained, with a pleasant staccato accent, and little slips in his pronunciation that suggested restricted English conversation and much reading of books, how greatly he had been wanting to say just what she had said, so beautifully, but he had been restrained by imperfection of the pronunciation, so difficult, you know. One heard English people so often not doing justice to Indian ideas, so that it was very pleasant to hear them being quite sympathetically put. There was something very pleasing in the real intellectual excitement that had made him speak to her, and there was something very pleasing to the eye in the neat precision with which his brown features were chiseled, and the decisive accuracy of every single hair on his brow. He was, he explained, a Moslem, but he was interested in every school of Indian thought. He was afraid he was not very orthodox, and he showed a smile of the most perfect teeth. There had always been a tendency to universalism in Indian thought that affected even the Moslem. Did she know anything of the Brahmo Samaj? Had she read any novel of Chatterjee's? There was at least one great novel of his the English ought to read, the Ananda Math. No one could understand Indian thought properly who had not read it. He had a translation of it into English, which he would lend her. Would she be interested to read it? Might he send it to her? Joan's chaperone was a third-year girl who put no bar upon these amenities. Joan accepted the book, and threw out casually that she sometimes went to Bunny Caspard's teas. If Mr. Jalaluddin sent her Chatterjee's book, she could return it to Bunny Caspard's rooms. It was in Bunny Caspard's room that Peter had first become aware of this exotic friendship. He discovered his Joan snugly in a corner, listening to an explanation of the attitude of Islam towards women. It had been enormously misrepresented in Christendom. Mr. Jalaluddin was very earnest in his exposition, and Joan listened with a pleasant smile, and regarded him pleasantly, and wished that she could run her fingers just once along his eyebrow without having her motives misunderstood. But at the sight of his Joan engaged in this confabulation, Peter suddenly discovered all the fiercest traits of race pride. He fretted about the room, and was rude to other people, and watched a book change hands, and waited scarcely 20 seconds after the end of Joan's conversation before he came up to her. "I say, Joan," he said, "you can't go chumming with Indians anyhow." "Peter," she said, "we've chummed with India." "Oh, nonsense, not socially. Their standards are different." "I hope they are," said Joan. "The way you make these Indian boys here feel like outcasts is disgraceful. They're different. The men aren't uncivil to them, but it isn't for you. It's for all English people to treat them well. He's a charming young man. It isn't done, Joan. It's going to be, Peter." You're meeting him again? If I think proper. Oh, said Peter, baffled for the time. All right, Joan. A fierce exchange of notes followed. Don't you understand the fellow's a polygamist, Peter wrote. He keeps his women in purdah. No decent woman could be talked to in India as he talked to you, not even an introduction. Personally, I've no objection to any friends you make, provided they are decent friends. He isn't a polygamist, Joan replied. I've asked him, and everyone says he's a first-rate cricketer. As for decent friends, Peter. The issue had been still undecided when they came down for the Christmas vacation. So far, Joan had maintained her positions without passion, but now, suddenly her indignation at Peter's interference flared to heaven. That he should come here, hot from Soho, to tyrannize over her. Indians, indeed, as if Hetty Reinhardt wasn't worse than a Gold Coast nigger. The only outward manifestation of this wild storm of resentment had been her one instant scowl at Peter. Thereafter, Joan became again the quiet, intelligently watchful young woman she had been all that evening. But now she turned herself through an angle of about 30 degrees towards Huntley, who was talking to old Mrs. Jex, the wonder of Hampstead, who used to know George Eliot and Huxley, the while he was regarding Joan with sidelong covetousness. Joan lifted her eyes towards him with an expression of innocent interest. The slightly projecting blue eyes seemed to leap in response. Mrs. Jex was always rather inattentive to her listener when she was reciting her reminiscences, and Huntley was able to turn away from her quietly without interrupting the flow. The Sheldrick circle scorned the formalities of introductions. "Are you from the Slade School?" said Huntley. "Cambridge," said Joan. "My name's Gavin Huntley." But this was going to be more amusing than Joan had expected. This was a real live novelist, Joan's first. Not a fortnight ago, she had read The Pernambuco Bun Shop and thought it rather clever and silly. "Not the Gavin Huntley," she said. His face became faintly luminous with satisfaction. "Just Gavin Huntley," he said with a large smile. "The Pernambuco Bun Shop?" she said. "Guilty," he pleaded, smiling still more naively. One had expected something much less natural in a novelist. "I loved it," said Joan, and Huntley was hers to do what she liked with. Joan's idea of a proper conversation required it to be in a corner. "Do Sheldricks never sit down?" she asked. "I've been standing all the evening." "They can't," he said confidentially. "They're the other sort of Dutch doll, the cheap sort that hasn't got joints at the knees. Antonia sometimes leans against the wall. At her utmost, the next thing would be to sit on the floor with her legs straight out. I've seen her do that, but there is a sort of bench on the staircase landing." Thither they made their way, and there presently Peter found them. He found them because he was making for that very corner in the company of Sidney Sheldrick. "Hullo," said Sidney. "That you, Joan?" "We've taken this corner for the evening," said Huntley, laying a controlling hand on Joan's pretty wrist. Joan and Peter regarded each other darkly. "There ought to be more seats about somewhere," said Sidney. "Come up to the divan, old Peter." Of course, Peter must object to Huntley. They were scarcely out of the Sheldricks' house when he began. "That man Huntley's a bad egg, Joan. Everybody knows it." For a time they disputed about Huntley. "Peter," said Joan with affected calm, "is there any man, do you think, to whom so untrustworthy a girl as I am might safely talk?" Peter seemed to consider. "There's chaps like Troop," he said. "Troop," said Joan, relying on her intonation. "It isn't that you're untrustworthy," said Peter. "Fragile? It's the look and tone of things. I wonder how you get these ideas." "What ideas? Of how I behave in a corner with Jalaluddin or Gavin Huntley. I haven't suggested anything. You've suggested everything. Do you think I collect stray kisses like Sidney Sheldrick? Do you think I'm a dirty little cocotte like Hetty Reinhardt? Joan!" "Well," said Joan savagely, and said no more. Peter came to the defense of Hetty belatedly. "How can you say such things of Hetty?" he asked. "What can you know about her?" "Pa, I can smell what she is across a room. Do you think I'm an absolute young fool, Peter? You've got no right, Joan. Why argue, Peter? Why argue, when things are plain? Can't you go your own way, Peter?" Joan was annoyed to find suddenly that she was weeping. Tears were running down her face, but the road was dark, and perhaps if she gave no sign, Peter would not see. "You go your own way, Peter. Go your own way, and let me go mine." Peter was silent for a little while. Then compunction betrayed itself in his voice. It's you I'm thinking of, Joan. I can't bear to see you make yourself cheap. Cheap? And you? I'm different. I'm altogether different. A man is. Silence for a time. Joan seemed to push back her hair, and so smeared the tears from her face. We interfere with each other, she said at last. We interfere with each other. What is the good of it? You've got to go your way, and I've got to go mine. We used to have fun, lots of fun. Now... She couldn't say any more for a while. I'm going my own way, Peter. It's a different way. Leave me alone. Keep off. They said no more. When they got in, they found Miss Jepson sitting by the fire, and she had got them some cocoa and biscuits. The headache that had kept her from the Sheldrick festival had lifted, and Joan plunged at once into a gay account of the various people she had seen that evening, saving and excepting Gavin Huntley. But Peter stood by the fireplace, silent, looking down into the fire, sulking or grieving. All the while that Joan rattled on to Miss Jepson, she was watching him with almost imperceptible glances, and wondering whether he sulked or grieved. Did he feel as she felt? If he sulked, well, confound him. But what if this perplexing dissension hurt him as much as it was hurting her? 18. Joan had long since lost that happiness, that perfect assurance, that intense appreciation of the beauty in things, which had come to her with early adolescence. She was troubled and perplexed in all her ways. She was full now of stormy, indistinct desires and fears, and a gnawing, indefinite impatience. No religion had convinced her of a purpose in her life. Neither High Morton nor Cambridge had suggested any mundane devotion to her, nor pointed her ambitions to a career. The only career these feminine schools and colleges recognized was a career of academic successes and high school teaching, intercalated with hunger strikes for the vote, and Joan had early decided she would rather die than teach in a high school. Nor had she the quiet assurance her own beauty would have given her in an earlier generation, of a discreet choice of lovers and marriage, and living happily ever afterwards. She had a horror of marriage lurking in her composition. Mrs. Pybus and High Morton had each contributed to that. Everyone around her spoke of it as an entire abandonment of freedom. Moreover, there was this queerness about her birth. She was beginning to understand better now in what that queerness consisted, that seemed to put her outside the customary ceremonies of veil and orange blossoms. Why did they not tell her all about it, what her mother was, and where her mother was? It must be a pretty awful business if neither Aunt Phyllis nor Aunt Phoebe would ever allude to it. It would have to come out, perhaps some monstrous story, before she could marry. And who could one marry? She could not conceive of herself marrying any of these boys she had met, living somewhere cooped up in a little house with solemn old Troop, or under the pursuing eyes, the convulsive worship of Wilmington. She had no object in life, no star by which to steer, and she was full of the fever of life. She was getting awfully old. She was 18. She was 19. Soon she would be 20. All her being, in her destitution of any other aim that had the slightest hold upon her imagination, was crying out for a lover. It was a lover she wanted, not a husband. Her mind made the clearest distinction between the two. He would come, and unrest would cease, confusion would cease, and beauty would return. Her lover haunted all her life, an invisible yet almost present person. She could not imagine his face nor his form. He was the blankest of beings. And yet she was so sure she knew him that if she were to see him away down a street or across a crowded room, instantly she believed she would recognize him. And until he came, life was a torment of suspense. Life was all wrong and discordant, so wrong and discordant that at times she could have hated her lover for keeping her waiting so wretchedly. And she had to go on as though this suspense was nothing. She had to disregard this vast impatience of her being, and the best way to do that, it seemed to her, was to hurry from one employment to another, never to be alone, never without some occupation, some excitement. Her break with Peter had an extraordinary effect of release in her mind. Hitherto, whatever her resentment had been, she had admitted in practice his claim to exact a certain discretion from her. His opinion had been, in spite of her resentment, a standard for her. Now she had no standard at all, unless it was a rebellious purpose to spite him. On Joan's personal conduct, the thought of Oswald, oddly enough, had scarcely any influence at all. She adored him as one might a political or historical hero. She wanted to stand well in his sight, but the idea of him did not pursue her into the details of her behavior at all. He seemed preoccupied with ideas and unobservant. She had never had any struggle with him. He had never made her do anything. And as for Aunts Phyllis and Phoebe, while the latter seemed to make vague gestures towards quite unutterable liberties, the former maintained an attitude of nervous disavowal. She was a woman far too uncertain-minded for plain speaking. She was a dear. Clearly she hated cruelty and baseness, except in regard to such things she set no bounds. Hitherto, Joan had had a very few flirtations. The extremest thing upon her conscience was Bunny Cuspard's kiss. She had the natural shilly-shally of a girl. She was strongly moved to all sorts of flirtings and experimentings with love, and very adventurous and curious in these matters. And also she had a system of inhibitions, pride, hesitation, fastidiousness, and something beyond these things, a sense of some ultimate value that might easily be lost, that held her back. Rebelling against Peter had somehow also set her rebelling against these restraints. Why shouldn't she know this and that? Why shouldn't she try this and that? Why, for instance, was she always shutting up Adela whenever she began to discourse in her peculiar way upon the great theme? Just a timid prude she had been. But now... And all this about undesirable people and unseemly places, all this picking and choosing as though the world was mud, what nonsense it was. She could take care of herself, surely. She began deliberately to feel her way through all her friendships to see whether this thing, passion, lurked in any of them. It was an interesting exercise of her wits to try over a youth like old Troop, for example, to lure him on by a touch of flattery, a betrayal of warmth in her interest, to reciprocal advances. At first, Troop wasn't in the least in love with her, but she succeeded in suggesting to him that he was. But the passion in him released an unsuspected fund of egotistical discourse. He developed a disposition to explain himself and his mental operations in a large, flattering way, both by word of mouth and by letter. Even when he was roused to a sense of her as lovable, he did not become really interested in her, but only in his love for her. He arrived at one stride at the same unanalytical acceptance of her as of his God and the Church and the King and his parents and all the rest of the Anglican system of things. She was his girl, the kid. He really wasn't interested in those other things any more than he was in her. Once he had given her her role in relation to him, his attention returned to himself. The honor, integrity, and perfection of Troop were the consuming occupations of his mind. This was an edifying thing to discover, but not an entertaining thing to pursue. And after a time, Joan set herself to avoid, miss, and escape from Troop on every possible occasion. But Troop prided himself upon his persistence. He took to writing her immense, ill-spelt, manly letters, with sentences beginning, "You understand me very little if..." It was clear he was hers only until some simpler, purer, more receptive and acquisitive girl swam into his ken. Wilmington, on the other hand, was a silent, covetous lover. Joan could make him go white, but she could not make him talk. She was a little afraid of him and quite sure of him, but he was not the sort of young man one can play with, and she marveled greatly that anyone could desire her so much and amuse her so little. Bunny Cuspard was a more animated subject for experiment, and you could play with him a lot. He danced impudently. He could pat Joan's shoulder, press her hand, slip his arm round her waist, and bring his warm face almost to a kissing contact, as though it was all nothing. Did these approaches warm her blood? Did she warm his? Anyhow, it didn't matter, and it wasn't anything. Then there was Graham Prothero, a very good-looking friend of Peter's, whom she had met while skating. He had a lively eye, and jumped after a meeting or so straight into Joan's dreams, where he was still more lively and good-looking. She wished she knew more certainly whether she had got into his dreams. Meanwhile, Joan's curiosity had not spared Jalaluddin. She had had him discoursing on the beauties of Indian love, and spinning for her imagination a warm moonlight vision of still temples reflected in water tanks, of silvery water shining between great lily leaves, of music like the throbbing of a nerve, of brown bodies garlanded with flowers. There had been a loan of Rabindranath Tagore's love poems, and once he had sent her some flowers. Any of these youths, she could make her definite lover, she knew, by an act of self-adaptation and just a little reciprocal giving. Only she had no will to do that. She felt she must not will anything of the sort. The thing must come to her. It must take possession of her. Sometimes, indeed, she had the oddest fancy that perhaps suddenly one of these young men would become transfigured, would cease to be his clumsy, ineffective self, and change right into that wonderful, that compelling being who was to set all things right. There were moments when it seemed about to happen, and then the illusion passed, and she saw clearly that it was just Old Bunny, or just Staccato Mir Jalaluddin. In Huntley, Joan found something more intriguing than this pursuit of the easy and the innocent. Huntley talked with a skillful impudence that made a bold choice of topics seem the most natural in the world. He presented himself as a leader in a great emancipation of women. They were to be freed from the bondage of sex. The phrase awakened a warm response in Joan, who was finding sex a yoke about her imagination. Sex, Huntley declared, should be as incidental in a woman's life as it was in a man's. But before that could happen, the world must free its mind from the superstition of chastity, from the idea that by one single step a woman passed from the recognizable into an impossible category. We made no such distinction in the case of men. An artist or a businessman was not suddenly thrust out of the social system by a sexual incident. A woman was either Mrs. or Miss, a gross publication of elemental facts that were surely her private affair. No one asked whether a man had found his lover. Why should one proclaim it in the case of a woman by a conspicuous change of her name? Here, and not in any matter of votes or economics, was the real feminine grievance. His indignation was contagious. It marched with all Joan's accumulated prejudice against marriage and all her growing resentment at the way in which emotional unrest was distracting and perplexing her will and spoiling her work at Cambridge. But when Huntley went on to suggest that the path to freedom lay in the heroic abandonment of the fetish of chastity, Joan was sensible of a certain lagging of spirit, a complex of instincts that conspired to adumbrate that unseen, unknown, and yet tyrannous lover, who would not leave her in peace and yet would not reveal himself, stood between her and the extremities of Huntley's logic. There were moments when he seemed to be pretending to fill that oppressive void, moments when he seemed only to be hinting at himself as a possible instrument of freedom. Joan listened to him gravely enough, so long as he theorized. When he came to personal things, she treated him with the same experimental and indecisive encouragement that she dealt out to her undergraduate friends. Huntley's earlier pose of an intellectual friend was attractive and flattering. Then he began to betray passion, as it were, unwittingly. At a fancy dress dance at Chelsea, and he danced almost as well as Joan, he became moody. He was handsome that night, in black velvet and silver that betrayed much natural grace. Joan was a nondescript in black and red, with short skirts and red beads about her pretty neck. "Joan," he said suddenly, "you're getting hold of me. You're disturbing me." He seemed to soliloquize. "I've not felt like this before." Then very flatteringly and reproachfully, "You're so damned intelligent, Joan, and you dance as though God made you to make me happy." He got her out into an open passage that led from the big studio in which they had been dancing to a yard dimly lit by Chinese lanterns, and at the dark turn of the passage kissed her more suddenly and violently than she had ever been kissed before. He kissed her lips and held her until she struggled out of his arms. Up to that moment, Joan had been playing with him, half attracted and half shamming. Then, once more came the black panic that had seized her with Bunny and Adela. She did not know whether she liked him now or hated him. She felt strange and excited. She made him go back with her into the studio. "I've got to dance with Ralph Winterbaum," she said. "Say you're not offended," he pleaded. She gave him no answer. She did not know the answer. She wanted to get away and think. He perceived her confused excitement and did not want to give her time to think. She found Winterbaum and danced with him, and all the time, with her nerves on fire, she was watching Huntley, and he was watching her. Then she became aware of Peter, regarding her coldly over the plump shoulder of a fashion plate artist. She went to him as soon as the dance was over. "Peter," she said, "I want to go home." He surveyed her. She was flushed and ruffled, and his eyes and mouth hardened. "It's early. I want to go home." "Right. You're a bit of a responsibility, Joan." "Don't then," she said shortly, and turned round to greet Huntley, as though nothing had happened between them. But she kept in the light and the crowd, and there was a constraint between them. "I want to talk to you more," he said, "and when we can talk, without someone standing on one's toes all the time and listening hard, I wish you'd come to my flat and have tea with me one day. It's still and cozy, and I could tell you all sorts of things I can't tell you here." Joan's dread of any appearance of timid virtue was overwhelming, and she was now blind with rage at Peter, why she would have been at a loss to say. She wanted to behave outrageously with Huntley, but in Peter's sight. This struck her as an altogether too extensive invitation. "I've never noticed much restraint in your conversation," she said. "It's the interruptions I don't like," he said. "You get me no ice, you get me no lemonade," she complained abruptly. "That's what my dear Aunt Adelaide used to call changing the subject. It's the cry of outraged nature. But I saw you having an ice not half an hour ago." "Not the ice I wanted," said Joan. Distracting Joan. "I suppose I must get you that ice, but about the tea?" "I hate tea," said Joan, with a force of decision that for a time disposed of his project. Just for a moment he hovered with his eye on her, weighing just what that decision amounted to, and in that moment she decided that he wasn't handsome, that there was something unsound about his profile, that he was pressing her foolishly, and anyhow, none of it really mattered. He was nothing, really. She had been a fool to go into that dark passage. She ought to have known her man better. Huntley had been amusing hitherto, and now the thing had got into a new phase that wouldn't, she felt, be amusing at all. After this, he would pester. She hated being kissed. And Peter was a beast. Peter was a hateful beast. Joan and Peter went home in the same taxi, in a grim silence. Yet neither of them could have told what it was that kept them hostile and silent. End of section 20. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, April 30th, 2021. Section 21 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 5. 19. But Joan and Peter were not always grimly silent with one another. The black and inexplicable moods came and passed again. Between these perplexing mute conflicts of will, they were still good friends. When they were alone together, they were always disposed to be good friends. It was the presence and excitement and competition of others that disturbed their relationship. It was when the species invaded their individualities and threatened their association with its occult and passionate demands. They would motorcycle together through the lanes and roads of Hertfordshire, lunch cheerfully at wayside inns, brotherly and sisterly, relapse again into mere boy and girl playfellows, race and climb trees, or, like fellow students, share their common room amicably, dispute over a multitude of questions, and talk to Oswald. They both had a fair share of scholarly ambition, and read pretty hard. They had both now reached the newspaper reading stage. Peter was beginning to take an interest in politics. He wanted to discuss socialism and economic organization thoroughly. Biological work alone among all scientific studies carries a philosophy of its own that illuminates these questions, and Oswald was happy to try over his current interests in the light of these fresh, keen young minds. Peter was a discriminating advocate of the ideas of guild socialism. Oswald was still a cautious individualist, drifting towards Fabianism. The great labor troubles that had followed the coronation of King George had been necessary to convince him that all was not well with the economic organization of the empire. Hitherto, he had taken economic organization for granted. It wasn't a matter for Sydenhams. Pelham Ford at such times became a backwater from the main current of human affairs, the current that was now growing steadily more rapid and troubled. Thinking could go on at Pelham Ford. There were still forces in that old world valley to resist the infection of intense impatience that was spreading throughout the world. The old red house behind its wall and iron gates seemed as stable as the little hills about it. The road and the row of great trees between the stream and the road, the high pathway and the ford and the village promised visibly to endure for 1,000 years. It was when Aunt Phyllis or Aunt Phoebe descended upon the place to make a party, get a lot of young people down, and brighten things up, or when the two youngsters went to London together into the Sheldrick translation of the Quartier Latin, or when they met in Cambridge in some crowded chattering room, that imagination grew feverish, fierce jealousies awoke, temperaments jarred, and the urge of adolescence had them in its clutch again. It was during one of these parties at Pelham Ford that Joan was to happen upon two great realizations of so profound an effect that they may serve to mark the end, for her, of this great process of emotional upheaval and discovery that is called adolescence. They left her shaped. They came to her in no dramatic circumstances, they were mere conversational incidents, but their effect was profound and conclusive. In the new year of 1914, Oswald was to take Peter to Russia for 3 weeks. Before his departure, Aunt Phoebe had insisted that there should be a Christmas gathering of the young at Pelham Ford. They would skate or walk or toboggan or play hockey by day, and dress up and dance or improvise charades and burlesques in the evening. 1 or 2 Sheldricks would come. Peter and Joan could bring down any stray friends who had no home Christmas to call them, and Aunts Phyllis and Phoebe would collect a few young people in London. The gathering was, from the first, miscellaneous. Christmas is a homing time for the undergraduates of both sexes. Such modern spirits as the home failed to attract used to go in those days in great droves to the Swiss winter sports, and Joan found nobody but an ambitious Scotch girl, whom she knew but slightly, and Miss Scroby the historian, who was rather a friend for Aunt Phyllis than herself. Peter discovered that Wilmington intensely preferred Pelham Ford to his parental roof, and brought also 2 other stray men, orphans. This selection was supplemented by Aunt Phoebe, who had latterly made Hetty Reinhardt her especial protégée. She descanted upon the obvious beauty of Hetty, and upon the courage that had induced Hetty to leave her home in Preston and manage for herself in a great lonely studio upon Haverstock Hill. "The bachelor woman," said Aunt Phoebe, "armed with a latch-key and her purity. A vote shall follow. Hetty is not one of the devoted yet, but I have my hopes. We need our beauty chorus. Hetty shall be our Helen, and Holloway our Troy." So, with Peter's approval, Hetty was added to the list before Joan could express an opinion, and appeared with a moderate-sized valise that contained some extremely exiguous evening costumes, and a steadfast eye that rested most frequently on Peter. In addition, Aunt Phoebe brought 2 Irish sisters, one frivolous, the other just recuperating from the hunger strike that had ended her imprisonment for window breaking in pursuit of the vote, and a very shy youth of 17, Price, the caddy poet. Huntley was to constitute a sort of outside element in the party, sharing apartments with young Sopwith Green, the musician, in the village about half a mile away. These 2 men were to work and keep away when they chose, and come in for meals and sports as they thought fit. At the 11th hour had come a pathetic and irresistible telegram from Adela Murchison: "Alone Xmas may I come, wire if inconvenient," and she too was comprehended. The vicarage girls were available for games and meals, except on Sunday and Christmas Day. There was a friendly family of 5 sons and 2 daughters at Brogging, a challenging hockey club at Bishop's Stortford, and a scratch collection at Newport available by motor car for a pickup match if the weather proved, as it did prove, too open for skating. Oswald commonly stood these aunt parties for a day or so, and then retreated to the Climax Club. Always beforehand he promised himself great interest and pleasure in the company of a number of exceptionally bright and representative youths and maidens of the modern school, but always the actual gathering fatigued him and distressed him. The youths and maidens wouldn't be representative. They talked too loud, too fast, and too inconsecutively for him. Their wit was too rapid and hard, and they were all over the house. It was hard to get mental contacts with them. They paired off when there were no games afoot, and if ever talk at table ceased to be fragmentary, Aunt Phoebe took control of it. In a day or so he would begin to feel at Pelham Ford like a cat during a removal. Driven out of his dear library, which was the only available room for dancing, he would try to work in his unaccustomed study, with vivid, interesting young figures passing his window in groups of 2 or 3, or only too audibly discussing the world, each other, and their general arrangements in the hall. His home would have felt altogether chaotic to him but for the presence, the unswerving but usually invisible presence of Mrs. Moxton, observing times and seasons, providing copious suitable meals, dominating by means of the gong, replacing furniture at every opportunity, referring with a calm dignity to Joan as the hostess for all the rules and sanctions she deemed advisable. From unseen points of view one felt her eye. One's consolation for the tumult lay in one's confidence in this discretion that lay behind it. Even Aunt Phoebe's way of speaking of "our good Moxton" did not mask the facts of the case. Pelham Ford was ruled. At Pelham Ford, even Aunt Phoebe came down to meals in time. At Pelham Ford, no fire, once lit, ever went out before it was right for it to do so. You might, in pursuit of facetious ends, choose to put your pajamas outside your other clothes, wrap your window curtains about you, sport and dance, and finally, drawn off to some other end, abandon these wrappings in the dining room or on the settee in the landing. When you went to bed, your curtains hung primly before your window again, and your pajamas lay folded and reproved upon your bed. The disposition of the new generation to change its clothes, adopt fantastic clothes, and at any reasonable excuse get right out of its clothes altogether, greatly impressed Oswald. Hetty in particular betrayed a delight in the beauties of her own body, with a freedom that in Oswald's youth was permitted only to sculpture. But Adela made no secrets of her plump shoulders and arms, and Joan struck him as insensitive. Skimpiness was the fashion in dress at that time. No doubt it was all for the best, like the frankness of Spartan maidens. And another thing that brought a flavor of harsh modernity into the house was the perpetual music and dancing that raged about it. There was a pianola in the common room of Joan and Peter, but when they were alone at home it served only for an occasional outbreak of Bach or Beethoven or Chopin. Now it was in a state of almost continuous eruption. Aunt Phyllis had ordered a number of rolls of dance music from the orchestral library, and in addition she had brought down a gramophone. Never before had music been so easy in the world as it was in those days. In Oswald's youth, music, good music, was the rare privilege of a gifted few. One heard it rarely and listened with reverence. Nowadays, Joan could run through a big fragment of the Ninth Symphony, giving a rendering far better than any but a highly skilled pianist could play, while she was waiting for Peter to come to breakfast. And this Christmas party was pervaded with one-steps and two-steps, pianola called to gramophone, and gramophone to pianola, and tripping feet somewhere never failed to respond. Most of these young people danced with the wildest informality, but Hetty and the youngest Irish girl were serious propagandists of certain strange American dances, the bunny hug and the foxtrot. Sopwith Green and Adela tangoed and were getting quite good at it, and Huntley wanted to teach Joan an Apache dance. Joan danced by rule and pattern, or by the light of nature, as occasion required. The Christmas dinner was at 1:00, a large disorderly festival. Gavin Huntley and Sopwith Green came in for it. Oswald carved a turkey, Aunt Phyllis dispensed beef. The room was darkened, and the pudding was brought in, flaming blue and distributed in flickering flames. Mince pies, almonds and raisins, Brazil nuts, oranges, tangerines, Carlsbad plums, crystallized fruits, and candied peel. Nothing was missing from the customary feast. Then came a mighty banging of crackers, pre-war crackers, containing elaborate paper costumes and preposterous gifts. Wilmington ate little, and Huntley a great deal, and whenever Joan glanced at them they seemed to be looking at her. Hetty, flushed and excited, became really pretty in a paper cap of liberty. She waved a small tricolor flag, and knelt up in her chair to pull crackers across the table. Peter won a paper coxcomb, and was moved to come and group himself under her arm, and crow as "Vive la France!" The two Irish girls started an abusive but genial argument, with Sopwith Green upon the Irish question. Aunt Phoebe sat near Aunt Phyllis, and discoursed on whether she ought to go to prison for the vote. "I try to assault policemen," she said, "but they elude me." One of Peter's Cambridge friends, it came to light, had been present at a great scene in which Aunt Phoebe had figured. He emerged from his social obscurity, and described the affair rather amusingly. It had been at an anti-suffrage meeting in West Kensington, and Aunt Phoebe had obtained access to the back row of the platform by some specious device. Among the notabilities in front, Lady Charlotte Sydenham and her solicitor had figured. Lady Charlotte had entered upon that last great phase in a woman's life, that phase known to the vulgar observer as old lady's second wind. It is a phase often of great go and determination, a joy to the irreverent young, and a marvel and terror to the middle-aged. She had taken to politics, plunged into public speaking, faced audiences. It was the Insurance Act of 1912 that had first moved her to such publicity. Stung by the outrageous possibility of independent-spirited servants, she had given up her usual trip to Italy in the winter and stayed to combat Lloyd George. From mere subscriptions and drawing-room conversations and committees to drawing-room meetings, and at last to public meetings, had been an easy series of steps for her. At first a mere bridling indignation on the platform, she presently spoke. As a speaker, she combined reminiscences of Queen Elizabeth at Tilbury and Marie Antoinette on the scaffold with vast hiatuses peculiar to herself. "My good people," she would say, disregarding the more conventional methods of opening, Have we neglected our servants, or have we not? Is any shop gal or factory gal half so well off as a servant in a good house? Is she, I ask? The food alone, the morals. And now we are to be taxed and made to lick stamps like a lot of galley slaves to please a bumptious little Welsh solicitor. For my part, I shall discontinue all my charitable subscriptions until this abominable act is struck off the statute book, every one. And as for buying these preposterous stamps, rather than lick a stamp, I will eat skilly in prison. Stamps indeed. I'd as soon lick the man's boots. That's all I have to say, Mr. Chairman, or my lord or Mrs. Chairman, as the case might be. I hope it will be enough, thank you. And she would sit down, breathing heavily and looking for eyes to meet. For the great agitation against the Insurance Act, that sort of thing sufficed, but when it came to testifying against an unwomanly clamor for votes, the argument became more complicated and interruptions difficult to handle, and after an unpleasant experience when she was only able to repeat in steadily rising tones, "I am not one of the shrieking sisterhood," 10 times over to a derisive roomful, she decided to adopt the more feminine expedient of a spokesman. She had fallen back upon Mr. Grimes, who, like all solicitors, had his parliamentary ambitions, and she took him about with her in the comfortable brown car that had long since replaced the white horse, and sat beside him while he spoke, and approved of him with both hands. Mr. Grimes had been addressing the meeting when Aunt Phoebe made her interruption. He had been arguing that the unfitness of women for military service debarred them from the vote. "Let us face the facts," he said, drawing the air in between his teeth. Ultimately, all social organization rests upon force." It was just at this moment that cries of "Order, order!" made him aware of a feminine figure close beside him. He turned to meet the heaving wrath of Aunt Phoebe's face. There was just an instant's scrutiny, then he remembered everything, and with a wild shriek leapt clean off the platform upon the toes of the front row of the audience. "If you touch me," he screamed. The young man told the incident briefly and brightly. "Thereby hangs a tale," said Aunt Phoebe darkly, and became an elusive sphinx for the rest of the dinner. "I shook that man," she said at last to Price. "What, him?" said Price, staring round-eyed at the young man from Cambridge. "No, the man at the meeting." "What, afterwards?" said Price, lost and baffled. "No," said Aunt Phoebe, "before." Price tried to look intelligent, and nodded his head very fast to conceal the fear and confusion in his mind. Amidst all these voices and festivities sat Oswald, with a vast paper cap shaped rather like the dome of a Russian church cocked over his blind side, listening distractedly, noting this and that, saying little, thinking many things. The banquet ended at last, and everyone drifted to the library. Affairs hovered vaguely for a time. Peter handed cigarettes about. Someone started the gramophone with a two-step that set everyone tripping. Hetty, with a flush on her cheek and a light in her eyes, was keeping near Peter. She seized upon him now for a dance that was also an embrace. Peter laughed, nothing loath. "Oh, but this is glorious," panted Hetty. "Come and dance too, Joan," said Wilmington. "It's stuffy," said Joan. Oswald, contemplating retreat to his study armchair, found her presently in the hall, dressed to go out with Huntley. "We're going over the hill to see the sunset," Joan explained. "It's too stuffy in there." Oswald met Huntley's large gray eye for a moment. He had an instinctive distrust of Huntley, but on the other hand, surely Joan had brains enough and fastidiousness enough not to lose her head with this phosphorescent fish of a novelist. "Right-o," said Oswald, and hovered doubtfully. Aunt Phoebe appeared on the landing above, carrying off a rather reluctant Miss Scroby to her room for a real good talk. A crash and an unmistakable giggle proclaimed a minor rag in progress in the common room across the hall, in which Sidney Sheldrick was busy. The study door closed on Oswald. Joan and Huntley passed by outside his window. He sat down in front of his fire, poked it into a magnificent blaze, lit a cigar, and sat thinking. The beat of dancing, the melody of the gramophone, and a multitude of less distinct sounds soaked in through the door to him. He was, he reflected, rather like a strange animal among all this youth. They treated him as something remotely old. He was 51, and yet this gregarious stir and excitement that brightened their eyes and quickened their blood stirred him too. He couldn't help a feeling of envy. He had missed so much in his life. And in his younger days the pace had been slower. These young people were actually noisier, they were more reckless, they did more and went further than his generation had gone. In his time, with his sort of people, there had been the virtuous life, which was, one had to admit it, slow, and the fast life, which was noisily, criminally, consciously, and vulgarly vicious. This generation didn't seem to be vicious, and was anything but slow. How far did they go? He had been noting little things between Peter and this Reinhardt girl. What were they up to between them? He didn't understand. Was she maneuvering to marry the boy? She must be well on the way to 30, 26 or 27 perhaps. She hadn't a young girl's look in her eyes. Was she just amusing herself by angling for calf love? Was she making a fool of Peter? Their code of manners was so easy. She would touch his hands, and once Peter had stroked her bare forearm as it lay upon the table. She had looked up and smiled, leaving her arm on the table. One could not conceive of Dolly permitting such things. Was this an age of daring innocence, or what was coming to the young people? Joan seemed more dignified than the others, but she too had her quality of prematurity. At her age, Dolly had dressed in white with a pink sash. At least, Dolly must have been about Joan's age when first he had seen her. 18, 17? Of course, a year or so makes no end of difference just at this age. From such meditations, Oswald was roused by the tumult of a car outside. He took a wary glimpse from his window at this conveyance, and discovered that it was colored an unusual bright chocolate color, and had its chauffeur, a depressed-looking individual, in a livery to match. He went out into the hall to discover the large presence, the square face, the whisker, and the china-blue eyes of Lady Charlotte Sydenham. He knew she was in England, but he had had no idea she was near enough to descend upon them. She stood in the doorway surveying the Christmas disorder of the hall. Someone had adorned Oswald's stuffed heads with paper caps. The white rhinoceros was particularly motherly, with pink bonnet strings under its throat. A box of cigarettes had been upset on the table amidst various hats, and half its contents were on the floor, which was also littered with scraps of torn paper from the crackers. From the open door of the library came the raucous orchestration of the gramophone and the patter and swish of dancers. "I thought you'd be away," said Aunt Charlotte, a little checked by the sight of Oswald. "I'm staying at Minching's on my way to sit on the platform at Cambridge. We're raising money to get those brave Ulstermen guns. Something has to be done if these Liberals are not to do as they like with us, they and their friends the priests. But I knew there would be a party here, and those aunts, so I came. Who are all these young people you have about?" "Miscellaneous friends," said Oswald. "You've got a touch of gray in your hair," she noted. "I must get a big blonde wig," he said. "You might do worse." "You're looking as fresh as paint," he remarked, scrutinizing her steadfastly bright complexion. "Is that the faithful Unwin sitting and sniffing in the car? It's a rennet face." "She can sit," said Lady Charlotte. "I shan't stay 10 minutes, and she's got a hot water bottle and 3 rugs. But being so near, I had to come and see what was being done with those wards of mine." "Former wards," Oswald interjected. "The gal I passed. Where is Master Stubland? I'll just look at him. Is he one of these people making a noise in here?" She went to the door of the library and surveyed the scene with an aggressive lorgnette. The furniture had been thrust aside with haste and indignity. The rugs rolled up from the parquet floor, and Babs Sheldrick was presiding over the gramophone, and helping and interrupting Sidney in the instruction of Wilmington, of Peter and Hetty, and of Adela and Sopwith Green in some special development of the tango. All the young people still wore their paper caps, and were heated and disheveled. In the window seat, the convalescent suffragette was showing wrist tricks to one of the young men from Cambridge. "Party," said Lady Charlotte. "Higgledy-piggledy, I call it. Which is Peter?" Peter was indicated. "Well, he's grown. Who's that fast-looking girl he's hugging?" Peter detached himself from Hetty and came forward. His ancient terror of the Whisker Woman still hung about him, but he made a brave show of courage. "Glad you've not forgotten us, Lady Charlotte," he said. "Not much Stubland about him," she remarked to Oswald. "There's a photograph of you before you blew your face off." "It's his mother he's like," said Oswald, laying a hand on Peter's shoulder. "I never saw a family harp on themselves more than the Sydenhams," the lady declared. "It's like the Habsburg chin. This one of the new improper dances, Peter?" "Honi soit," said Peter. "People have been whipped at the cart's tail for less. In my mother's time, no decent woman waltzed, even in crinolines. Now a waltz isn't close enough for them." The gramophone came to an end and choked. "Thank goodness," said Lady Charlotte. "Won't you dance yourself, Lady Charlotte?" said Peter, standing up to her politely. The hard blue eye regarded him with a slightly impaired disfavor, but the old lady made no reply. They heard the startled voice of the youth from Cambridge. "It's her!" But the sting of the call was at its end. "So that's Peter," said Lady Charlotte, as the chauffeur and Oswald assisted her back into her liver-colored car. "I told you I saw the gal. Joan? I passed her on the road 1/2 mile from here, came upon her and her gentleman friend, I suppose she'd call him, as we turned a corner, a snapshot, so to speak. It's the walking out instinct. Blood will tell. I saw her, but she didn't see me. Lost she was to things mundane, but it was plain enough how things were. A tiff, some lover's quarrel. Wake up, Unwin." "What do you mean?" "What I say," said Lady Charlotte. "That fellow Huntley." "Ha! So now you'll lock the stable door. What else was to be expected?" "But this is nonsense." "I may be mistaken. I hope I am mistaken. I just give you my impression. I'm not a fool, Oswald, though it's always been your pleasure to treat me as one. Time shows." There was a pause while rugs with loud monograms were adjusted about her. "Well, I'm glad I came over. I wanted to see the great experiment. I said at the time it can't end well. Bad in the beginnings. No woman to help him, except for those two weird sisters. No religion, you see? The boy's a young impudence. The girl's in some mess already. What did I tell you?" Oswald was late with his recovery. "Look here, Auntie, you keep your libelous mind off my wards." "Home, Parbury," said Lady Charlotte to the chocolate-uniformed chauffeur. She fired a parting shot. "I warned you long ago you'd get the gal into a thoroughly false position." She was getting away after her raid with complete impunity. Never before had she scored like this. Was Oswald growing old? She made her farewell of him with a stately gesture of head and hand. She departed disconcertingly serene. A flood of belated repartee rushed into Oswald's mind. But except for a violent smell of petrol and a cloud of smoke and a kind of big scar of chocolate on the retina, nothing remained now of Lady Charlotte. In the hall, he paused before a mirror and examined that touch of gray. 20. But it had not been a lover's quarrel that had blinded Joan to the passing automobile. It had been the astounding discovery of her real relationship to Peter. So astounding had that been, that at the moment she was not only regardless of the passing traffic, but oblivious of Huntley and every other circumstance of her world. Huntley was not one of those people who love. He was a pursuing egotist with an unwarrantable scorn for the intelligence of his fellow creatures. He liked to argue and show people that they were wrong, in a calm, scornful manner. The Pernambuco bun shop was a very sarcastic work. He was violently attracted by the feminine of all ages. It fixed his attention with the vast possibilities of admiration and triumph it offered him, and he had greedy desires. Joan attracted him at first because she was admired. He saw how Wilmington coveted her. She had a prestige in her circle. She had, too, a magnetism of her own. Before he realized the slope down which she slid, he wanted her so badly that he thought he was passionately in love. It kept him awake of nights and distracted him from his work. He did not want to marry her. That was against his principles. That was the despicable way of ordinary human beings. He lived on a higher plane. But he wanted her as a monkey wants a gold watch. He wanted this new, fresh, lovely, and beautiful thing just to handle and feel as his own. There was little charm about Huntley and less companionship. He was too arrogant for companionship. But he abounded in ideas. He knew much, and so he interested her. He talked. He pursued her with the steadfast scrutiny of his large gray eyes, and with arguments. He tried to argue and maneuver Joan into a passionate love for him. Well, Joan had a broad brow. She thought things over. She was amenable to ideas. He harped on, quote, freedom, unquote. He carried freedom far beyond the tempered liberties of ordinary human association. Any ordinary belief was by his standards a limitation of freedom. There was a story that he had once been caught burgling a house in St. John's Wood, and had been let off by the magistrate only because the crime seemed absolutely motiveless. No doubt he had been trying to convince himself of his freedom from prejudice about the rights of property. He had an obscure idea that he could induce Joan to plunge into wild depravities merely to prove himself free from her own decent instincts. But he was ceasing to care for his argument, if only he could induce her. There was a moment when he said, "Joan, you are the one woman," he always called her a woman, "who could make me marry her." "I'll spare you," said Joan succinctly. "Promise me that?" "Promise." Anyhow. On this Christmas afternoon he discoursed again upon freedom. "You, Joan, might be the freest of the free if only you chose. You are absolutely your own mistress, absolutely." "I have a guardian," she said. "You're of age." "No, I'm 19. You, as it happens, were of age at 18, Joan." He watched her face. He had been burning to get to this point for weeks. "Even about your birth there was freedom." "So you know that." Icy voice. To me it seems the grandest thing. When I reflect that I, alas, was born in loveless holy wedlock, I grit my teeth. "Oh, I don't care. But how do you know?" It's fairly well known, Joan. It's no very elaborate secret. I've got a little volume of your father's poetry. She hesitated. I didn't know my father wrote poetry, she said. It was all Will Sydenham ever did that was worth doing, except launch you into the world. He was a dramatic critic and something of a journalist, I believe. Stoner of the Post knew him quite well. That all this is ancient history to you. It isn't. Nobody's told me. I didn't know. But what did you think? Never mind what I thought. Everyone doesn't talk with your freedom. I've never been told. Who was my mother? Stoner says she died in hospital, soon after you were born. He never knew her name. Wasn't it Stubland? Lord, no, why should it be? But then, that's one of the things that makes you so splendidly new, Joan. You start clean in the world, like a new Eve, without even an atom to your name, fatherless, motherless, sisterless, brotherless. You fall into the world like a meteor. She stood astonished at the way in which she had blundered. Brotherless. If Huntley had not drawn her back by the arm, Lady Charlotte's car would have touched her. 21. That night, someone tapped at the bedroom door of Aunt Phyllis. "Come in," she cried, slipping into her dressing gown, and Joan entered. She was still wearing the dress of spangled black in which she had danced with Huntley and Wilmington and Peter. She went to her aunt's fire in silence, and stood over it, thinking. "You're having a Merry Christmas, little Joan?" said Aunt Phyllis, coming and standing beside her. "Ever so merry, Auntie. We go it, don't we?" Aunt Phyllis looked quickly at the flushed young face beside her, opened her mouth to speak, and said nothing. There was a silence, it seemed a long silence, between them. Then Joan asked, in a voice that she tried to make offhand, "Auntie, who was my father?" Aunt Phyllis was deliberately matter-of-fact. "He was the brother of Dolly, Peter's mother." "Where is he?" "He was killed by an omnibus near the Elephant and Castle when you were 2 years old." "And my mother?" "Died 3 weeks after you were born." Joan was wise in sociological literature. "The usual fever, I suppose," she said. "Yes," said Aunt Phyllis. "Do you know much about her?" "Very little. Her name was Debenham, Fanny Debenham." "Was she pretty?" "I never saw her. It was Dolly, Peter's mother, who went to her." "So that's what I am," said Joan, after a long pause. "Only we love you. What does it matter? Dear Joan of my heart." And Aunt Phyllis slipped her arm about the girl's shoulder. But Joan stood stiff and intent, not answering her caress. "I knew, in a way," she said. The thought that consumed her insisted upon utterance. "So I'm not Peter's half-sister," she said. "But have you thought—" Joan remained purely intellectual. "I've thought dozens of things, and I thought at last it was that. Why was I called Stubland? I'm not a Stubland. It was more convenient. It grew up. It put me out. It has sent me astray." She remained for a time, taking in this new aspect of things so intently as to be regardless of the watcher beside her. Then she roused herself to mask her extravagant preoccupation. "You're no relation, then, of mine," she said. "No. You've been so kind to me. A mother." Aunt Phyllis was weeping facile tears. "Have I been kind, dear? Have I seemed kind? I've always wanted to be kind. And I've loved you, Joan, my dear, and love you. And Nobby. Nobby, too. You've been bricks to me, both of you, no end. Aunt Phoebe, too. And Peter. Does Peter know? Does he know what I am?" "I don't know. I don't know what he knows, Joan." "If it hadn't been for the same surname, Joan Debenham. I've had fancies. I've thought Nobby perhaps was my father. Queer. Why did you people bother yourselves about me?" "My dear, it was the most natural thing in the world." "I suppose it was, for you. You've been so decent." "Every woman wants a daughter," said Aunt Phyllis in a whisper, and then almost inaudibly, "You are mine." "And the tempers I've shown, the trouble I've been, all these years, I wonder what Peter knows. He must suspect. He must have ideas. Joan Debenham, from outside. She stood quite still, with the red firelight leaping up to light her face and caressing the graceful lines of her slender form. She stood for a time as still as stone. Had she, after all, a stony heart? Aunt Phyllis stood watching her with a pale, tear-wet, apprehensive face. Then abruptly the girl turned and held out her arms. "Can I ever thank you?" she cried, with eyes that now glittered with big tears. Presently Aunt Phyllis was sitting in her chair, stroking Joan's dark hair, and Joan was kneeling, staring intently at some strange vision in the fire. "Do you mind my staying for a time?" she asked. "I want to get used to it. It's just as though there wasn't anything but just here. I've lost my aunt and found a mother." "My Joan," whispered Aunt Phyllis. "My own dear Joan. Always I have thought Peter was my brother. Always my half-brother. Until today." End of section 21. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, June 12, 2021. Section 22 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells, Chapter the 11th, Adolescence, Part 6. 22. It was Adela who inflicted Joan's second shock upon her, and drove away the last swirling whispers of adolescent imaginations and moon mist from the hard forms of reality. This visit she had seemed greatly improved to Joan. She was graver. Visibly she thought, and no longer was her rolling eye an invitation to masculine enterprise. She came to Joan's room on Boxing Day morning to make up dresses with her for the night's dance, and she let her mind run as she stitched. Everyone was to come in fancy dress. The vicarage girls would come, and the Brogging people. Everyone was to represent a political idea. Adela was going to be tariff reform. All her clothes were to be tattered and unfinished, she said. Even her shoes were to have holes. She would wear a broken earring in one ear. "I don't quite see your point," said Joan. "Tariff reform means work for all, dear," Adela explained gently. Days before, Joan had planned to represent Indian nationalism. It was a subject much in dispute between her and Peter, whose attitude to India and Indians seemed to her unreasonably reactionary, in view of all his other opinions. She could never let her controversies with Peter rest. The costume had been aimed at him. She was going to make up her complexion with a little brown, wear a sari, sandals on bare feet, and a band of tinsel across her forehead. She had found some red Indian curtain stuff that seemed to be adaptable for the sari. She worked now in a preoccupied manner, with her mind full of strange thoughts. Sometimes she listened to what Adela was saying, and sometimes she was altogether within herself. But every now and then Adela would pull her back to attention by a question. "Don't you think so, Joan?" "Think what?" asked Joan. "Love's much more our business than it is theirs." That struck Joan. "Is it?" she asked. She had thought the shares in the business were equal and opposite. "All this waiting for a man to discover himself in love with you, it's rot. You may wait till doomsday." "Still, they do seem to fall in love." "With anyone. A man's in love with women in general, but women fall in love with men in particular. We're the choosers, naturally. We want a man, that man, and no other, and all our own. They don't feel like that. And we have to hang about pretending they choose, and trying to make them choose without seeming to try to make them. Well, we're altering all that. When I want a man—" Adela's pause suggested a particular reference. "I'll get him somehow," she said intently. "If you mean to get him, if you don't mind much the little things that happen meanwhile, you'll get him," said Adela, as though she repeated a creed. "But of course you can't make terms. When a man knows that a woman is his, when he's sure of it, absolutely, then she's got him for good. Sooner or later he must come to her. I haven't had my eyes open just for show, Joan, this last year or so." "Good luck, Adela," said Joan. Adela attempted no pretenses. "It stands to reason, if you love a man—" Her eyes filled with tears. "Love his very self. You can make him happy and safe, be his line of least resistance, but the meanwhile is hard." Adela stitched furiously. "That's why you came down here?" Joan asked. "You haven't seen?" Adela's preoccupation with Sopwith Green had been the most conspicuous fact in the party. "Once or twice, a gleam," said Joan. Ask him to play tonight, dear, said Adela. Some of his own things. But now the last checks upon Adela's talk were removed. She wanted to talk endlessly and unrestrainedly about love. She wanted to hear herself saying all the generosities and devotions she contemplated. There's no bargain in love, said Adela. You just watch and give. Running through all her talk was a thread of speculation. She was obsessed by the idea of the relative blindness and casualness of love in men. We used to dream of lovers who just concentrated upon us, she said. But there's something nimmy-pimmy in a man concentrating on a woman. He ought to have a job, something big, his art, his aim, something. One wouldn't really respect a man who didn't do something big. Love's a nuisance to a real man, a disturbance, until some woman takes care of him. Couldn't two people take care of each other? Asked Joan. Oh, that's ideal, Joan, said Adela, as one who puts a notion aside. A man takes his love where he finds it, on his way to other things. The easier it is to get, the better he likes it. That's why so often they take up with any sort of creature, and why one needn't be so tremendously jealous. Adela reflected. I don't care a bit about him and Hetty. Hetty Reinhardt? Everybody talked about them, didn't you hear? But, of course, you were still at school. Of course, there's that studio of hers. You know about her? Yes, she has a studio. Most convenient. She does as she pleases. It amused him, I suppose. Men don't care as we do. They're just amused. Men can fall in love for an afternoon and out of it again. He makes love to her, and he's not even jealous of her, not a bit. He doesn't seem to mind a rap about Peter. She babbled on, but Joan's mind stopped short. Adela, she said, what is this about Hetty and Peter? The usual thing, I suppose, dear. You don't seem to hear of anything at Cambridge. But you don't mean... Well, I know something of Hetty, and have got eyes. You mean to say she's got Peter? It shows plainly enough. My Peter, cried Joan sharply. You're not an Egyptian princess, said Adela. You mean Peter's gone to her studio, that things like that have happened? Adela stared at her friend. These things have to happen, Joan. But he's only a boy yet. She doesn't think he's a boy. Why, he's almost of age. A lot of boy about Peter. But do you mean... I don't mean anything, Joan, if you're going to look like that. You've got no right to interfere in Peter's love affairs. Why should you? Don't we all live for experience? But, said Joan, Peter is different. No one is different, said Adela. But I tell you he's my Peter. He's your brother, of course. No, your half-brother, then. Everybody knows that, Joan, thanks to the Sheldricks. A sister can't always keep her brothers away from other girls. Joan was on the verge of telling Adela that she was not even Peter's half-sister, but she restrained herself. She stuck to the thing that most concerned her now. It's spoiling him, she said. It will make a mess of him. Why, he may think that is love, that, slinking off to a studio, the nastiness. And she's had a dozen lovers. She's a common thing. She just strips herself here and shows her arms and shoulders because she's just that. She's really in love with him anyhow, said Adela. She's gone on him. It's amusing. Love. That love. It makes me sick to think of it, said Joan. A man isn't made like that, said Adela. Peter has to go his own way. Peter, said Joan, who used to be the cleanest thing alive. Good sisters always feel like that, said Adela. I know how shocked I was when first I heard of Teddy. It isn't the same thing to men. It isn't indeed. Dirty Peter, said Joan with intense conviction. Of course I've known. Anyone could see. Only I wouldn't know. She thrust the striped red stuff for her Indian dress from her. I shan't be Indian nationalism, Adela, after all. Somehow I don't care to be. Why should I cover myself up in this way? You'd look jolly. No, I want something with black in it, and red, and my arms and shoulders showing. Why shouldn't we all dress down to Hetty? She has the approval of the authorities. Aunt Phoebe applauds every stitch she takes off. Freedom with a cap of liberty. Hetty said something about being freedom, hesitated Adela. Then I shall come as anarchy, said Joan, staring at the red stuff upon the table before her. Came a pause. I don't see why Peter should have all the fun in life, said Joan. 23. Joan as Anarchy made a success that evening at Pelhamford.
In the private plans of Hetty Reinhardt, that success had not been meant for Joan. Hetty as Freedom gave the party her lithe arms, her slender neck, and so much of her back that the two vicarage girls, who had come very correctly in powder and patches as Whig and Tory, were sure that it was partly accidental. On Hetty's dark hair perched a Phrygian cap, and she had a tricolour skirt beneath a white bodice that was chiefly décolletage and lace. About her neck was a little band of black, which had nothing to do with freedom. It was there for the sake of her slender neck. She was much more like la vie parisienne. She was already dancing with Peter, when Joan, who had delayed coming down until the music began, appeared in the doorway. Nabi, wrapped in a long toga-like garment of sun-gold and black that he alleged qualified him to represent darkest Africa, was standing by the door and saw the effect of Joan upon one of the Brogging boys, before he discovered her beside him. Her profile was the profile of a savage. She lifted her clear-cut chin, as young savage women do, and her steady eyes regarded Hetty and Peter. Her black hair was quite unbound and thrown back from her quiet face, and there was no necklace, no bracelet, not a scrap of adornment nor enhancement upon her arms or throat. It had not hitherto occurred to Oswald that his ward had the most beautiful neck and shoulders in the world, or that Joan was as like what Dolly once had been, as a wild beast is like a cherished tame one. But he did presently find these strange ideas in his mind. Her dress was an exiguous scheme of slashes and tatters in black and bright red. She was bare-ankled, these modern young people thought nothing of that, but she had white dancing shoes upon her feet. "Joan," said Huntley, advancing with an air of proprietorship. "No," said Joan, with a gesture of rejection. "I don't want to dance with anyone in particular. I'm going to dance alone." "Well, dance," said Huntley, with a large courtly movement of a white velvet cloak, all powdered with gold crosses and fleur-de-lis, that he pretended was a symbol of reaction. "When I choose," said Joan, "and as I choose." Across the room, Peter was staring at her, and she was looking at Peter. He tripped against Hetty, and for a little interval the couple was out of step. "Come on, Peter," said Hetty, rallying him. Joan appeared to forget Peter and everyone. There was dancing in her blood, and this evening she meant to dance. Her body felt wonderfully light and as supple as a whip under her meagre costume. There was something to be said for this semi-nudity after all. The others were dancing a two-step with such variations as they thought fit, and there was no objection whatever at Pelham Ford to solo enterprises. Joan could invent dances. She sailed out into the room to dance as she pleased. Oswald watched her nimble steps and the whirling rhythms of her slender body. She made all the others seem overdressed and clumsy and heavy. Her face had a grave, preoccupied expression. Huntley stood for a moment or so beside Oswald, and then stepped out after her to convert her dance into a duet. He too was a skilful and inventive dancer, and the two coquetted for a time amidst the other couples. Then Joan discovered Wilmington watching her and Huntley from the window bay. She danced evasively through Huntley's circling entanglements, and seized Wilmington's hand and drew him into the room. "I can't dance, Joan," he said, obeying her. "You know I can't dance." "You have to dance," she said, aglow and breathing swiftly. "Trust me." She took and left his hands, and took them again, and turned him about so skillfully that a wonderful illusion was produced, in Wilmington's mind and in those about him, that indeed he could dance. Huntley made a crouching figure of jealousy about them. He spread himself and his cloak into fantastic romps, and then the music ceased. "The Argentine tango!" cried Huntley. "Joan, you must tango." "Never." "Dance Columbine to my Harlequin, then." "And stand on your knee? I should break it." "Try me," said Huntley. "Kneel," said Joan. "Now take my hands. Prepare for the shock." And she leapt lightly to his knee and posed for a second, poised with one toe on Huntley's thigh, and was down again. "Do it again, Joan," he cried with enthusiasm. "Do it again." "Let us invent dances," cried Aunt Phyllis. "Let us invent dances. Couldn't we dance charades?" "Let them dance as nature meant them to," said Aunt Phoebe's deepest tones. "Madly." "Shall we try that tango we did the other night?" said Hetty, coming behind Peter. Peter had come forward to the group in the center of the room. Old habits were strong in him, and he had a vague feeling that this was one of the occasions when Joan ought to be suppressed. "We're getting chaotic," he said. "You see, Peter, I'm anarchy," said Joan. "An ordered freedom is the best," said Peter, without reflecting on his words. "Nobby, I want to dance with you," said Joan. "I've never danced anything but a country dance, the sort of thing in which people stand in rows, in my life," said Oswald. "A country dance," cried Joan. "Sir Roger de Coverley."
We want to try a foxtrot we know," complained one of the Broggin guests. Two parties became more and more distinctly evident in the party. There was a party which centered around Hetty and the Sheldrick girls, which was all for the rather elaborately planned freak dances they had more or less learnt in London, the bunny hugs, the foxtrot, and various tangos. Most of the Londoners were of this opinion. Sopwith Green trailed Adela with him, and Huntley was full of a passionate desire to guide Joan's feet along the tango path. But Joan's mind, by a kind of necessity, moved contrariwise to Hetty's. Either, she argued, they must dance in the old staid ways, Oswald and the vicarage girls applauding, or dance as the spirit moved them. "Oh, dance your old foxtrots," she cried, with a gesture that seemed to motion Huntley and Hetty together. "Have your music all rattle and ragtime, like sick people groaning in trains. That's neither here nor there. I want to dance to better stuff than that. Come on, Willie." She seized on Wilmington's arm. "But where are you going?" cried Huntley. "I'm going to dance Chopin in the hall to the pianola." "You're going to play," she told Wilmington. "But you can't," said Peter. Joan disappeared with her slave. A light seemed to go out from the big library as she went. "Now we can get on," said Hetty, laying hands on her Peter. For a time the foxtrot ruled. The vicarage girls didn't do these things, and drifted after Joan. So did Oswald. Towards the end, the dancers had a sense of a cross-current of sound in the air, of some adverse influence thrown across their gymnastics. When their own music stopped, they became aware of that crying voice above the thunder, the revolutionary etude. There was a brief listening pause. "Now, how the deuce," said Huntley, "can she be dancing that?" He led the way to the hall. "I'm tired of dancing," whispered Hetty. "Stay back. They're all going. I want you to kiss the little corner of my mouth." Peter looked round quickly, and seized his privilege with unseemly haste. "Let's see how Joan is dancing that old row," he said. Animation, boldness, and strict relegation of costume to its function of ornament had hitherto made Hetty the highlight of this little gathering. She was now to realize how insecure is this feminine predominance in the face of fresher youth and greater boldness, and Joan was full of a pretty girl's discovery that she may do all that she dares to do, for a time, and until it is time to pay. Life had intoxicated Joan that night. A derision of seemliness possessed her. She was full of impulse and power. She felt able to dominate everyone. At one time or other she swept nearly every man there, except Oswald and Peter and Price, into her dancing. Two of the Broggin youths fell visibly in love with her, and Huntley lost his head, badgered her too much to dance, and then was offended and sulked in a manner manifest to the meanest capacity, and she kissed Wilmington. That was her wildest impulse. She came into the study where he was playing the pianola for her dancing. She wanted him to change the role for the first part of the Kreutzer Sonata, and found herself alone with him. She loved him because he was so completely and modestly hers. She bent over him to take off the roll from the instrument, and found her face near his forehead. "Dear old Willie," she whispered, and put her hand on his shoulder, and brushed his eyebrows with her lips. Then she was remorseful. "It doesn't mean anything, Willie," she said. "I know it doesn't," he said, in a voice of the deepest melancholy. "Only you are a dear all the same," she said. "You are clean. You're right." "If it wasn't for my damned virtues," said Wilmington. "But anyhow, thank you, Joan, very much. Shall I play you this right through?" "A little slowly," she said. "It's marked too fast," and went towards the open door. Then she flitted back to him. Her intent face came close to his. "I don't love anyone, Willie," she said. "I'm not the sort. I just dance." They looked at each other. "I love you," said Wilmington, and watched her go. But she had made him ridiculously happy. She danced through the whole Kreutzer Sonata. The Kreutzer Sonata has always been a little dirty since Tolstoy touched it. Tolstoy pronounced it erotic. There are men who can find a lascivious import in a Corinthian capital. The Kreutzer Sonata therefore had a strong appeal to Huntley's mind. These associations made it seem to him different from other music, just as calling this or that substance a drug always dignified it in his eyes with the rich suggestions of vice. He read strange significances into Joan's choice of that little music as he watched her over the heads of the Broggin girls. But Joan just danced. At supper she found herself drifting to a seat near Peter. She left him to his Hetty, and went up the table to a place under Oswald's black wing. The supper at Pelham Ford was none of your stand-up affairs. Mrs. Moxton's ideas of a dance supper were worthy of Britannia.
Oswald carved a big turkey, and Peter had cold game pie, and Aunt Phyllis showed a delicate generosity with a sharp carver and a big ham. There were hot potatoes, and various salads, and jugs of lemonade and claret cup for everyone, and whiskey for the mature. Joan became a sober inquirer about African dancing. "It's the West Coast that dances," said Oswald. "There's richer music on the West Coast than all round the Mediterranean." "All this American music comes from the Negro," he declared. "There's hardly a bit of American music that hasn't color in its blood." After supper, Joan was the queen of the party. Adela was in love with her again, as slavish as in their school days, and the Sheldricks and the Brogging boys and girls did her bidding. "Let's do something processional," said Joan. "Let us dress up and do the funeral march of a marionette." Hetty didn't catch on to that idea, and Peter was somehow overlooked. Most of the others scampered off to get something black and cast aside anything too colored. Aunt Phyllis knew of some black gauze and produced it. There were black curtains in the common room, and these were seized upon by Huntley and Wilmington. They made a coffin of the big black lacquered postbox in the hall, and a bier of 4 alpenstocks and a drying board from the scullery. Joan was chief mourner, and after the funeral march was over, danced the Sorrows of Life before the bier to the first part of the 5th Symphony. Hetty and Peter sat close together, and yet unusually apart, upon the broad window-seat. Hetty looked tired, and Peter seemed inattentive. Perhaps they had a little overdone each other's charm that Christmas. And only once more that evening did it happen that Peter and Joan met face to face. Nearly everybody poured out into the garden to see the guests go off. The Brogging people crowded hilariously into a car. The others walked. The weather had suddenly hardened. A clear, dry cold made the paths and road very like metal, and not the littlest star was missing from the quivering assembly in the sky. "We'll have skating yet," cried the Brogging party. Adela and Joan and Wilmington and Price came with Huntley and Green and the vicarage girls, along the road and over the ice-bound water-splash as far as the vicarage gate. "Too cold to say good-bye," cried Joan. "Oh, my poor bare legs!" and led her race back. Adela was left far behind, but neither Wilmington nor Price would let Joan win without a struggle. The 3 shot in through the wide front door, almost abreast, and Joan ran straight at Peter and stopped short within 2 feet of him. "I've won," said Joan. Just for an instant, the two looked at one another, and it seemed to Joan afterwards that she had seen something then in Peter's eyes, something involuntary that she had caught just once before in them, when she had come upon him by chance in Petty Curie when first she had gone up to Cambridge. A silly thing to think about. What did it matter? What did anything matter? Life was a dance, and Joan, thank heaven, could dance. Peter was just nothing at all, nothing at all, nothing at all. "I wonder, Joan, how many miles you have pranced tonight," said Aunt Phyllis, kissing her good night. "Joan," said Adela, "you are the loveliest." For a minute or so Joan stood in front of her looking-glass, studying a flushed, candle-lit figure. "Ha!" she said at last. "Hetty," and flung her scanty clothes aside. She caught the reflection of herself in the mirror again. She spread out her hands, in a gesture to the pretty shape she saw there, and stood. "What's the good of it?" she said at last. As soon as Joan's head touched the pillow that night, she fell asleep, and she slept as soundly as a child that had been thoroughly naughty and all at 6s and 7s, and that has been well slapped and had a good cry to wind up with and put to bed. In all the world there is no sounder sleep than that. End of section 22. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, June 13th, 2021. Section 23 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 12th, The World on the Eve of War. Part 1. 1. Oswald sat in the March sunshine that filled and warmed his little summer house, and thought about Joan and Peter. His sudden realization of Joan's mental maturity, the clear warning it brought to him that the task and opportunity of education was passing out of his hands, that already the reckoning of consequences was beginning for both his wards, set his mind searching up and down amidst the memories of his effort to find where he could have slipped, where blundered and failed. He perceived now how vague had been the gesture with which he had started when he proclaimed his intention to give them, quote, "the best education in the world." Unquote.
The best education in the world is still to seek, and while he had been getting such scraps of second best for them as he could, the world itself, nature, tradition, custom, suggestion, example, and accident, had molded them and made them. When he measured what had been done upon these youngsters by these outward things, and compared it with their deliberate education, the schoolmaster seemed to him to be still no more than a half-hearted dwarf who would snare the white horses of a cataract with a noose of packthread. The generations running to waste like rapids. But there are stronger harnessings than packthreads, and there are already engineers in the world who, by taking thought and patient work, can tame the maddest torrent that ever overawed the mind of man. In the end, perhaps all torrents will be tamed, and knowledge and purpose put an end to aimless adventure. The schoolmaster will not always be a dwarf. As our children grow beyond our control, we begin to learn something of the reality of education. The world had Joan and Peter now. At the most, Oswald could run and shout advice from the bank as they went down the rush. But he knew that he could have done more for them, and that with a different world he could have done infinitely more for them in their receptive years. They were the children of an age. Their restless fever of impulse was but their individual share in a great fever. The whole world now was restless, out of touch with any standards, and manifestly drifting towards great changes. Neither Joan nor Peter seemed to have any definite purpose in life. Their impulses were not focused, they were drawn hither and thither. That was the essential failure of their adolescence. Their education had done many good things for them, but it had left their wills as spontaneous, indefinite, and unsocial as the will of a criminal. Physically, Oswald and the world had done well by them. They were clean-blooded, well-grown, well-exercised animals. They belonged to a generation of youth measurably taller, finer, and more beautiful than any generation before them. They were swift-footed and nimble. Mentally, too, they were swift and clear. It was not that their ideas were confused, but their wills. Each of them could speak and read and write 3 languages quite well. They could draw well, and Peter could draw brilliantly. They were alive to art and music. They read widely. They had the dispassionate, wide, scientific vision of the world. But being so fine and clean, it was all the more distressing to realize that these 2 young people now faced the world with no clear will in them about it or themselves. That Joan seemed consumed with discontents and this dark personal quarrel with Peter, and that Peter could be caught and held by a mere sensual adventure. Hetty Reinhardt kept him busy with notes and situations. Having created a necessity, she went on to create a jealous rivalry. He would be sometimes excited and elated, sometimes manifestly angry and sulky, and his work at Cambridge, which for 2 years had been conspicuously brilliant, was falling away. Until Joan's angry outspokenness had forced these facts upon his attention, Oswald had shirked their realization. He had seen, with his one watchful eye, but he had not willed to see. A score of facts had lain, like disagreeable letters that one hesitates to answer, uncorrelated in his mind. The disorders of the Christmas party had indeed left him profoundly uneasy. With the new year, he went with Peter on a trip to Russia. He wanted the youngster to develop a vision of the European problem, for Peter seemed blind to the importance of international things. They had crossed to Flushing, traveled straight through to Berlin, gone about Berlin for a few days, run on to St. Petersburg, it was not yet Petrograd, visited a friendly house near the Valdai Hills, spent a busy week in and about Moscow, and returned by way of Warsaw. They saw Germany already trained like an athlete for the adventure of the coming war, and Russia, great and disorderly, destined to be taken unawares. Then they returned to England, to look again at their own country with eyes refreshed by these contrasts. And all the time, Oswald watched Peter, and speculated about the thoughts and ideas hidden in Peter's head. 2. This Russian trip had been precipitated by a sudden opportunity. Originally, Oswald had planned a Russian tour for his wards on a more considerable scale. Among the unsolved difficulties of this scheme had been his ignorance of Russian. He had thought of employing a courier, but a courier can be a tiresome encumbrance. His friend Bailey, who was an enthusiast for Russia and spoke Russian remarkably well for an Englishman, wrote from Petrograd offering to guide Oswald and Peter about that city, suggesting a visit to a cousin who had married a Russian landowner in Novgorod, and a week or so in Moscow, where some friends of Bailey's would keep a helpful eye on the travelers. It was too good a chance to lose. There was some hasty buying of fur-lined gloves, insertion of wadding under the fur of Oswald's fur coat, and the purchase of a suitable outfit for Peter. Bailey had his misogynic side. Oswald knew. He thought women troublesome millinery to handle, and he did not include Joan in the invitation. On the whole, Oswald did not regret that omission because it gave him so excellent a chance of being alone with Peter for long spells, and getting near his private thoughts. It was an expedition that left a multitude of vivid impressions upon the young man's memory. The still, cold, starry night of the departure from Harwich, the lit decks, the black waters, the foaming wake caught by the ship's lights, the neat Dutch landscape with its black and white cows growing visible as day broke, shivering workers under a chill, red-nosed dawn pouring down by a path near the railway into the factories of some industrial town, the long, flat journey across Germany, the Siege Allee and the war trophies and public buildings of Berlin, the Sunday morning crowd upon Unter den Linden, the large prosperity of the new suburbs of Berlin, North Germany under an iron frost, a crowd of children sliding and skating near Königsberg, the dingier, vaster effects of Russia, streets in Petrograd with the shops all black and gold and painted with shining pictures of the goods on sale to a population of illiterates, the night crowd in the People's Palace, a sledge drive of 10 miles along the ice of a frozen river, a wooden country house behind a great stone portico, and a merry house party that went scampering out after supper to lie on the crisp snow and see the stars between the tree boughs, the chanting service in a little green cupolaed church, and a pretty village schoolmistress in peasant costume, the great red walls of the Kremlin rising above the Moskva, and the first glimpse of that barbaric caricature, the Cathedral of St. Basil, the painted magnificence of the Trotskaya Monastery, a dirty, evil-smelling little tramp with his bundle and kettle worshipping unabashed in the Uspensky Cathedral, endless bearded priests, Tartar waiters with purple sashes, a whole population in furs and so looking absurdly wealthy to an English eye, 1,000 such pictures, keen, bright, and vivid, against a background of white snow. The romanticism of the late Victorian still prevailed in Oswald's mind. The picturesqueness of Russia had a great effect upon him. From the passport office at Virballen, with its imposing green uniformed guards and elaborate ceremonies, onward into Moscow, he marks the contrast with the trim modernity of Germany. The wild wintry landscape of the land, with its swamps and unkempt thickets of silver birch, the crouching timber villages with their cupolaed churches, the unmade roads, the unfamiliar lettering of the stations, contributed to his impression of barbaric greatness. After the plainly ugly middle-class cathedral of Berlin, he rejoiced at the dark splendors, the green serpentine and incense of St. Isaac's. He compared the frozen Neva to a greater Thames, and stood upon the Troitsky Bridge, rejoicing over the masses of the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul. In Petrograd, he said, "Away from here to the North Pole is Russia, and the outside, the famine-stricken north, the frozen fen and wilderness, the limits of mankind." Moscow made him talk of the mingling of East and West. Western and Eastern costumes jostled in the streets. He was surprised at the frequency of Chinamen. "Away from here to Vladivostok," he said, "is Russia and all Asia. Northwest, east, and south, there is limitless land. We are an island people, but here one feels the land masses of the earth." Peter was preoccupied with a gallant attempt to master colloquial Russian in a fortnight by means of a Russian self-taught he had bought in London. He did not thrust his conversation between Bailey and Oswald, but sometimes, when he was alone with his guardian and the mood took him, he would talk freely and rather well. He had been reading abundantly and variously. It was evident that at Cambridge he belonged to a talking set. If he had no directive form in his mind, he had at any rate something like a systematic philosophy. It was a profoundly skeptical philosophy. There were moments when Oswald was reminded of Beresford's Hamptonshire Wonder, who read through all human learning and literature before the age of 5 and turned upon its instructor with, "Is this all?" Peter looked at the world into which he had come, at the kings and kaisers demanding devotion to our person, at the gentlemen waving flags and talking of patriotism and service to empires and races and nationality, at the churches and priests pursuing their policies, and in effect he turned to Oswald with the same question. In the background of his imagination, it was only too manifest that the nymphs, with a general family resemblance to Hetty Reinhardt, danced, and he heard that music of the senses which the decadent young men of the fin de siècle period were wont to refer to as the pipes of Pan. He and Oswald looked together at Moscow in the warm light of sunset. They were in the veranda of a hillside restaurant which commanded the huge bend of the river between the Borodinsky and the Kurymsky bridges. The city lay wide and massive along the line of the sky, with little fields and a small church or so in the foreground. The 6 glittering domes of the great Church of the Redeemer rose in the center against the high red wall, and the clustering palaces and church cupolas of the Kremlin. Left and right of the Kremlin, the city spread, a purple sea of houses and walls, flecked with snowy spaces and gemmed with red reflecting windows, through which the river twisted like a silver eel. Moscow is a city of crosses. Every church has its bulbous painted cupola, and some have 5 or 6, and every cupola carries its brightly gilded 2-armed cross. The rays of the setting sun was now turning all these crosses to pale fire. Oswald, in spite of his own skeptical opinions, was a little under the spell of the Holy Russia legend. He stood with his foot on a chair and rested his jaw on his hand, with the living side of his face turned as usual towards his ward, and tried to express the confused ideas that were stirring in his mind. "This isn't a city like the cities of Western Europe, Peter," he said. "This is something different. Those Western cities, they grow out of the soil on which they stand. They are there forever, like the woods and hills. There is no other place for London or Rouen or Rome except just where it stands. But this, Peter, is a Tartar camp, frozen. It might have been at Nizhny Novgorod or Yaroslav or Kazan. It might be anywhere upon the Russia plain, only it happens to be here. It's a camp changed to wood and brick and plaster. That's the headquarters camp there, the Tsar's pavilions, and all these crosses everywhere are like the standards outside the tents of the captains." "And where is it going?" said Peter, looking at Moscow over his fur collar, with his hands deep in his overcoat pockets. "Asia advancing on Europe, with a new idea. One understands Dostoevsky better when one sees this. One begins to realize this Holy Russia as a sort of epileptic genius among nations, like his idiot, insisting on moral truth, holding up the cross to mankind." "What truth?" asked Peter. "They seem to have the Christian idea, in a way we Westerns don't. Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and their endless schools of dissent have a character in common. Christianity to a Russian means brotherhood." "If it means anything," said Peter. The youngster reflected. "I wonder, is there really this Russian idea? I don't believe very much in these national ideas. I say national character, then. This city, with its endless crosses, is so in harmony with Russian music, Russian art, Russian literature." "Any city that had to be built here would have to look more or less like this," said Peter. "If it were built by Americans?" "If they'd lived here always," said Peter. "But we're arguing in a circle. If they'd lived here always, the things that have made the Russians Russians would have made them Russians. I've gone too far. Of course there is a Russian character. They're wanderers, body and brain, men of an endless land. But, well, not much of a Russian idea to it. I don't believe a bit in all these crosses." "You mean as symbols of an idea?" "Yes. Of course, the cross has meant something to people. It must have meant tremendous things to some people. But men imitate. One sticks up a cross because it means all sorts of deep things to him. Then the man down the road thinks he will have a cross too, and the man up the road doesn't quite see what it's all about, but doesn't like to be out of it. So they go on until sticking up crosses becomes a habit. It becomes a necessity. They'd be shocked to see a new church without 4 or 5 crosses on it. They organize a business in golden crosses. Everybody says, 'You must have a cross.' Long ago, everyone has forgotten that deep meaning." Said Oswald. "You think that?" "It's just a crowd," said Peter, thinking aloud. "Underneath the crosses, it's just a swarming and breeding of men, like any other man." "But don't you think that all that million-odd down there is held together by a distinctive idea? Don't you feel sometimes the Russian idea about you, like the smell of burnt wood on the breeze?" "Well, call it a breeze," said Peter. "It's like a breeze blowing over mud. It blows now and then. It's forgotten before it is past. What does it signify?" He was thinking as he talked. Oswald did not want to interrupt him, and just smiled slightly and looked at Peter for more. "I don't think there's any great essential differences between cities," said Peter. "It's easy to exaggerate that. Mostly the differences are differences of scenery. Beneath the differences, it's the same story everywhere. Men shoving about and eating and squabbling and multiplying. We might just as well be looking at London from Hampstead Bridge, so far as the human facts go. Here, things are done in red and black and gold, against a background of white snow. There, they are done in drab and gray and green. This is a land of dull tragedy instead of dull comedy. Gold crosses on green onions instead of church spires. Extremes instead of means. but it's all the same old human thing. Even the king and czar look alike. There's a state church here, dissenters, landowners. I suppose there is a sort of parallelism, Oswald conceded. We're not big enough yet for big ideas, the Russian idea or the Christian idea or any such idea, said Peter. Why pretend we have them? Now that's just it, said Oswald, coming round upon him with an extended finger, because we want them so badly. Does everyone? Yes, consciously or not. That's where you and I are at issue, Peter. Oh, I don't see the ideas at work, cried Peter, except as a sort of flourish of the mind. But look at the everyday life. Wherever we have been, in London, Paris, Italy, Berlin, here, we see every man who can afford it, making for the restaurants and going where there are women to be got. Hunger, indulgence, and sex, 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 sex. His voice was suddenly bitter. He turned his face to Oswald for a moment. We're too little. These blind impulses, I suppose there's a sort of impulse to beauty in it. Some day, perhaps, these forces will do something, drive man up the scale of being. But as far as we've got... He stared at Moscow again. He seemed to have done. You think we're oversexed, said Oswald after a pause. The youngster glanced at his guardian. I'm not blind, he fenced. Then he laughed with a refreshing cheerfulness. It's youthful pessimism, Nobby. My mind runs like this because it's the fashion. We get so dosed with Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, usually at second hand, we all try to talk like this. Don't mind me. Oswald smiled back. Peter, you drive my spirit back to the Victorians, he said. I want to begin quoting Longfellow to you. Life is real. Life is earnest. No, Peter countered. But it ought to be. Well, it becomes so. We have science, and out of science comes a light. We shall see the will, plainer and plainer. The will, said Peter, turning it over in his mind. Our own will, then, said Oswald. Yours, mine, and every right sort of man's. Peter seemed to consider it. It won't be a national will, anyhow, he said, coming back to Moscow. It won't be one of these national ideas. No Holy Russia, or Old England for the matter of that. They're just human accumulations. No, I don't know of this will at all, any will, Nobby. I can't see or feel this will. I wish I could. He had said his say. Oswald turned again to the great spectacle of the city. Did all those heavenward crosses, now sinking into the dusk, amount to no more than a glittering emanation out of the fen of life, an unmeaning ignis fatuus, born of a morass of festering desires that had already forgotten it? Or were these crosses indeed an appeal and a promise? Out of these millions of men, would man at last arise? Slowly, smoothly, unfalteringly, the brush of the twilight had been sweeping its neutral tint across the spectacle, painting out the glittering symbols one by one. A chill from outer space fell down through the thin Russian air, a dark transparent curtain. Oswald shivered in his wadded coat. Abruptly, down below, hard by a ghostly white church, one lamp and then another pricked the deepening blue. A little dark tramcar, that crept towards them out of the city ways to fetch them back into the city, suddenly became a glowworm. End of section 23. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 10th, 2021.
Section 24 of Joan and Peter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joan and Peter by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 12th, The World on the Eve of War, Part 2. 3. 20 years before, Oswald would not have talked in this fashion of the will. 20 years before, the social and political order of the world had seemed so stable to an English mind that the thought of a sustaining will was superfluous. Queen Victoria and the whole system had an air of immortal inertia. The scientific and economic teachings under which Oswald's ideas had been shaped recognized no need for willfully coordinated efforts. The end of education, they indicated, was the diffusion of knowledge. Victorian thought in England took good motives for granted, seemed indeed disposed to regard almost any motive as equally good for the common weal. Herbert Spencer, that philosopher who could not read Kant, most typical of all English intelligences in those days, taught that if only there were no regulation, no common direction, if everyone were to pursue his own individual ends unrestrained,
Then, by a sort of magic, chaos, freed from the interference of any collective direction, would produce order. His supreme gift to a generation of hasty profiteers was the discovery that the blind scuffle of fate could be called evolution, and so given an air of intention altogether superior to our poor struggles to make a decent order out of a greedy scramble. For some decades, whatever sections of British life had ceased to leave things to Providence and not bother, were leaving them to evolution and still not bothering. It was because of Oswald's discovery of the confused and distressed motives of Joan and Peter, and under the suggestions of the more kinetic German philosophy that was slowly percolating into English thought, that his ideas were now changing their direction. Formerly, he had thought of nations and empires as if they were things in themselves, loose shapes which had little or nothing to do with the individual lives they contained. Now he began to think that all human organizations, large and small alike, exist for an end. They are will forms. They present a purpose that claims the subordination of individual aims. He began to see states and nations as things of education, beings in the minds of men. The parallelism of Russia and Britain, which Peter had made, struck Oswald as singularly acute. They had a closer parallelism with each other than with France or Italy or the United States or Germany or any of the great political systems of the world. Russia was Britain on land, Britain was Russia in an island and upon all the seas of the globe. One had the dreamy lassitude of an endless land horizon, the other the hard-bitten practicality of the salt seas. One was deep-feeling, gross, and massively illiterate, the other was pervaded by a cockney brightness, but each was trying to express and hold on to some general purpose by means of forms and symbols that were daily becoming more conspicuously inadequate, and each appeared to be moving inevitably towards failure and confusion. One afternoon during their stay in Petrograd, Bailey took Oswald and Peter to see a session of the Duma. They drove in a sledge down the Nevsky Prospect and by streets of plowed-up and tumbled snow, through which struggled an interminable multitude of sledges bringing firewood into the city, to the old palace of the favorite Potemkin, into which the Duma had in those days been thrust. The Duma was sitting in a big adapted conservatory, and the three visitors watched the proceedings from a little low gallery wherein the speakers were almost inaudible. Bailey pointed out the large proportion of priests in the center, and explained the various party groups. He himself was very sympathetic with the cadets. They were Anglomaniac. They idealized the British Constitution and thought of a limited monarchy in the land of extremes. Oswald listened to Bailey's exposition, but the thing that most gripped his attention was the huge portrait of the Tsar that hung over the gathering. He could not keep his eyes off it. There the figure of the autocrat stood, with its sidelong, unintelligent visage 4 times as large as life, dressed up in military guise, and with its big cavalry boots right over the head of the president of the Duma. That portrait was as obvious an insult, as outrageous a challenge to the self-respect of Russian men, as a gross noise or a foul gesture would have been. "You and all the empire exist for me," said that foolish-faced portrait, with its busby a little on one side, and its weak hand on its sword hilt. It was to that figure they asked young Russia to be loyal. That dull-faced Tsar and the golden crosses of Moscow presented themselves as Russia to the young. A heavy-handed and very corrupt system of repression sustained their absurd pretensions. They had no sanction at all but that they existed, through the acquiescences of less intelligent generations. The aged, the prosperous, the indolent, the dishonest, the mean, and the dull supported them in a vast tacit conspiracy. Beneath such symbols, could a land under the sting of modern suggestions ever be anything but a will welter, a confusion of sentiments and instincts and willfulness? Was it so wonderful that the world was given the stories of Artsabachev as pictures of the will forms of the Russian young? 4. Through all that journey, Oswald was constantly comparing Peter with the young people he saw. On 2 occasions, he and Peter went to the Moscow Art Theatre. Once they saw Hamlet in Russian, and once Chekhov's 3 Sisters, and each was produced with a completeness of ensemble, an excellence of mechanism, and a dramatic vigor far beyond the range of any London theatre. Here in untidy, sprawling, slushy Moscow shone this diamond of cooperative effort and efficient organization. It set Oswald revising certain hasty generalizations about the Russian character. But far more interesting than the play to him was the audience. They were mostly young people, and some of them were very young people,
Students in uniform, bright-faced girls, clerks, young officers and soldiers, a sprinkling of intelligent-looking older people of the commercial and professional classes. Each evening showed a similar gathering, a very full house, intensely critical and appreciative. It was rather like the sort of gathering one might see in the London Fabian Society, but there were scarcely any earnest spinsters and many more young men. The art theatre, like a magnet, had drawn its own together out of the vast barbaric medley of Western and Asiatic, of peasant, merchant, priest, official, and professional that thronged the Moscow streets, and they seemed very delightful young people. His one eye wandered from the brightly lit stage to the rows and rows of faces in the great dim auditorium about him, rested on Peter, and then went back to those others. This, then, must be a sample of the intelligentsia. These were the youth who figured in so large a proportion of recent Russian literature. How many bright, keen faces were there? What lay before them? A dark premonition crept into his mind of the tragedy of all this eager life growing up in the clutch of a gigantic political system that now staggered to its end. This youth he saw here was wonderfully like the new generation that was now dancing its way into his house at Pelham Ford. It was curious to note how much more this big dim houseful of young Muscovites was like a British or an American audience than it was to a German gathering. Perhaps there were rather more dark types, perhaps more high cheekbones, it was hard to say, but all the other North Temperate races, it seemed to Oswald, as distinguished from the Germans, had the same suggestion about them of uncoordinated initiatives. Their minds moved freely in a great old system that had lost its hold upon them. But the German youths were coordinated. They were tremendously coordinated. 2 Sundays ago, he and Peter had been watching the Sunday morning parade along Unter den Linden. They had gone to see the white-trousered guards kicking their legs out ridiculously in the goose step outside the guard-house that stands opposite the Kaiser's palace. They had walked along Unter den Linden to the Brandenburger Tor, and then, after inspecting that vainglorious trophy of piled cannon outside the Reichstag, turned down the Siege Allée, and so came back to the Adlon by way of the Leipziger Platz. Peter had been alive to many things, but Oswald's attention had been concentrated almost exclusively on the youngsters they were passing. For the most part, plump, pink-faced students in corps caps, very erect in their bearing and very tight in their clothes. They were an absolutely distinct variety of the young human male. A puerile militarism possessed them all. They exchanged salutations with the utmost punctilio, while England had been taking her children from the hands of God, and not so much making them as letting them develop into notes of interrogation. Germany, without halt or hesitation, had molded her gift of youth into stiff, obedient, fresh soldiers. There had been a moment like a thunderclap while Oswald and Peter had been near the Brandenburger Tor. A swift wave of expectation had swept through the crowd. There had been a galloping of mounted policemen, a hustling of traffic to the side of the road, a hasty lining up of spectators. Then, with melodious tootlings and amidst guttural plaudits, a big white automobile carrying a glitter of uniforms had gone by, driven at a headlong pace. Der Kaiser! Just for a moment the magnificence hung in the eye and passed. What had they seen? Cloaks, helmets, hard visages, one distinctive pallid face. Something melodramatic, something eager and in a great hurry, something that went by like the sound of a trumpet, a figure of vast enterprise, in shining armor, with mailed fist. This was the symbol upon which these young Germans were being concentrated. This was the ideal that had gripped them. Something very modern and yet romantic, something stupendously resolute. Going whither? At any rate, going magnificently somewhere. That was the power of it. It was going somewhere. For good or bad, it was an infinitely more attractive lead than the cowardly and oppressive Tsardom that was failing to hold the refractory minds of these young Russians, or the current edition of the British imperial ideal, twangling its idiotic banjo and exhorting Peter and his generation to tax the foreigner as a worthy end and aim in life. Oswald, with his eye on the dim, preoccupied audience about him, recalled a talk that he and Peter had had with a young fellow-traveler in the train between Hanover and Berlin. It had been a very typical young German, glasses and all, and his clothes looked twice as hard as Peter's, and he sat up stiffly while Peter slouched on the seat. He evidently wanted to air his English, while Peter had not the remotest desire to air his German, and only betrayed a knowledge of German when it was necessary to explain some English phrase the German didn't quite grasp. The German wanted to know whether Oswald and Peter had been in Germany before, where they were going, what they thought of it, what they were going to think of Berlin. Responding to counter-questions, he said he had been twice to England. He thought England was a great country.
Yes, but not systematic, no.
You mean undisciplined? Yes, it was perhaps undisciplined he meant. Oswald said that as a foreigner he was most struck by the tremendous air of order in North Germany. The Germans were orderly by nature. The admission proved an attractive gambit. The young German questioned Oswald's view that the Germans were naturally orderly. Hard necessity had made them so. They had had to discipline themselves. They had been obliged to develop a Kultur encircled by enemies. Now their Kultur was becoming a second nature. Every nation, he supposed, brought its present to mankind. Germany's was order, system, the lesson of obedience that would constantly make her more powerful. The Germans were perforce a thorough people, thorough in all they did. Although they had come late into modern industrialism, they had already developed social and economic organization far beyond that of any other people. Nicht wahr? Their work was becoming necessary to the rest of mankind. In Russia, for example, in Turkey, in Italy, in South America, it was more and more the German who organized, developed, led.
Though we are fenced round, he said, still we break out.
There was something familiar and yet novel in all this to Oswald. It was like his first sensation upon reading Shakespeare in German. It was something very familiar in an unfamiliar idiom. Then he recognized it. This was exactly his own imperialism, Teutonized, the same assertion of an educational mission.
Everywhere we go, said the young German, our superior science, our higher education, our better method prevails, even in your India.
He smiled and left that sentence unfinished.
But your militarism, your saber rule here at home, this Sabern business, isn't that a little incompatible with this idea of Germany as a great civilizing influence permeating the world?
Not at all, said the young German, with the readiness of a word-perfect actor.
Behind our missionaries of order, we must have ready the good German sword.
But isn't the argument of force apt to be a little decivilizing? The young German did not think so.
When I was in England, I said, there are three things that these English do not properly understand to use. They are the map or index, the school, and the sword. Those three things are the triangle of German life.
That hung most in Oswald's mind. He had gone on talking to the young German for a long time about the differences of the British and the German way. He had made Peter and the youngster compare their school and college work, and what was far more striking, the difference in pressure between the two systems.
You press too hard, he said. In Alsace you have pressed too hard, in Posen. Perhaps we sometimes press, I do not know, said the young German. It is the strength of our determination. We are impatient. We are a young people.
For a time, Oswald had talked of the methods of Germany in the Cameroons and of Britain on the Gold Coast, where the German had been growing cacao by the plantation system, turning the natives into slaves, while the British, with an older experience and a longer view, had left the land in native hands and built up a happy and loyal, free cultivation, 10 times as productive mile for mile as the German. It seemed to him to be one good instance of his general conception of Germany as the land of undue urgency.
Your Wisman in East Africa was a great man, but everywhere else you drive too violently, you antagonize.
North Germany everywhere, he said, had the same effect upon him of a country going hard.
Germany may be in too much of a hurry, he repeated. We came into world politics late, said the young German, endorsing Oswald's idea from his own point of view. We have much to overtake yet.
The Germans had come into world politics late, that was very true. They were naive yet. They could still feed their natural egotism on the story of a world mission. The same enthusiasms that had taken Russia to the Pacific, and to grand ducal land speculation in Manchuria, and the English to the coolie slavery of the Rand, was taking these Germans now whither? Oswald did not ask what route to disillusionment Germany might choose, but he believed that she would come to disillusionment. She was only a little later in phase than her neighbors, that was all. In the end they would see that white-cloaked heroic figure in the automobile led them to futility as surely as the skulking Tsar. Not that way must the nations go. Oswald saw no premonition of a world catastrophe in this German youngster's devotion to an ideal of militant aggression, nor in the whole broad spectacle of straining preparation across which he and Peter traveled that winter from Eich to Wirbalen. He was, as it were, magically blind. He could stand on the Hanover platform and mark the largeness of the station, the broad spreading tracks, the endless sidings, the tremendous transport preparations that could have no significance in the world but military intention, and still have no more to say than, "These Germans give themselves elbow room on their railways, Peter. I suppose land is cheaper." He could see nothing of the finger of fate pointing straight out of all this large, tidy preparedness at Peter and their fellow passengers and all the youth of the world. He thought imperialistic monarchy was an old dead thing in Russia and in Britain and in Germany alike. In Berlin, indeed, in every photographer's was the touched-up visage of the Kaiser, looking heroic, and endless postcards of him and of his sons, and of the Kaiserin, and little imperial grandchildren, and the like. They were as dull and dreary-looking as any royalties can be, and it was inconceivable to Oswald that such figures could really rule the imagination of a great people. He did not realize that all the tragedy in the world might lie behind the words of that young German, "We came into world politics late," behind the fact that the German imperialist system was just a little less decayed, a little less humorous, a little less indolent and disillusioned than either of its great parallels to the East and West. He did not reflect that no system is harmless until its hands are taken off the levers of power. He could still believe that he lived in an immensely stable world, and that these vast forms of kingdom and empire, with their sham reverences and unmeaning ceremonies and obligations, their flags and militancy, and their imaginative senility, threatened nothing beyond the negative evil of uninspired lives running to individual waste. That was the thing that concerned him. He saw no collective fate hanging over all these intent young faces in the Moscow Art Theatre, as over the strutting innocence of patriotic Berlin. He had as yet no intimation of the gigantic disaster that was now so close at hand, that was to torment and shatter the whole youth of the world, that was to harvest the hope and energy of these bright swaths of life. He glanced at Peter, intent upon the stage. Peter lay open to every impulse. That was Oswald's supreme grievance then against czars, kings, and churches. They had not been good enough for Peter. That seemed grievance enough. He did not imagine yet that they could murder the likes of Peter by the 100,000 without a tremor. He loved the fine lines of the boy's profile. He marked his delicate, healthy complexion. Peter was like some wonderful new instrument in perfect condition, and all these other youngsters, too, had something of the same clean fire in them. Was it all to be spent upon love-making and pleasure-seeking and play? Was this exquisite hope and desire presently to be thrown aside, rusted by base uses, corroded by self-indulgence, bent or broken, the generations running to waste like rapids? He still thought in that phrase. The Niagara of death, so near to them all now, to which these rapids were heading, he still did not hear, did not suspect its nearness. And Joan. From Peter his thoughts drifted to Joan. Joan apparently could find nothing better to do in life than dance. Suddenly Peter took a deep breath, sat back, and began to clap. The whole house broke out into a pelting storm of approval. "Ripping!" said Peter. "Oh, ripping!" He turned his bright face to Oswald. "They do it so well," he said, smiling. "I had forgotten it was in Russian. I seemed to understand every word." Oswald turned his eye again to Hamlet in Gordon Craig's fantastic setting, which Moscow in her artistic profusion could produce when London was too poor to do so. 5. Very similar were the thoughts in Oswald's mind 3 months later, 3 months nearer the world catastrophe, as he sat in his summer house after Joan had told him of her quarrel with Peter. Her denunciation of Peter had had the curious effect upon him of making him very anxious about her. So far as Peter went, what she had told him had but confirmed and made definite what he had known by instinct since the Christmas party. His mind was used now to the idea of Peter being vicious. But he was very much shocked indeed at the discovery that Joan was aware of Peter's vices. That was a new jolt to his mind. In many things Joan and Peter had changed his ideas enormously, but so far he had retained not only his wardroom standards with regard to the morals of a youth, but also his romantic ideals of feminine purity with regard to a girl. He still thought of his own womenkind as of something innocent, immaculate, and untouchable, beings in a different world from the girls who didn't mind a bit of fun.
and the women one made love to boldly. But now he had to face the fact, Joan had forced it upon him, this new feminine generation wasn't divided in that obvious way. The clean had knowledge. The bold were not outcast and apart. The new world of women was as mixed as the world of men. He sat in his summer house, thinking of his Joan's flushed face, her indignant eyes, her outspoken words. "It was a woman's face," he whispered. And he was realizing, too, how much more urgent the ending of adolescence was becoming with a girl than it could ever be with a boy. Peter might tumble into a scrape or so and scramble out again, not very much the worse for it, as he himself had done. But Joan, with all the temerity of a youth, might be making experiments that were fatal. He had not been watching her as he had watched Peter. Suddenly he woke up to this realization of some decisive issue at hand. Why was she so whitely angry with Peter? Why did she complain of having to stand too much from Peter? Her abuse of his friends had the effect of a counter-attack. Was there some mischief afoot from which Peter restrained her? What men were there about in Joan's world? There was something slimy and watchful about this fellow Huntley. Could there be more in that affair than one liked to think? Or was there someone unknown in London or in Cambridge? She and Peter were quarreling about the Easter party. It would apparently be impossible to have any Easter party this year, since both wanted to bar out the other one's friends. And anyhow, there mustn't be any more of this Hetty Reinhardt business at Pelham Ford. That must stop. It ought never to have happened. He would take Peter over to Dublin. They could accept an invitation he had had from Graham Powys out beyond Foxrock, and they could motor into Dublin and about the country, and perhaps the Irish situation might touch the boy's imagination. Joan could go to her aunt's at the Inglenook. Should he have a talk to Aunt Phyllis about the girl? It was a pity that Aunt Phyllis always lost her breath and was shaken like an aspen leaf with fine feeling whenever one came to any serious discussion with her. If it wasn't for that confounded shimmer in her nerves and feelings, she would be a very wise and helpful woman. End of section 24. Read by Eli Bishop, San Francisco, July 14th, 2021.